What's the much problem anyway? Not like I'm up to no good or anything. Ah, come on, don't be like that. Thank you. Quit chewing on my leg. Shoo. That's not edible, silly. The dog finally relents, baring its teeth as it backs off. It must smell the minotaur beneath my illusion. I bet 3 shillings it was trained to fear my kind, or trained to herd cattle. Why couldn't somebody teach it to be a nice dog and play fetch? Oh, so I guess they can't play with the puppy. Here's a rugged looking doghound if I've ever seen one. Good day. You're one of Molly's, yes? I'm Atticus. Atticus, you say? Helena Bailey. But you're no doghound. Leastwise, none I've seen. No, used to be in the trade, though. What's the patter these days? No, used to be in the trade. Yeah. Her gaze immediately becomes guarded. Old Ma Bailey never raised any tongue waggers. Get on you. Yeah. Beyond tying up large vessels, I haven't the dimmest idea why anyone bothers with such a cumbersome coil of rope. Good day to you, landlubber, Agarwal, Timothy, fisherman. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name's Atticus Daly, man about Timothy, Mr. Fisherman, sir. I am Atticus Daly. I like that. What can I do for you this fine day, Mr. Daly? Your English is quite good, but I still detect the hint of an accent, something I cannot place. I am a Lascar, sir, though I've long since adopted England for my home. I came upon the RMS Victory in the Merchant Marine when I got my own vessel and settled for good on these shores. I even married an Irish woman, much to my parents' disappointment, but that's another tale. Is that a chainmail vest you're wearing? It is. I always wear it when I'm ashore, and I never worry about a man with a knife. A board ship is a different matter, of course. Take a swim in one of these and it'll be your last. Do you enjoy your trade? I am an old East India Company man, sir, and I have plied the waters between here and the subcontinent more times than some men have walked to the corner pub. But to answer your question, I am in love with the sea. Sir, I am looking for a missing flat purse belonging to Mr. Poe Pickett. That's so. I'm happy to tell you straight out that I cannot abide dishonesty. I do know Mr. Pickett. Everyone here does down here. I also know that Glenn Forrester has his flat purse. There he is, over yonder. But how did you come to know this? Simple. I witnessed him filch it. He made a big show of crouching down, told me he was checking on Poe's welfare, but he's no soft-hearted fellow. I suspected he had picked the poor man's pockets, but I never thought Poe had anything to steal. That's very helpful. Thank you. Tell him Agar Wall sent you. That should be good enough for any man on the docks. Well, it was good to meet you. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Herring, cod, haddock, what it'll be, Senor. Name's Atticus Daly. It is so nice to meet you, Senor Atticus Daly. I am Philippe Serrano, but I have to tell you, although your illusion is a good one, I can see that you are a minotaur in the bones. He has sharp eyes. It's not every day a fishmonger sees right through my illusion. Anyway, Senor Daly, how is it I can help you? That's a remarkable accent, Mr. Serrano. You must be from the continent. You're a Spaniard, yes? Exactamente. I come from the fairest and sunniest of Europe's provinces. But the sun hates the English, Signor. That is why the people here are so drab and lifeless. In my country, they are just like wildflowers. Here, they are like Nebo turnip. You have quite strong opinions on this country. They are not opinions, Signor, they are facts. I am a lover of women. Even as a boy, I kept a handful of flowers in my pocket against the chance of meeting a beautiful girl. That's rather sweet, I have to say. But here in London, I am left with company of the temporary kind. You're referring to a house of ill repute. Gentlemen and paupers alike up and down that road. See, Signor, there is no shame in it. On cue, I've been troubled lately. The girls they come and go, but there is one who really shines. But never mind, only a fool would let his heart fill with a fantasy. What is it? I promise whatever you tell me will go no further. Ay, Dios mio, this is the kind of trouble a visitor to your fine country does not need. Very well, I will tell you. Let's hear it. I know there's a killer stalking the streets, and I fear for the girls, though there is one senorita I fear for most of all. Interesting, perhaps even a lead on the courtesan killer. My heart is full to bursting. Me Rita, mi vida. When we kissed last night, I walked on air. Perhaps not. Tell me, Signor, do you think love can come from such a thing? Last night she would not take my coin. She pressed it back into palm and kissed me. She told me how she cared. His eyes are glassy, his gaze directionless. The man is off in his own world. It's a sign I have been waiting for. Tonight I will go to her, and the two of us will leave the city hand in hand. Hmm. If you care for her, then why not? Nobody knows what tomorrow could bring. Si, senor. Tien's raison. I will go to the rose and ask for her hand. We will shout our love to the world. Best of luck with that. Thank you for the advice, senor. I enjoy our conversation, senor, but I am doing business. If you are not buying fish, then I bid you good day. One last thing. Do you know anything about a missing flat purse? It belongs to Poe Pickett. I know Mr. Poe, all right, but what use does a vagrant have for a flat purse, I ask you? Never mind. This was a rhetorical question. I know nothing about a flat purse, but can I interest you in some sturgeon? He is so fresh, he is still blinking. Watch. Goodbye, Philippe. Te deseo lo mejor, Seymour. The steam ferry departs from here, taking those who can afford a ticket or those who can sneak on board up and down the Thames. That Agar Wall fellow told me you picked a flat purse off a poor drunk lying on the street. The hell I did. You don't know anything. You don't want word getting around that you're a low-down thief, do you? Give up the flappers and this will go no further. Here, I don't want the bloody thing. I found it on the cobbles. Had no idea it belonged to Pickett. Now that's a bit more honest. Thank you, Lieutenant. What an eyesore. Another dreaded pile of coal tailing from the warehouse. If Arsenal would only clean up after themselves, then the Thames wouldn't run so thickly with industrial excess. Boilerplate reads Arsenal Engines Warehouse. So that's where the bounties of industrial progress are being stored. Not to be rude, sir, but I'm troubling over a complex feat of engineering. Can't keep innovation waiting. Just a moment. I've seen you in the big smoke before. Mind telling me your name? All right, old chap. It's Dante Ziegler. Now I must get back to work, but I hope our paths may cross when I'm less occupied. Sakes alive, that's a self-centered tinker if I've ever saw one. He brushed me off like a bit of dust. Say, would you be interested in buying any bits and bobs I come across? You mean cogs? Sure, I'd be happy to pay for those. Come find me should you stumble upon anything worthwhile. See you later, Mr. Ziegler. I shouldn't like to detain you any further. Okay. Pickett's still here, still doing whatever it is he does. Mr. Pickett, I have your flat purse. Well, how about that? I don't know who you are, stranger, but you're a real Christian, you is. Thank ye kindly. Now be the time to show your gratitude. Aye, let me pry her open and see what we got. No, I've been robbed. Empty but for 2 shillings. But fair's fair. One for me, one for you, one for me. Thanks, Mr. Pickett. Complete the task posed walled. Apparently that was an achievement. Cool. You're welcome, Mr. Pickett. I don't remember if we went down here or not. I feel like we did, but my mind does not. Yeah, because that's not popped up. So yeah, no, we went down here. Okay. And I thought we did, but I wasn't completely sure. Okay. Getting 3 shillings, no pounds, 3 pounds to pay off the rent is going to be difficult. Visiting the orphanage is our main quest. Don't know what's up with the crone. We can do that one or that orphanage maybe. Okay, so nothing too much that we haven't already done. Yeah, it's pounds, shillings, pence, and we need 3 pounds. We could find some place to turn this bank draft in. We'll have 2 pounds. 20 shillings in a pound. So it will still be 18 shillings short. Okay. So we started here because that's where our house is. And we came down here, then we came down here. So let's go down here and then up here. Then we'll go see Cable Street. See if there's any more, I don't know, side quest. Like the missing flat purse. Because that's what a gamer does. They go explore everywhere, right? That's just proper. If memory serves me right, that hunk of metal manning the stand here has been running the place ever since the owner shuffled off his mortal coil. God rest Waylon. At least his grandniece Dolores still stands to the automaton from time to time. Greetings, potential patron. May Bowsley tempt you with some peerless noodles, made to order and only 1 shilling. Ask about the pace of busyness. Regale me, Bowsy, about the current state of business in this precise sector of the noodle trade. Processing error, standby for complexity resolution. Waylon always says, when it comes to tasty noodles, locate yourself in the path of foot traffic. Waylon must have said that many years ago, when the lane was more populated. Ever thought of relocating the shop to a busy area like Plazasaurus? If you don't mind, please relay your complaints about the eating experience to Waylon. We thank you kindly. I have a feeling this Erie is unlikely to go anywhere but under. A fabric-covered wooden torso used to aid in fitting clothes. I don't like such things. Easy to mistake them for a person in the dark. Imagine having so many items of clothing you could simply forget them at the laundry. Pristine. Likely Dolores can't afford to have a speck of dirt render her moneymakers jammed. Here's where the magic happens, transforming dirty garments to clean, complete with the eye-watering reek of lye. Not even Dottown's bloody garments can come out of this room less than spotless. Nice try, Atticus, but it'll take more than a magic trick to dispel that stench of yours. Ever the giggle mug, that Dolores? Dolores, do you know anything about gin? I'm on a bit of a tour collecting exotic brands. I know that gin is a scourge of the common man. I'm strictly a whiskey drinker, Atticus, and occasionally a pinch of opium every day's been especially vexing. Opium? Was that Big Spy's suggestion? Perhaps. How have things been between you and Big Spy? Cordial is a good word to describe our relationship, but I wouldn't say we're friends. There are some parts of our marriage I remember fondly, but now that I have my independence, I simply can't imagine going back. Surely I can't smell that bad. Maybe your clean faculties and clothes have made you more sensitive to lesser scents. It may look like I'm behind that counter all day long, but I've taken enough trips to Plazasaurus to know the difference between slightly smelly and tangibly rank. Seems her senses have become as sharp as her tongue. Perhaps I'll be back later. Mm. If memory serves me right, the slums and canal may be found further down that path. Water there isn't top shelf stuff, but the liquor, one of a kind. Candlelight flickers on the well-finished wood. Laundry's next door. Even by your kind standards, you make manure smell rosy by comparison. Look here, I was just the other night. Sure about that? Lot of ugly mugs coming in and out. Hard to keep track. Just check the list, friend. Name's Atticus Daly. I'm an approved member. Well, alright, I lost it, the list. Okay, just go on inside. Bixby was hard enough on me last time I refused to go admittance. Flushed by worry, look, his voice cracks a little. Some of the time, seems I can't hardly do my job proper. Alright, chum, you haven't been in the position long. I'm sure of that. Just keep at it, you'll improve. Well, kind of you to say, Mr. Daly. Have a nice time at the Lotus, I suppose. The poor fellow doesn't seem to have a cordial bone in his body, but at least he's given me access. Alas, I promise I shall return to your sweet embrace some day, pillows, but not today. Oh, so we still get some money even if we fail, okay. I brush his wrist on the way in, but all he does is raise his hand slightly as though brushing away a fly. Not bad at all. Why did I think this would be difficult? It would take London Bridge falling to wake him. I thought midnight oil had undone so many. Okay, cool. So it looks like I still get the money. Don't know if I would get more if I had, succeeded, but that's at least another two shilling. What an odd-looking fan. The design is Grecian in style. Bixby doesn't hand out any freebies to the clientele, and I never saw a fan carrying a soul inside the den. It's rather strange. Can't figure out what it might be doing here. Surely it's up for grabs. Doubt anyone will miss it. A sturdy, yet musty old bookshelf. The spines show titles such as Arcade Magic on the Eastern Edge of Ruin, Opium Through the Ages, and Parlor Games, Love in the Dream Time. Yeah, 33%. That didn't get succeed at any of them. Again, I don't know if I'll get more or what, but when he decides to turn over, I've got my hand buried in his jacket pocket and quite can't draw it out in time. He raises his eyelids with glacial slowness as if lifting a hundredweight of potato. He seems to blearily regard me for several awkward moments, but then seems to gain into slumber. Perhaps I'm not the deft hand I used to be. Oh, there we go, a whole pound. There we go. Okay. So if we can get somewhere to turn in the banknote, will be good. There we go. And the fingers go walking. He shivers in his slumber and half turns over a closed thing. That's what makes it thrilling. About 5 shillings. I fished out of his billfold. Not bad for a minute's work. There we go. Very nice. So yeah, as soon as I can figure out where to turn in the bank draft, we'll be able to pay the rent. We've been literally everywhere and we talked to everybody, so I feel like we haven't missed anything, I don't think. The only place that's even a dialogue option is the one shop so far. Don't know if there will be an option, so maybe the casino in the Beggar's End. I bet a casino would have some place to do that sort of thing, right? I wonder if at some point we'll be able to give this mystical fan to the other girl. That would be kind of nice. A guttering grease lamp pings through the glass. I'll hurt my eyes if I keep staring at this. Nothing here but a wagon nobody seems to be using. The wheels are in bad shape and winter's coming on. Ere long it'll be a pile of firewood. You need something, or are you just intruding on Paco Melendez's space for personal space for nothing? I take it you're Paco then. Everyone knows Paco Melendez, name of Molly's best bruiser. What do you want? So sorry, Paco. I meant no disrespect by walking nearby. Yeah, well, you keep walking. You see that poster just there? Aye, what of it, Bullbrain? Know anything about those missing children? I don't know. I don't like what you're implying, Globcock. You got 7 seconds to leave before I do something about it. Why 7 seconds? Wouldn't even be a fair fight. This one has far more bark than bite, despite appearances. Good thing I kept my distance while I. Hmm. A battered metal switch box secured by a chain and padlock. Hmm. I doubt it's open yet. Besides, I should head to the orphanage first. A heavy door that's blocking my way. There's an oxidized chain and a padlock over the hasp. It's a dimpled lock, no trouble for a cracksman who's been up and down the cobbles. Let's break the damn thing open. That'll do. I wonder where it leads. A dusty old coffer. Looks like it might have been looted recently. Anyway, nothing for me here. A disc of wrought iron loosened by a crack. Could be somebody's hiding place. Aye, but the cover's full heavy. Don't. Better off finding a tool to get this open. A battered crate moldering in sewer grime. The smell is too dreadful to bother with. A length of braided horsehair is stale and hardly salable. Can use this to get the manhole cover off. It's in a bad state, but it might work with a proper tie. It's falling apart, not worth taking. I don't know, maybe it will. Still a 13% either way, so no, that won't work. A brass-banded traveling trunk with sturdy corners, fit for a long voyage, is out of place down here. There's tin inside, I'm sure of it. But the padlock has a carbon steel shackle and pin tumblers triple reinforced. An automaton working away at the boiler. Is there something I can do for you? I suppose not. Embers burning fiercely as if by the jewel bright core of every flame on earth. Hot coals banked by unsurpassed dexterity, errors all but eliminated. Nothing to do here but stare at the flames. Tiger bright flames in the brass bellied furnace, dying and living and dying and being reborn. A small fire, yet a microcosm of ever burning, ever changing oblivion. Sweltering temperature in the heart of the fire, a deadly dance is hard to look away from. The heat billows out and my face is sweating now, eyes half-lidded and glazed. Here's a glimpse of the end for so many, eternal pain for those who believe in it, or for the lost ones who believe in nothing. Sometimes there's a voice in these unexamined objects, and I need only listen well to hear it. It's wonderful, but I'd better have stopped before I damage what little sight I have. A welter of bricks and rotting planks blocking the way through. No sense doling my cane sword for this. I've run into more daunting obstacles, just have to give this a wide berth. Poor cove, looks like he was sent upstairs by a fiend from the underground. I just hope his death wasn't a slow one. I should push on, no sense dwelling on it. A grimy old strongbox smells of mildew, or maybe that's the whole place. Someone gave the lock a good bashing at some point. The lid pivots smoothly in. Musty old linen, a rumpled stevedore's cap, and 10 shillings. Fortune shines on a minotaur today. Very nice. A plush teddy with a missing eye and matted mohair fur. Damn, this thing is dusty. And creepy besides. Let's leave it alone. Odd place for a toy. I suppose the owner left in a hurry. Seams are coming apart, sawdust spilling out. Dreadful if you think about it. No sense lingering in melancholia. Gives me shivers. I think we should leave it here. Take a better look. There's a dull crimson stain behind the ear. Could it be dry blood? So it's not only filthy, but a guy grizzly past. It's a grizzly bear. If it belonged to a child, I hope they didn't come to harm. Come here, you. Maybe this is a hint to what happened to the children. Scattered gin bottles, all of them empty. Looks like bottom shelf stuff anyway. Aye, the short of rock cut will kill you if you're not careful. A strip of canvas, a guttering candle, and paper scraps. Someone's been sleeping here. Thanks, detective. There's dust starting to pile up. Whoever used it must have left a while ago. Makes sense. The underground is perilous, and sleeping prey is all the more easy to pounce upon. Oh, so we don't get to... Okay. I see how it is. And, Cripes, that's a lot of blood. A fatal amount, I would say. Maybe the chap there would know more about it. A Cyclops stands poking at the controls. Looks like he has as much an idea of what to do with them as I do. Oi, who the hell are you? I'm no lowly engineer. I'm the captain of the pump house, so you had best state your business double quick. This pool of blood, you seem hale and whole, so what happened? Eh? Do I look like an engineer? He got snuffed, didn't he? Accident, they says, although I heard it were some giant what did for him. Giant? Then that corpse I saw was... Perhaps that of the unfortunate engineer, yes. What a way to go. A giant, you say? Aye, some mutant fella. The bilgemen have been whispering. I wonder if it's anything to do with this Cortesian cure everyone's been buzzing about lately. As though the city needs more than one brutal murder preying on the populace. If that's all, then I'd best get back to work. Some of us don't have time to stand around yattering all day. Aye, right next to the blood no one's bothered to clean up yet. How grotesque. Take care then. A wooden locker with steel dowels and bolts embossed with the seal of the senior service. Let's take a gander inside. Despite the squeaky hinges, he didn't hear a thing. Look at all those bottles. It's full of liquor. Yes, this'll do nicely. Oh, we got another gin. And we've got another gin. We got McGrady's gin. Again, no idea how many gins there are, but we got another one. Very nice. McGrady's. Meters and levers a gleam in the torchlight. All lights on the panel are red. Well, save for the green one on the pump house gauge. Is it open or something? A wooden handle attached to a cylindrical crank. Why don't we give it a whirl? I wonder what it does. Let's give it a turn. No go, it's catching on some unseen sprocket. Let's not break this, it could be important. A barrel teeters here, risking ruination should topple from the edge. Somebody hit a bottle back here, looks like a nostrum. Smells rather dangerous, at least to the inexperienced. Might be useful. A monstrous door of high carbon steel. No way through without key or high explosive. Bow end if only it was open. Must lead to an even murkier chamber. Treacherous, no doubt, but also full of intrigue. That's the ticket. Well, looks like that smelly old corpse was hauled off. Perhaps for the first time, the wheels of city sanitation are turning. This sack could hold a great quantity of grain without tearing. Quality workmanship. Yet you see them everywhere. Grain sack weavers must be among the most underappreciated artisans. A pristine, well-kept horse-drawn carriage. It's hard to beat the elegance of the classics. Better to embrace change. This one's probably owned by old money. It's not locked. It looks like somebody else looted it before I had a chance. The Royal Mail Service. A postman still hand delivers plenty of mail. If the distance is significant, an automaton carrier pigeon dispatches the letters after being sorted at the local office. Didn't send many letters during my time here, probably none in fact. Rusted and Cassie sighed. This automaton isn't worth more than his weight in scrap metal. The scavengers must have picked out whatever inner workings were valuable, and now he's just a shell. The poor fellow's really been through the ringer. Aren't you a pair of handsome fellows? I'm lucky they don't use minotaurs as working animals anymore. I should really pay off my rent, otherwise I might have to take a room across from the orphanage. How terribly embarrassing. If I go any further, I'll find myself surrounded by workhouses, factories. I can't recall ever intending to get closer to a job. I suppose I could change that. All it takes is a few steps in the right direction. But first, I'd better see to the busyness at hand. Got a nasty scrape on that gate years ago. Glad it's open now. Mechanical odds and ends, worth a little tin if you deal them to an engine man, might prove useful. Splintered and well worn down like everything else around here. Bloody crow, coppers on the watch. Patience, I'll just have to use my wits to get inside or scare him off. A worn stone bench with a modest bit of scrollwork I used to see here with Louise. What's that balled up piece of paper below it? There's a reminder at the bottom. Whoever is swapping out the mousetraps in the cellar will recall that the keys are kept in the groundskeeper's shack. The same angel from my opium dream, more weathered than in my memory. The two identical twins are speaking in low voices. They look up and squint suspiciously as I approach. Hey, keep your distance. What do you want, mister? I know it's hard to trust adults. I'm an orphan myself. You're an orphan too. What do you know now? Do now? Rag picker by the look of him. Any road looks harmless. I'm Virgil, and this here's Sydney. He's the ugly twin. Can it, Virgil? I'll beat the tar out of you. Sounds like their parents left these younglings lies before they had time to teach them manners. If I had run my mouth like that when I was here, Franco would have split me in two. I don't have a regular job at the moment. I'm trying to track down my real mom, and there's some papers inside Sacred Heart that might help me. Oh, well, if you wanted to get in the office without being spotted, could use the cellar door. Keys in the shack in the yard. Very helpful, thank you. What an insufferable pair, I can already tell. Couple of biters with piss poor attitudes. Don't be so judgmental. I was just as rowdy at their age. These two are mulling around the swing set while the other orphans seem to be giving them a wide berth. Give me the dice, Horace. You dullard. It's my turn to roll. Shut up, Trudy. You had your turn. Horace and Trudy appear to be playing a game of dice. Chuck-a-luck, I would say, though it's hard to tell. My name is Atticus Daly, a former resident of this fine institution. Is that right? We never had a Stirk drop in here before. I bet the sisters were right scared of you back in the day. I was wondering if the two of you could help me pull one over on old Susanna. I need to get into the office. Listen, if you was here back in the day, then you should know that things never change. Why don't you nip into the shed back there? It might open all sorts of doors for you. Did something rum occur near the orphanage recently? Horace, I don't think he looks like a copper, now does he? Never can tell, but he's certainly not a centaur, so that's a point on the scale in the right direction. Should we tell? Yeah, why not? He'll find out sooner or later if he's sniffing around for long enough. Alright, dead of night, up in the dorm, see? Three big luggers came and nipped little July from her bed. So off goes Bert Ty chasing her, and so they nipped him too. Sakes alive, it was better than the halfpenny show at the promenade. Appreciate the information. Any time, Mr. Atticus. Now that's a funny name. We seen you then, not till we see you first. Yeah, watch out if we see you first. Might get pelted with a chestnut out of thin air. Now where did I leave that slingshot? Washed up on shore and half buried in silt, a flying machine sticks out of the water. There's some sort of mechanical artifact embedded in the machinery, but I haven't the mind for all that engineering hoo-ha. Based on the abundance of rust and errant hobnails, the old fans must know well enough to avoid this contraption. Hmm. Leonardo Leo Longo, deceased 1868. Rest in peace, old friend. I wish I had been around for you when it happened. I wonder what happened, really. Maybe there are some records around here that would say how he died. This child's soul had long departed by the time they were buried. There was no sense in questioning them. Few things are as frightening as having nothing to be remembered by. Perhaps a vagrant wandered into the graveyard and died. If it were an orphan, they would have at least recorded a name. Here lies some wastrel. Probably had no parents, but at least he was old enough that we didn't have to house him. A headstone sits quietly in the mossy earth. This old man was kind to me, no matter the dark thickets of trouble I wandered into. I'm overtaken by chill in the air. What is that weird shimmering? Sister Heloise Lamel. She helped me listen to a deeper heartbeat, one born out of ether, possessed with the gift of magic. I might be able to bring Heloise closer to this world, if only for a few moments. Bugger that. All I felt was a cold shiver. This graveyard gives me the creeps. Judging by the engraved report, this old block houses a family of four. Must have been the lord of the land of this family. They all died in the same year, not an uncommon occurrence in those times, thanks to the plague. The land was no doubt donated after to Sacred Heart. Though what's this? A silver cufflink with a Royal Navy insignia and the initials GF. Better to leave it here, though it wouldn't be the first time I nick something from Sacred Heart. It's too shiny to leave. I suppose I could always find the rightful owner later.
Stream elements.
Hmm.
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that information. I'm not sure where Molly is. Nobody that seems to be in Molly's general direction seems to want anything to do with us. Still one more over in Source Square I guess we could go check on, but Olivia looks less than pleased to see me. This worn head again. Okay, so now. Hmm. Have we known anybody with the initials GF yet? I don't. The only thing I can think of is the Royal Insignia Sigils in general, right? Golden Grade, that's a GG. I don't remember what this guy's name is. I don't know if it's just. He doesn't really have a name, does he? He's just patrolman. Okay, so he doesn't really talk to us anymore. Okay. The key should be in here somewhere, along with the deal of the spiders. Dark in there, I don't like it. So just take a moment. The keys weren't even hidden, right on a hook behind the door. I should probably return these keys later on, maybe to someone in charge. Someone who might even hide them a little better. Anyway, I'll be able to use the cellar door now. The good old cellar door, I can slip inside this way. Through the creaking hatch and down the narrow wooden steps, you descend into an equally narrow passage. You hold your breath a moment against the cloying smells of earth and vermin, and trail one hand along the wall during your brief sojourn in the dark. But soon enough you found a second set of stairs, and a welcome sliver of light from the cracked door above. Even with the high ceilings, there's somehow an atmosphere of claustrophobia, and a cold shiver runs down your spine as you survey the parquet floors. The wooden wainscoting sits in silent testimony to the horrors that transpired over the years. Despite the polished surfaces, there's a heavy musk within each air particle that could never be scrubbed away. You can almost see the shadows etched by the past, and recall the role that you once played among them. The sister behind the counter is so focused on chewing her lip and reading over a piece of parchment that she doesn't even notice my appearance. The counter she stands at is so scuffed and scratched that it looks like it's been in a war, or possibly two. Ah, yes, is there something I can. Why are you here? The sister is smiling frigidly, a weird heat in her eyes. Her lips quiver as if, were she to stop smiling, some dark energy would encroach even further upon Sacred Heart. My name is Atticus Daly. Did you know Sister Louise? Indeed I did. God rest her soul. You may pay your respects in our churchyard. I am Sister Susanna. Was that all you wanted? If there's nothing urgent, I should get back to my duties. I didn't know it was a full-time job keeping that desk from floating away. Convince her of your history here. My good woman, I am a veteran, alumnus of Sacred Heart, and there's something of my mother's, Matilda Daly, that I am trying to trace. She left a note for me when I was deposited on your doorstep, and I need to see it. Well, you know we can't allow just anyone to poke through our files. Dear sister, this is very important. Not only have I recently discovered that my mother is alive, but she's being held against her will at Bethnal House. I implore you, I need to see that note. Behind the vacant gloss of her frantically dancing eyes, there's a spark of sympathy and a crackle of fear. Last angels, that is so terribly tragic. Very well, I trust you. Have a look in the office. This key will open the cabinet of older files. I cannot leave my desk, or I would take you there myself. Much obliged, good sister. Might I ask you something else? Of course, what's on your mind? Forgive my curiosity, but can you provide any details about the kidnappings that have not yet been relayed to the police? I wish I could, but the fact that the kidnappings took place at night means that there's little to no information I've yet to share with anyone. The reason I'm asking is that a little bird told me that they witnessed things suggesting that Bertai and July are in deeper trouble than we thought. If what you heard is true, then it's clear that we sisters are hardly equipped to deal with those responsible for all this, with people who can easily overpower us. I found these keys lying around. You wouldn't want the residents to be running around unlocking all kinds of doors, would you? Oh, heavens, no. It's cold enough without doors being left open. We're having the interior locks changed, but we can't change the others without permission from the parish. Thank you for bringing these to me. Farewell, sister. How could I forget the door to the kitchen? We would always try to sneak in to steal scraps, and the cook was rather quick to the draw of that spatula. Gives me the shivers even now. Tables big enough for a grand banquet, but their struggle to feed 2 score orphans all these years. Always ashamed to see giants so unassailed. I really need to get a hold of myself. First his voice is speaking in my head, next is tilting a Big Ben. The picture looks familiar, but can't quite recall who it is. Likely Sister Annabel. Can't remember much of her. She was up in years when I was a tot. Probably buried in the graveyard, poor thing. What's that leather-bound diary doing out in the open? It's as if someone wanted to have their innermost thoughts laid bare for others to read. I'll bite. Let's see what his owner had to share. Day 6 reads, food getting less edible with each passing day. Theodora broke her teeth upon biting into a really hard slice of bread. Didn't eat mine, though I used it to knock out an airborne pigeon. Those go well, salt and pepper. This orphan couldn't wait for staff members to provide something edible, so they took matters into their own hands. Day 24. Borrowed recipe books from sisters. Cakes and meat dishes have been drawing on the page. They'll try to sneak out the orphanage and look for bakeries and butcher's shops. Reminds me of my younger self, though reading the books was as far as I got. Day 35. Butcher thought I was too much of a whippersnapper to carry carcasses without hurting my back. We'll try baker next. Besides, I can't stand flies. What? Everyone loves flies. Day 37. Baker relished my knowledge of hard recipes. Will he take me in before relocating his business to the east? Maybe this has a happy ending. Day 39. Got hired and moving away from London with Baker. Oh, they were luckier than I ever was. Perhaps a diary was their way of letting sisters know where they had gone, or a polite way of saying, if you wanted me to stay, you should have fed me better, by serving flying rabbits with salt and pepper. Worn out Bibles and books on theology, competing against piles of dust for shelf space. Boy, it's a handful of glittering gears. I could fetch a price for these from an engine man. For the few visitors that make the trip to the Sacred Heart, just a couple of notes and signatures and a smattering of doodles by the orphans. Hmm. Look at the size of you. What do you do for a living? Juggle anvils? Yes, and it beats sitting around an orphanage staring at the wall. A mouth as big as his biceps. I'm big, but I'm a nice fellow. I'm an orphan myself. I was raised here. Name's Atticus. What's yours? To know if niceness gets you anywhere in life. Round here, it'll get you picked on, and that's it. Anywho, I'm Scarlet. Why on earth would anyone come back to this dung heap? When I get a bit older, my backside is the last thing they're going to see of me. I'm investigating the disappearance of two orphans, Bertram and July. Do you know them? You know Bertram and July? Yeah, I saw it happen. It was three tough, big fellows like you. They snatched little July and tossed her in a grain sack, as easy as picking a cat up off the ground. When Bertram tried to defend her, he only got himself snatched right alongside her. Did anyone try to stop them? We were all too afraid. I meant the sisters, but I guess the kids are used to relying on themselves. Did you get a look at the kidnappers' faces? They all wore kerchiefs across their faces, couldn't see anything save through the eyes. The poor girl was still frightened. Better leave it be. Fair enough. Take care now, Scarlet. See you around, Mr. Atticus. A faded old photograph of Sacred Heart's ragamuffins. I remember when it was taken, how you had to stand still for so long it seemed like a week. They took one of these photos every year, provided there was money for it. Judging by the lack of any more recent images, they must have stopped hiring a photographer at all. Everyone looked so tiny, well, except for me. There beside me is Leo, the only friend I ever had at the orphanage, aside from Louise. Leo was a dwarf and got picked on just as much as me, but he would never back down from a fight, so he got the worst of it. Barely 14 when he went missing. The guilt I felt for leaving without telling him doubled after I heard. I remember now that I ran away less than a week prior. Horrible timing. We used to always fight for the warmest beds, closest to the fireplace. Just an old Bible, or is it? It's hollowed out Bible with an opinion book inside. Bloody wonderful idea. Happy to see the tradition was upheld. Can't help but wonder what the young Caraways have to say about one another and the staff. Let's see, Scarlet, not many friends unless you count the ones she knit her clothes for and sewed buttons on. Poor Scarlet, at least her doll won't pick on her like whoever wrote this entry. What do we have here? Bertram hangs about with a yellow-haired cutpurse who floats about joining the circus. Orphans and street urchins cavorting together. It's not uncommon when conditions at the orphanage force them to run away. Get an earful of this. Sister Susanna, all sorts of rum. One moment she flashes a wistful smile at the orphans, the next she bursts into tears and walks away. Do we remind her of someone she loved? Someone she lost? Orphans come and go, though adoption or Kels's death. Likely she's trying not to get too attached to her charges. Easier said than done. Fond memories. Sister Louise had Leo right. I want to ask Cyclops 3 questions 50 times. He deserved it. He asked if they had one of everything. A little girl with curly red hair is staring intently at the book in her hands. Little is right. Either she's small for her age, or that engineering text is far too advanced for her. She looks up at me, her face a picture of frustration. How does the combustion chamber keep from getting wet? Perhaps you should start with something simpler than the internal components of a boiler. How am I ever going to learn anything if I'm scared of it being too complicated? Her face screws up like she just took a bite from a large raw onion. Did you hear that Trudy destroyed another toilet? Better not ask for details. And she went to Sister Susanna, and you know what she said? I'd love to know what she said. She said Mimi did it, as if I would do such a monstrous thing. Mimi snaps the book closed to accentuate her point. I need to get out of here, and the best way out is an apprenticeship, so I need to learn how the combustion chamber stays dry. The plumbing destruction must have been a sight to behold. I wish I could help you. When I was growing up here, I wanted to get out as soon as I could. Really, what did you grow up to become? Don't say a gin bibber. I suppose I'm still figuring that out. Well, I don't have time to think about it. After what happened to July and Bertram, I need to leave soon, and it can't be for the workhouse. I heard about what happened to July and Bertram. What else can you tell me? Well, I didn't see them vanish, of course, but the sisters told us they had to suddenly leave to go and work in the cannery. They said they would come to visit. She knows as well as I did what the nuns are disingenuous. So I snuck out. I went to the cannery by the wharf. When I looked around, July and Bertram weren't there. I even asked some workers, and nobody knew a thing. Are you sure it was the right place? Of course it was. They were my only friends here, and now they've disappeared. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. I hope you become an engineer and escape this life. She doesn't reply. Instead, she opens the book back up, staring at a diagram with rapt attention. Always looked at that map and dreamed about how far I would get away from here as soon as I left. Naturally, instead of Cairo, I ended up on the other side of London. My old desk. I can vaguely recall leaving myself a message. Here it is, carved on the underside. Atticus, you're probably still ugly, remarkably persistent. Come now, Atticus, true beauty lies beneath the flesh. A vicious instrument of punishment in vestal hands. Never fall asleep in class if you want your knuckles to remain unwrapped. How can one be expected to learn and internalize life lessons if they can't feel safe in a classroom of all places? A dilapidated room with peeling paint. Some of the windows are sealed shut with grime, making the air close and stifling. Luckily, one window has a few busted panes, admitting a breeze now and then. File cabinets full of gloomy records. Orphans unlikely to find a home. Sister Susanna has a head for names and numbers, and she tends to the busyness here. Even so, the papers pile up against the walls, towers of yellow pages that'll surely decompose before anyone reads them. You hope to find the records you're searching for deep within the rabbit hole of paperwork that is the office. Pincushion flowers with wilting leaves implying neglect by the sisters. Someone will water them soon. Now then, what kind of goods do we have here? Well, I'll be lollipops. Reese's corpse. I feel incredible. Wonder what a sugar rush can do. Just delicious. More, more. Oh dear, guts are heaving. Now I feel awful. Should have never touched the stuff. I've got a more refined palate than when I was a child, and I shouldn't overdo it when it comes to sweets. Hmm. The modest flame is well tended enough that one could step away and feel the warmth in a few hours' time. Not like the old days when we had to burn our bedposts. Perhaps the sisters are harvesting from the woods around the building. or else they always hoarded the good firewood and left us to break our beds apart. It's not much, but it's enough to keep the off-ice warm. A spark crackles off the edge of a half-devoured log, vanishing into the air. Wasted potential. So much wasted. Nobody is even here but me. No one to share in the warmth. Not even the residents of Sacred Heart will enjoy the pleasure of this fire. Was it always like this? Fuel poured into empty rooms, while those who need but such small joys are stuck on the outside. I'm close enough to the flames I'm beginning to sweat. Embers drop and wink out on the hearth. Yet the cold of London has left my body, a temporary reprieve but a welcome one. The fire is starting to die. It breaks apart, splitting into two smaller flames. Nothing between them but burnt wood and ashes. But there's hope. Look closely enough, and there's always hope. Just barely past that. Someone will come to tend the fire before long. Its heat may spread through the thin walls, and someone may benefit from the radiance. And no one wants to stay in a cold place. Should the fires fade, it should hasten the exodus from this dreary prison. Hope even as the fires die. A stack of books in good condition, the titles on their debossed covers glinting in the daylight. Weighty expectations, trying times. I know these, not paeans to British politics. With materials like this on hand, the sisters must care deeply for the dispossessed. Lots of heavy paperwork was done at this desk, mostly petitioning the parish for more funding, but also an adoption form every now and then. The sisters may be hardier than they look, but the lock in the drawer is too flimsy. Capital, now what's inside? A couple of coins and not enough to be missed. Someday I'll answer for this behavior, such as this, perhaps to the fates themselves. An ancient bulk of hard wood cabinet, sturdy enough to house a collection of cannonballs, and currently stuffed with dusty old files. Confident trait. In the fleeting noontime light, you may find the confidence required to succeed and the power to see it through. Let's not get overwhelmed by the number of files here. Look for the letter D. Here it is. Now daily, daily, daily. My file's still intact. Thank the fates for bookkeeping. As if by design, a small and neatly folded piece of paper falls from the file folder and into my hand. Dear sisters, I am forever in your debt should you read this message. Along with the care of my helpless babe, I must trouble you with one other request. Let my child's name remain Atticus Daly, so that his heritage might not be lost. His given name is Atticus, and his surname is his father's. My heart is split with grief for leaving you this burden, but the sapphire is genuine, and if you sell the ring for expenses, then so be it. Before God, I will try to correct this turn of fate, but Atticus's life would be stolen if I should keep him. Upon my honor, I will try to make our family whole again, but for now I am robbed of this privilege. I beg for your kindness and apply for patience with a promise to return. Matilda Hathaway Daly. She signed with two surnames, and that is ever so important now. If Hathaway is a match at Bethnal House, then I can confirm her identity. As for my father, mysterious Mr. Daly, assuming he was the one to have her committed, and he's been there all this time, then he probably tried to destroy the marriage record. Some people stop at nothing to preserve their reputation. Then it's off to. What's this? It's Leo's file. Leonardo Longo, light skin, dark of eye, dwarf of Italian origin, missing, presumed deceased, December 1868. This is difficult to read. I had just turned 13 and run away when I heard. No next of kin established, case considered closed. The Tin Ribs probably didn't even look for him, just another dead orphan, and I barely thought about him after. Too many sunrises on the horizon. The sun's a lot blurrier now, most mornings. Makes me wonder why I never looked closer, back when my vision wasn't so often double. What else have I forgotten? What else did I ignore? That's enough of that. All that remains now is a delicate matter of getting access to Bethnal House. Clementine could help with that. She was out on the town with a patient handler there. And one of Clem's gin twists would hit just the spot. To the Palladium. Hmm. Better let her know that I'm done here. Thanks, sister, I have what I came for. Well, it's you. You again. I'm very pleased, I assure you. I do wish the girl would bring firewood, though. I hope she does. Goodbye, Susanna. A blue banter is blocking the door and observing your approach. Active investigation here. No one enters or leaves my old Scott and jarred. Straightening my moth-eaten lapels, I nod politely. Morning, sir. If I could trouble you for a moment. All right, that's close enough. What are you playing at here? Playing at? A down at the hills vagabond has no business here. Now skedaddle afore I bash in that great square noggin of yours. He's fingering his penchant in an attempt to be menacing. Steady on. Look here, good man. Number 125 is my home precinct. I must have seen you on patrol. I never got your name. Kipling, God damn it. Officer Kipling to you. Officer Kipling, I fully understand the protocols of a criminal investigation, but I only need a few minutes. When I'm gone, you won't even remember I was here. All right, you can step inside for a moment, but that's it. Don't want no outsiders trampling all over the evidence, do we? That's done it. Now I can freely use the front door. Oi, would you quit hanging about? Just get to your bloody business and bugger off. Hmm. Okay, I have a serious subject to discuss with you. Ask about Leo and the recently missing orphans. Given your experience with the church, I was hoping you might have more information on matters I've been looking into. A friend of mine at the Sacred Heart Orphanage went missing some decades ago, and two young orphans have recently disappeared from the church's care as well. Have you heard anything? Yes, I believe I know rather more than I would like about the subject. May God forgive me. You see, I worked at Sacred Heart many years ago, under the head priest, Franco, a brutal and unforgiving chap, not much of a Catholic at all, to be honest. But it took me a long while, much too long, to realize it. Very interesting. Please go on. It would turn my tummy to tell you the details, but this Franco chap has fingers in many distinctly unchristian pies. The more he included me in his dealings, the harder it was to turn away. But I was a younger man then, and Franco was both physically intimidating and indulged a vicious temper. Eventually, I came to fear him just as the orphans did. I know that fear well. Then you are familiar with the paralysis I felt. Go on. Worse was yet to come. Franco was enlisted by someone with grand ideas for the monastery, backing to implement them. This mysterious benefactor encouraged the priest to form the Sons of Saint Caruso, a splinter sect officially approved by the church, but with no oversight. I suppose you can buy that for the right amount of silver, and whenever this fellow is, his pockets are bottomless. An excellent way to hide all manner of sins under the guise of devotion. By that point, I could no longer hide my distaste for Franco's endeavors. I was summarily dismissed, and bluntly told I was lucky to walk away without a thrashing. And the missing orphans? I am certain Franco's nefarious benefactor is behind the disappearances, but of their whereabouts I have no idea. I would be very careful about where and of whom you ask these questions. Where did this sect come from? Who is Saint Caruso? A little known Catholic who was slain by the Moors in the 13th century. The story goes that he was a talented healer and carver of prosthetic limbs, but was persecuted for trying to convert his patients. Could you be more specific about Franco's endeavors, as you termed them? I can prove very little, but what I suspect could fill a ledger: prostitution, bribery of public officials, smuggling, anything wicked he seemed to have a hand in. I think I've heard about all I can handle. You're a good man, father. It's only a pity I wasn't a better one. I need some time to reflect on all of this further. I very much enjoyed our talk. God be with you, Atticus Daly. I vaguely recall Father Franco, but the rumor was he was called away on church business. I won't find him unless I know where to look first. Who would know about secret goals and hidden dealings? Is there anyone I know with a penchant for knowing things they shouldn't? Hmm. Hmm. I don't want to say this the wrong way, Miss Mabasso, but you seem like you might know about some of the things that scuttle in the dark. She lets her friendly smile drop and reaches into the pouch at her side, retrieving a carved wooden pipe and a small wad of tobacco. Her attention seems to be entirely on the pipe as she replies. Rats, Mr. Daly. Anyone in London could tell you of rats. I'm looking for something a little bigger. Have you ever heard of the Sons of Caruso? She lights the pipe and looks up at you. There are some questions better not asked, Atticus. Why do you want to know? I had a close friend as a boy, back when I was an orphan at Sacred Heart. He disappeared one day after I left, and I never looked into it. A street preacher implied that Father Franco and the Sons of Caruso might be responsible for orphans going missing, so I'm looking into it. My advice to you is to let the past lie. You will find only heartache and danger down this path. I've already had my share of heartache and danger. I'm hoping that closing this old chapter can get me some closure, and I've got what I think might be a clue already. See this cufflink? She focuses on the bauble for a moment and nods. I found this in a mausoleum at the Sacred Heart. It's a damn odd thing to have been lying around where it was. I can see strength in you, Atticus, but this is a dark path. Are you certain you wish to know? That's why I'm asking. I cannot tell you very much, but I can direct you to the next stop on your journey. Whenever someone dies in the smoke, ambulance drivers race to be the first to claim them. She blows on an ironic crowd into the space between you. Your friend went missing decades ago, but chances are someone found him. You should look for old drivers, perhaps around the docks and wharfs, perhaps someone with the initials on the jewelry you found. I had better be on my way now. Good day to you, Miss Mabasso. Salutations, Mr. Daly. How can I be of service? So tell me, Lieutenant, what was life like before becoming a sailor? Not much to tell. I did a little of this and a little of that. A little ambulance driving, perhaps. I should be careful asking. He's likely to be evasive, and I can only ask once. Come now, Glenn. I've listened to your sea tale, and I was anything but a capable listener. An adventurer like yourself must have worked some exciting jobs as a young man. Why is everyone asking me about this all of a sudden? He rubs his temples in apparent consternation. Fine, fine. I used to work as an ambulance driver once upon a time, and more recently, I suppose. Recently. Look, I take no pride in it, really. Did it a while when I was a young man, and got out of that rotten business when I joined Her Majesty's Navy. Rotten. Our ambulance drivers an altruistic lot. Ever since my discharge, it's been a bit tough making ends meet. The pension only goes so far. So yes, I've gone back to it, but at least I'm still not doing Arsenal's dirty work. Blood drained from the lieutenant's face. Forget that last part, would you? Oh, come on. Literally the only way we could have failed that was with that bullshit. I call bullshit. CR wits higher than difficulty, so unless we roll the fool like we did, I mean 15 difficult, so we don't even need anything to succeed. I don't even want to roll just because. Can we have the option of not rolling at all? I mean, look here, does this seem familiar? It's my cufflink. Where did you find it? I think you know where. His face twists into an expression of agony. Fine, but you can't repeat this to a soul. I'm no journalist, Glenn, but I came here looking to bring the truth to light, so you'd better get on with it. He doesn't relax, hearing that, but he does continue. It was all some 2 decades past. I was a young man, all full of vinegar, and I was good at my job. Driving an ambulance is a competitive business, you know? Not everyone can do it, and you need to be fast. I've heard they'll steal patients from each other, like medical highwaymen. Patients, yes, wanted dead or alive. Well, one day a certain local businessman reached out with a lucrative offer. He knew I was the best, and he wanted my help. Help with what? Was he a physician? No. You might say he paid well for the leftovers. Sounds like a physician. He had been contacted by Arsenal Engines. They knew he had a line on cadavers, and they were interested in getting some themselves. There was a problem, though. He was too attached to the corpses to give them up for something as inconsequential as Monet. The way his face screws up suggests that you're the crazy one, and he's not telling a story about helping a man find corpses. No. Physicians' colleagues have a hard time getting enough cadavers for doctors to learn with. Private research tends to have less in the way of legitimacy, and it makes it all the harder to get the resources needed. So where did you come in? Like I said, I was the best. He needed someone who could reliably deliver the ones who didn't make it. He sighs heavily. I grew up in the West End, you know. I didn't have much apart from gumption. The Monet was good, and nobody minds a dead drifter going missing once in a while. So I helped the man out. Whenever I had extras no one would miss, I made a delivery. Surely there's no way for this sordid story to take a turn for the worse. It still wasn't enough, though. Arsenal they needed industrial numbers, so we took to retrieving some that were already well and buried. We robbed graves. I would hardly call it robbing. Paupers, drifters, men like me, they weren't buried with riches, and nobody was coming back to check the grave on All Souls. Easy to wave it away when it's nobody you know. For a while, it seemed like we were filling the quota, but people just weren't dying fast enough. And despite what you might have heard about ambulance drivers, we're not out there for killing for a payday. The last straw was the graveyard outside Sacred Heart. Word was we had permission, but those poor kids, I couldn't look at myself in the mirror after, so next day I enlisted. I'm looking into a disappearance from Sacred Heart, not just out of the ground, but a live resident. Were you involved in that? What? God, no. I would never harm a child. I haven't worked for Arsenal in a quarter century, and even when I did, I would have never done that. If you say so, Glenn, but the fact remains that children went missing. I've never had any part in it, but he seemed shaken. If kids went missing, maybe you should check at Arsenal. I can't say I know they were doing any such thing, but it did surprise me when the prior to the Sacred Heart just let us raid the cemetery. If he was in Arsenal's pocket, God knows what else they were up to. I will, but I won't forget about what you did. If there's a Hades, maybe I'm bound for it. Still, I hope you find what you're looking for. See you later, Glenn. Arsenal was over here, wasn't it? Sorry to bother you, Dante. I was hoping you could help me with something squared than the derivative is, Mr. Ziegler. Damn it, I lost the equation into your interruptions. This better be important. You might say that. Do you work for Arsenal Engines? I do. I'm a very recent acquisition. Let's not waste any time. I'm looking into some shady dealings your employer was engaged in 23 years ago. I'd like to get inside the warehouse and take a look around. Think you could help me with that? Dante frowns, but he doesn't seem surprised. No, I can't help you with that. People who happen to wander by are generally given access to Arsenal's warehouses, and I'm not going to risk my neck making an exception in your case. Fine, fine. Just for the record, though, do you happen to know anything about Arsenal Engines kidnapping live subjects to use in, I don't know, experiments? Can't say as I do, but as I said, I'm a new hire. They're not going to go telling me all their deepest, darkest secrets after a few weeks. Hell, why do you think I'm out here on the wharf? They won't even let me wander around inside unsupervised. Damn, if only it had been that easy. The engineer's brow furrows and he purses his lips for a moment before continuing. But you know, I do know someone who must have seen every square inch of this warehouse, and he's been around here for decades, from my understanding. Who would that be? His name is Pavel Gerard, a rat catcher and a strange fellow, running a business out of Plazasaurus. He's been at it for, well, roughly forever now. He was in our warehouse a few days ago, making the rounds, and I gather he's made a monthly visit for the past 30-odd years. Yes, Pavel Gerard. I've met him before. Thanks for the help, Dante. I'll be off then. Pleasure doing business. Oh, that's not as expensive as I was thinking. Box full of cosmetic doodads, useless. Okay. 3 sovereigns. We're getting there, slowly but surely. We got 2 sovereigns. If we can turn in that banknote, we'll be good, but oh, we did it. Okay. The body, muscle and fiber, and bone marrow, one less temple in a world of psychic demons. There's a latch compartment below the manhole cover, but it's padlocked too tightly to break. That's a capital lock. I'll need a key. The fumbling cans come up empty. It's a £1 banknote. A bit of fortune, less fortune, but it'll. Ooh. Okay, well, there we go. I guess we can pay our rent now. Honestly, wasn't expecting a whole fucking banknote there. That sounds awesome. Wasn't expecting to do that on the first try either, honestly. Okay, let's smash it open. And we failed, okay. I bet the key's in there. Come on, I've got a 55% chance here. Succeeded at the 18% the first
Stream
time, but you're
elements.
giving it a problem on
Said.
55?
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
All I need is a 7. Why do you keep giving me 3s and shit? Seriously, one short that time? Come on. There we go, thank you. It caves in with a crack and a cloud of fetid dust. Don't cough, someone will come and beat the bushes. Beating back the convulsion, I managed to keep breathing. Any more looting like this and I'll need a face mask. If I meet another Minotaur, they might have a spare. Good lot of us live in the underground. Enough rumination, let's see what's in the crate. Can't hardly see what I'm reaching for, but here it goes. Nothing in here but a cold piece of metal. Oh, Privor. Okay, so that probably would have made okay, so that probably would have made opening this easier. Okay, so I guess that wasn't where the key is. Maybe the key is in the steamer trunk. That's also a possibility, I suppose. Okay, and with the pry bar, that'll make this a lot easier as in 94%. Yeah. There we go. Jeremiah's gin. What's this? A bottle of gin I've yet to try. The fates have been kind for once. Especially kind, for they provide me with lots of pounds. 2 pounds? Hell yeah! And a few cigarettes to round out this package. Boy, it's not every day you get this stuff for free. Oh, hell yeah! I seriously wonder how many more gins there are. There's a lot of gins, huh? So then where the heck's the key, I wonder? Interesting. Said it's probably nearby, right? I don't see anything else to click on unless it's like on the body or something. Well, we can definitely pay the rent now, so that's good. Do you have the key, Mr. Corpse? Unless it was under the bed, and because it's not letting us try again for some reason. Which would be a possibility, I suppose. With a stripping of unseen threads, the handle snaps in its sprocket and it hangs there in flimsy dysfunction. It won't even budge now. Okay. Hmm. Don't know if that did anything that amazing, but it did something probably. Yeah, because it changed the water level, right? Hmm. Doesn't seem to doesn't seem to have done it. Maybe that was for if I hadn't lowered it already. Maybe I don't know. The indomitable artist at work. She must not mind the paint flecks making abstract constellations on her dress. Hello again, Mr. Daly. What can I do for you? You know, I met one of your fellow artists in comparable straits, except that you seem to be enjoying at least some measure of success. Calvin Quill, penny poet extraordinaire. That scoundrel. My, but he does get around. Forgive me. Calvin and I shared a fling in the past, more than one. If I had to guess, the relationship is still ongoing. He's such a flighty, mopey thing, yet I somehow find the combination of raw passion and a fragile ego endearing. Aren't you the one who decorated Little Rob's cast? I am. I did in exchange for a week's supply of newspapers. Plucky little fellow. Do you think you could paint my portrait now, Miss Lincoln? Yes, I believe so. The price is 3 sovereign, or £3. I'm ready. Let's begin. You have a striking form, Mr. Daly. Very satisfying to capture with a brush. Well, thank you, Miss Lincoln. I'll be sure to get this installed at your place. Just give me your visiting card. I always carry a few of them on my person. Okay. I feel like that's probably a waste of 3 sovereign, honestly. Probably. But there was an achievement for doing that. For getting an impressionist painting done. I may reload the save and save my money though. I don't think there's so many things that could that would, you know, maybe some hope as I look at it in my array though. I don't know. Because 3 sovereigns is a lot of money. And that's more than that's right at rent, right? I mean, here's the oil painting that Tessica painted for me. But look that fearsome. I should hope so. My Jessica Lincoln deserves more credit. So yeah, see, it just sits here, just looking pretty, I guess. Not really worth the vast sum of money that it costs to paint it. Only 7.8% people ever try to do that. Okay. The vast majority of the achievements are for just doing the chapters, though. I'm going to give it a quick look, see if there's anything else I remember and noted. I feel like there was something else that you could keep in mind. We purchased the loot box. Gave us a little bit of hope there. We completed Poe's wallet. Stolen Steam, that's the gnome guy. We have started that. We've just got to go down there with the wrench. Now that we get back on, once we get back on his chapter, we'll go back there with the wrench. 9, 10, 11. Don't know who Teddy is. 12, 13. Broken Wings, we started that one as well. We got all the parts in the cogs. We just need to actually finish that. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, there's a lot of chapters. 18. Just working on Missing Orphans right now. And I guess we can either join or reject the Syndicate. Each one is its own. So unless you make sure to do a save there properly. The gnome has a few achievements that we haven't done yet. There's also the Fine Steak Dinner, which we've started. There's like 3 different ones for the gnomes that we started. That's an achievement, but we haven't finished. Inspect the phonograph and the airship with Clara and Teddy. We've inspected it with Clara, didn't we? I feel like we did. I don't know what the task of Molly's mech is. And Leo's Lament, okay, we started that one. Don't Fisherman's Bride, we started that with the Night Lady. We didn't see anybody to do that one yet, but we do know that one. That's yeah, we know that one. Auto. Okay. One man's treasure, okay. There is an achievement for taking the death dose in the opium den, though, too. I guess we should have done that and then reloaded the save. But that's the first chapter, so it wouldn't be hard to go back to that and take the death dose. I don't know if we'll 100% the game. There's like practically no guides for this, but sort of trying to keep an eye on. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, okay, so let's go over to the rat catcher and see if we can continue with the orphan story. Are you guys friends yet? Have you reconciled yet? Didn't think it had been enough time. You'll probably change that. It seems like the dialogue's probably changed on chapters, what it is. Probably. Probably. Okay, Pavel's Pinfold. Hmm. Good day, Governor. I had a feeling you would be back. Ask Pavel about his work in the arsenal. I've heard around town that have a bit of a sweetheart deal with Arsenal Engines, sole pest control for decades. I do indeed, sir. And why would they go with anyone else? I'm the finest rat catcher in London. So it's true. With any luck, this man can shed some light on what happened so long ago. And you've been in and out of Arsenal's warehouses all that time. Of course. Have to keep the little ones out of the gears and pistons, you know? And we got the fucking fool. Are you serious? Literally the only way we could have failed that is to get the fucking fool. Clearly you're the best at what you do, or Arsenal wouldn't have kept you in their employ so long. That's the truth. They haven't heard a squeak in a quarter century. Well, apart from 1 year. Awful lot of squeaking then. And what happened that year? I don't think you would believe it, sir. Try me. If you would believe it, there was some sort of plague that year. Arsenal tried to help with the cleanup efforts, and their warehouses were just packed with bodies. A plague? I don't remember anything about a plague. I was working double duty just to keep it all contained. The little nibblers were everywhere. Arsenal engines had warehouses full of corpses. Oh, aye, sir. Packed to the brim with bodies they were. More's to their credit, though, they kept it all well controlled, with a bit of my help, might I add. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. Anyway, the plague didn't kill anyone important. Seemed like it only affected those of low station. Drifters, dollies, orphans. You know the type. Probably had something to do with poor personnel hygiene. A rat scurries into his shirt collar. Orphans? Did you say there were orphans? Yes, sir. Well, children of a particularly rough sort of dress. Do you think you would remember any specific bodies if I described what they looked like? What's your interest in this? I knew a boy back then who died of poisoning. I would hate to think he was misdiagnosed with plague and rolled off with the plague victims. He could have sickened one of your friends. Oh, of course. Here I was worried you were with Big Squill, always coming around to ask me questions, trying to get me to buy their solutions. Would you believe they sent an agent just today? I, pretty young thing I had been courting, she walks in today with a bouquet of wildflowers. Right in the middle of them, a purple squill. I knew within she was one of them. They'll stop at no thing, these ne'er-do-wells. Back on the subject of my old friend. Yes, well, I'm afraid I haven't much of a talent for faces, Governor. What was his name? Leo Longo. Why would that help? Well, you see, when they brought the bodies in, they each had a toe tag, names or at least nicknames on each one. Watched them removed, thrown in a wastebasket. I was taking out the rubbish anyway, felt like ashamed to have those folks' names just tossed out like that, so I kept them. He still has the toe tags for corpses from a warehouse he cleaned 23 years ago. There's something odd about this man. Pavel twists and stoops slightly to pull out something beneath the counter behind him and produces a bag brimming with bits of paper. He rifles through it as though it were a well-organized filing cabinet. LaVey, Lincoln, long toe. Must have been a whole lot of toe to hang that tag on. Longo, Leonardo. There he is. He's holding a small paper tag looped around his finger by a bit of string. There's Leo's name, plain as day. Those bastards took him, killed him, and threw away the tag. Silas Bragg will have hell to pay if I ever get the motherless cur alone. That's his name, all right. I guess his body ended up in Arsenal Warehouse after all. Well, this has been a delightful distraction, sir, but I need to get back to watching the store, if you don't mind. That's it then. Leo was taken by Arsenal Engines in cooperation with Father Franco and the sons of Caruso, whoever they are. Should I run into Franco or Silas Bragg, they should be able to give me answers. It may never happen, but at least I know where he went. Maybe I should drop by Leo's memorial outside the orphanage. Okay. It transpires I have your outstanding rental payment right here. Then hand it over and be quick about it. Lord in heaven, I almost don't believe it. Sarcasm is rarely welcome in any social situation. Fine, we're square. Try not to be so tardy next time. Now please quit loitering about. I've work to do. Oh, and here's some mail for you, a pamphlet to be precise. Tired of feeling like a placeholder orphan at your current boarding house? Come to St. Marcus, where every orphan is guaranteed 70 hours a week, and the most advanced workhouse in London, viewer of the River Thames. And say, Lena, how is this relevant? You're an orphan, aren't you? Trying to get me to move out. Didn't I just pay rent? 6 weeks late. 5 weeks and 6 days, but close enough. Okay, we've managed to pay the rent. Very good. Hmm. Leo's memorial, naively engraved despite being made to look like one. The sisters must have known, even if they didn't know he was taken. I wonder if it was he Louise who decided Leo should be remembered. Remembered? More like covering for their crimes. Nobody's questioning an orphan's grave, but they might ask after a score go missing. Some of them must not have known what they were doing. Franco and Bragg knew, Pavel didn't seem to. As for the rest, who can say? The memorial is a small kindness. What would Leo feel about it if he was still here? Alright, Atticus, concentrate. If I let my eyes unfocus just right, the gravestone gets a little blurry around the edges and... Blimey, you mutton mouth, you got bulbous. And you never grew an inch over 3 feet, you ugly badger. At least I have feet, you riding cow. Yes, that seems about right. So what are you doing here after 23 years? Come to gloat about getting new cow shoes. You found out who looked into your disappearance. Sounds like you were killed for business interest. So So they sold me off for scrap, did they? Always knew I was the more valuable between us. Do I think that, or do I just think that he thought that? And there was some sort of cult involved. Damned if I know where the old priest ran off to, but I intend to find Silas Bragg to settle the score. So I spot a revenge, is it? That'll make your poor boo-boo feel better. My what now? That hole in your heart isn't just because the rubbing alcohol you try to drown yourself in every night burned through your throat. You're thinking revenge is going to appease the spirit of someone you abandoned decades ago. It can't hurt. Come now, you old pile of spoiled beef. You've run off on a tear again, chasing shadows into dark corners. You think it won't hurt when they run headfirst into the wall. It just isn't right what they did to you. Of course it's not right, you great leaning tower of pisse. But sure as you're imagining me, you're imagining that revenge will make it right. He puts on a serious face. It appears to hurt. Listen up. I was murdered in cold blood 23 years hence. Not a single damn thing can unmurder me. You've wasted enough time chasing this shadow. Live your damn life. Leo seems to fade away for just a moment before popping back into existence. Oh, and Atticus? Yes, you're still ugly. He vanishes again. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Granted, it was advice I gave myself, so I must have already known what to say. Regardless, it was a conversation I needed to have. It's worth considering what he said. Plus 20 hope, task updated, Leo's lament, task completed. I can close this chapter of my life now. Leo's gone, but I'll go on. Still, if I ever meet Silas Bragg, he and I are going to have a serious talk. Leo's lament completed. Cool. That wasn't too hard, just had to go to the right areas pretty much. Okay. So now we need to go to the Palladium. Don't think we can see Molly yet. She's normally at the thing, but we'll go check St. Catherine's docks and double check Molly has come, like, back or something. Because this is her tavern, right? That's what they said? That this is her tavern? I don't see Molly here. There's a bartender, skinny bloke, betting station. Yeah. Don't know where Molly is normally. This looks like her place, you know? Hmm. Come see the sultry songstress, be bamboozled by bawdy ballads, and dazzled by delightful dirges every Friday at the Palladium. Anticipate amorous affections, weep for your wasted wallet. We'll see about that. Who knows if Claire we can even hit a note. Hey, Claire is a good person, I'm guessing. Considering she's, tied for top earner. None of these coats compares to my performing magician's top coat with the gorgeous swallowtail back. Yet another thing I haunt to cover my debts. So, have you done the needful? By the fates, this fellow's like a phantom. Bloody well true. Good. With Matilda's name confirmed, can all of us proceed? This is his corpse. What does he mean by all of us? But he's gone already. Blast. Bugger all, these devices look bloody dear. I suppose it's a sure way for the Palladium to hold on to its tin. Varl's a great wheeze, always plenty of amateurs around waiting to get fleeced. So many prayers to Lady Luck, but she's never been on my side. The evenings I whiled away going broke at Baccarat. Almost impossible to slip anything past the banker, but I do like a challenge, especially when the banker's not blooded. These ready gizmos are taking the fun out of gambling. Nike, goddess of victory, why don't you try backing Minotaur for once? When the dealer is a tin willy, you don't need to worry as much about cheating. For the game of whist, you need a partner, and it's hard to find a good one. I prefer not to team up with strangers, there's no Monet in it. Epictetus, one of the Stoic philosophers of ancient Greece. Although, how anybody can call that a philosophy, I haven't the slightest notion. Hmm. The invention of the microphone has certainly done wonders for a classy night out. What everyone from king to minotaur to a faithful hound has in common is loving the warmth of a good fire. Yes, burn. Like an earthly worldly spirit, it flickers and dances, and rages if not kept in hand, but always consumes, takes away its fuel when it dies at once. Why do I only burn brightest when I consume? Alcohol, laudanum, opium. Almost. There we go. What use is it to wallow in self-pity? I still have a strong back and sometimes even a clear head. Let the rest of the world take care of itself. Here's a recent broadside somebody left behind is doctored and stained by whiskey glass. Here it claims that only call girls have been targeted, but in the interest of safety, all women are discouraged from being out of doors after sunset. I can't shake the feeling that Molly has something to do with this. I'm not entirely sure I can be of any help, but at least I'm trying. I really shouldn't bother with a wide array of advice upstairs, at least not before I've pinned my cups. Well, well, a wall of meat with a pair of horns on top. It must be old Mr. Dalet. I heard a bottle of gin calling my name and came to see what the trouble was. That's a call I've heard many a time myself. Ready for a drink then? What I really need is to find out if she still has a connection at Bethnal House. That's the pressing matter. Careful now. Whenever old Clem and I board this train, we always ride to the end of the line. If there's any more business to attend to, I'd best take care of that first. I'd better make the rounds first. Here's Lefty Browan, the infamous jewel thief and all-round rogue. What a character. Lefty, how's tricks? Can I complain, mate? Can I complain? There's a mark for every occasion and an occasion for every mark. I've been in touch with Molly O'Malley for a long while now, hoping to square it up before I end up in the chop. All I can say about our Mistress Molly is watch her back. She's as hard as they come, and nay the forgiven sort. What do you think about the savage woman killer tearing up the East End? What I think is that the bloke ought to be strung up in Trafalgar Square, and the Queen put on the black hood and pull the lever. I would best leave it at that, or ye won't think me a lady nay more. But no idea who the culprit might be. Nay, I don't run in the same circles as pure lunatics. Still lighting up the tables? Och, aye, but I do know about the punters these days. Small in the tin and big in the mouth. What about you? Trying to stay away? Lady Luck and I aren't losing companions these days, just the opposite, in fact. 'Tis a smart Jimmy who kens when to step away. I wish ye luck with that. Think I'll push on now, Lefty. Take care. This public toilet is much more civilized than pissing in the gutter. Okay, so we can like cast our illusion here, I guess. I prefer him in Minotaur form though. Where did the mask guy go? Hmm, interesting. Not sure what's up with that. Not sure what's up with that. I need a drink over here, and I mean sharpish. Alright, you dandy, here's your ruddy choices. And don't forget our special offer tonight, complimentary chips for gaming tables with your third drink. Give me a hucklebuff. Look at the boy's eyes, like two nails chasing a magnet. Here, down this and get your head out of the clouds. To your health, Clementine. It's yours daily, so what's on your mind? It seems Sacred Heart has mislaid a couple of small orphan children, a Bertram and July. The poor weak kitties have disappeared, and as of now, the bobbies are plain skunked. Well, whenever there's work to do, you'll find the coppers standing about touching each other's clubs. Truer words never spoken. But hold up. Ain't Sacred Heart the same Bible lovers what raised you? Never mind all that. You tell old Clem what'll take the sting off. I'll have the honey gin. Apparently some ladies of the night have gone missing, and foul play is indicated. That'll be a tough one. That sort of girl's apt to wander and not leave a note. I was in the same line of work a while back, but I couldn't stick to it. Why is that, Clementine? Not many toffers like being out-wrestled by a lady beneath the sheets, least of all a mower. Now then, what'll it be to wash the day out of your mouth? I have a problem that's been preying on me, Clementine. I've been searching for my mother for some time now, and I believe she's being held at Bethnal House. I must get her out of there, but I'm at a loss as to how. That's a hard row, Master Daly, but maybe I can help you this time. You see, my mate Penny works at Bethnal House. High security place it is, but I could ask her about how to get you inside. If this Penny girl could help, that would be smashing great news. Penny is some kind of highfalutin experimental scientist. Exactly what she does over there is a mystery to me, but she's a brainy one. Thank you for that, Clem, from the bottom of my pickled heart. I would say you could thank me with a tip, but you look the opposite of flush right now. I'll bring it up with Penny later tonight when we're both done bootstrapping. Just keep in mind I can't promise you anything. Come back tomorrow and we'll see what we can see. Appreciate it. The room spins uneasily. I am saucy, my dear, but not too saucy for a dance with Lady Luck. Now about those gaming tables. A man's face is his autograph free. A woman's face is her work of fiction. Chapter 4 completed. Green Street proved as slippery as you feared, now asking for a double fee, while a Velvet Rose client named Sykes has gotten himself banned over his attachment to Beatrix. The sentiment might be mutual. Madame Zora revealed that B has been lax about using prophylactics with the gentleman. My imperious neighbor, my connatural cohort who endures alongside me in the house of youthful vice and misery. I knew you long before either of us took up in the bell jar, Calvin dear. Cannot a man wax poetic on his lot in life? Don't tell me even you have turned sycophant, my noble adversary. Miss Clara Weed, what a shame! How many drinks in are you, Calvin? It's a titularly to be chasing the green fairy, is it not? I'm not inebriated, Clara, merely miserable. Calvin dear, I haven't the time for a proper chat, I'm afraid, but might I at least ask why? And we got the fool. That's nice. There we go. It's those disreputable misers that make their homes round St. Paul's. Publishing woes? Indeed. Am I truly destined to confine myself to the affront of a pseudonym, to persevere in the annals of history only by way of an anonymous echo, or else a wholly false personhood? Clem has left the bottle on his table. He pours himself a glass, places a cube of sugar upon his slide spoon, and glares at it with watery eyes as a torpid drip of ice water erodes the point of his ire into the spirit below. One might have thought he would have left such indignities as the misapplication of names and false titles behind. Calvin, for everything you are indeed a good poet. It's a rotten lot, but even I believe you should keep at it all the same. We achieve nothing by turning our backs to the world. Nothing save the peace and respite from injustice we so deeply crave. He does not turn and spit on the ground to underline his point, but it's a close thing. Perhaps a lighter topic. Have you seen Tessica's latest works? Of course I'm familiar with my dear Tessica's latest endeavors. They are truly marvelous, are they not? Her soul holds all the blessings of Cleo come to earth. Her form is as regal and flexible as a willow bow. Well, you're certainly right about that. He is glaring at me, but it is the glare of one being up in a proper ribbing, as opposed to genuine malice. For any failings of yours, Clara, you do at least possess an impeccable understanding of the principles of the aesthete. Perhaps it does say something about me that I can earn such compliments from you of all people, Calvin. But I suppose you did manage to distract me for some short while, Miss Reed. Seems some things are in order. Any time, Calvin dear. Afternoon, Clara, you hear about what's happening nowadays. By the fates, to them by into the fear-mongering too. Horrible things. I worry for you and the workers upstairs. You've seen what the latest papers are saying about this Corte Sand killer? I've seen them. Hard not to, I imagine. These killings are part of London that I'll be happy to leave behind. A mad punter, you think? Or is it something more shadowy than that? Could be some hoity-toity taking them out them one got too close. I must admit it's a fear I'm not unfamiliar with. Another reason to ensure one has a network. That one is a person who will be missed. Things were much simpler in the days I ran with Molly O'Malley and her lot. You see that gossip monger lingering about earlier? Not the first time I've seen her round here. And speaking just between us girls, my duck, she hasn't sampled the wares upstairs any of the time she's been. She's only after clients' personnel details, one would assume. At least not as far as I've seen. But what does old Clem know? On to brighter things. Ready for that dram? Sorry, Clem, I still have a delivery to make. Well, well, Miss Busybody, you know where I'll be. I need to deliver Beatrix the medication before I start think with Clem and forget all about it. And maybe some candy as well. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything to do. Okay. No, doesn't look like there's anything too new, so let's go explore the area, see if we can find anything new going on. If not, we'll just focus on the main quest. Just to go get the medicine from the apothecary, go get some candy from the rat catcher, and the other one. Oi, no entry, miss. This is what we call an ongoing investigation. What sort of investigation is it, officer? Well, we're really not really supposed to say. I always have a bit of a weakness for a pretty face. How refreshing. Usually I'm at least made to try to weasel out someone. This one seemed eager to tell me even their deepest secrets. Nippers have been going missing from the orphanage. I'm here to keep out the riffraff and looky-loos. Are there many people trying to get into the orphanage? Of course not, miss. Not with me here keeping the dogs at bay. Clearly. Very well. Good day, sir. They did say we have to be careful about going into polite people when we pick up the medicine. So we'll make sure to steer clear of this area once we've got the medicine. Okay, so yeah, nothing else here. Okay, let's go check out Red Lantern Lane. I wonder if Teddy's in. Still not back. Okay. Rousey, how you doing? Nope. Apparently we're still full. Oh, we've got 100. So we're hopeful anyways. We wouldn't really need it. Hmm. Anything new going on at the laundry? How you doing, Dolores? Oh right, I forgot about that quest. What did we need to do? Um, yeah, the apothecary has the pills. We're still working on the fisherman's bride. I don't know what's up. This may warrant further that, but we haven't really found anything yet. Looking for fans. Someone around town can shed light. Well, we know who handled the remains. It was the one guy, right? Tried ascertaining what the bodies or other professional investigators know. Hmm. Okay, yeah, we have to talk to Molly about that because we couldn't get the lad's man to back off. Probably nothing new in here, right? Probably not. No. Okay, so we've got to get that quest taken care of. Maybe Molly will be in the bar now that we're on a new chapter. Maybe. Surely it's about later, right? You would think. Any new change in the changing area? Nope, no money left to be found. Take another bath, maybe. Clean enough already. Anything new for the centaur? Afternoon? Nope. Okay. Nothing new in the bathhouse then. Okay, let's go to Tinter Street. See if there's anything new here. Is the watchfinder still broken, I wonder? Nope. Well, it may be. We just didn't check. Anything new here with Anselina? Nope. Okay. So no, nothing new here. Didn't think so, but checking everywhere because that's what a gamer does. Okay, now let's go to Source Square. There is a pole ice officer here, I think, still. Not sure. He may have moved on or something. Oh, did I ever talk to the pet vendor as I think I actually missed the person as a Minotaur. Shoot. He's sort of tucked around. He's sort of tucked in that corner, so he's easy to miss. Hey Eli, how you doing, buddy? Greetings once more. Had a change of heart about the word of God. Have you heard about the courtesan cure? Afraid I'm quite busy today, but there's something I'd like to ask you if you've a moment. Of course, my child. Have you heard of the courtesan cure? Indeed I have, and what atrocious business it is. I myself performed funerary rites for one of the poor lost souls taken by the butcher. Did you now? Her name was Rachel Nichols, a lonely and destitute woman who sold herself for coin. Hers was a name I was wholly unfamiliar with until the papers got word of her. How did the papers know that she was a darling? Well, I do not know, my child. She was a vagrant, and in quite the state come the time of her funeral, at any rate, not just from her earthly struggles, but from the methods of her passing. The poor dear. It was a close casket affair, of course. Her body was in poor shape. Why, yes, like all the victims, she had been brutalized and torn apart quite fiercely. Her last rites were a poorly attended affair as well. God rest her soul. Thank you for sharing that with me, Father. Think nothing of it. The good book and I are forever here for you, my child. Goodbye. Okay, so that's got that a little updated. I didn't think about him as taking care of the last rites, I guess. I bet that centaur guy over here is the one that we need to talk to as the policeman, isn't he? Where is he? Oh, he's not here anymore. Huh. Wonder where he went. Okay, let's see if there's anything new in the bell jar. Hmm. How's it going, Salary? Okay, nothing new from you. Anything new in my house? The royal suite. Oh, Bacon's here. How'd you get in here, Bacon? Huh, how the heck did Bacon get in here? Who was it that fed Bacon? It wasn't. Was it her? It might have been her. Bacon. The black cat from Plazosaurus lounged about your suite as though he has always been here. How did you ever find your way here? Getting cat hair off the furniture is going to be it. That's not our problem. We're paying enough for this suite, or whoever's paying for the suite is paying surely enough for the housing staff to clean it. Pet the cat. We're petting the cat. Who's a good cat? Who belongs right on a sandwich with tomatoes and I should find a snack. I'm not planning on eating a cat. No, don't eat bacon, please. Such a cute kitty. Yes, you're a good kitty. Hmm. Was not expecting Bacon to just show up in the. But now we've got a cat, I guess. So that's interesting. Okay, but other than that, there's nothing new in here. Was not expecting Bacon to show up. That's awesome. Really glad I gave the cutie that fish. Maybe we should go buy another fish and give it to him when we come back. That could be a good idea. Gotta make sure to feed our kitty friend, right? Make sure you guys stay fed as well. Everybody should stay fed. Maybe with some tasty fish. Yes, yes, yes. Nothing else in the bell jar. Okay. Keep exploring the plaza. Can't believe I forgot about this guy I was. No, I did talk. No, no, I did talk to him. The Minotaur was the one that asked which one was which. No, I did talk to him. I did. No, yeah, I did. I just forgot for a moment because I'm me. Um, Nothing new with Will or Beth, though. Smike, okay. You keep being fancy and riding your awesome ostrich, my man. You keep being awesome, bro. Okay. How you doing, Gavin? Any new dialogue with you? Nope. We can buy some meat, but that's it. Which was for Peter Kipling and Ariana. Who is this? Oh, that's the policeman. Ariana Luttrell, formerly a textile mill girl turned worker of the Velvet Rose after the Silk Vest factory burned down. Our work often knocks the naivety from most, but Ari always seems to have it in spades. Please don't take me in. You don't even have to give me my money back. I'll leave. I swear it. Then you do admit to engaging in prostitution. Hmm. Is the constable's pay so pretty pitiable they have to resort to extortion, officer? This is polite business. Now move it on. I shan't repeat myself. Officer Peter Kipling. Blue banders are never friends to dollies, and yet by hush they come under the rose's roof all the time. Peter is usually no different, though it appears today's ire has made a change of that. You're interfering in the confession of a crime, and trust me, madame, I'm well aware you're adjacent to said crime as well. Have you any legal leg to stand on here? It seems to me that all you have is a coerced confession, hardly the evidence one might require against a well-liked girl like Ariana. Even your fellow puppies are quite fond of her, if I recall. Claire, I suggest you take heed of your fellow lady of the night, ma'am. It is hardly in good grace to accuse an upstanding woman of such things. Did you see her engaging in the solicitous act itself? Oh, we got the Empress card, protective trait. An abundance of wealth and everything in order the world may yet provide if one knows how to listen and make use. There is an achievement for getting all the cards. I don't know specifically what we need to get all the cards, but it seems like we're doing a pretty good job of finding them. It seems like maybe when our things get high enough, it almost seems like at certain levels we get a card, but um, it's by the way of closed doors and drawn curtains that Madame Zora can call the Velvet Rose a female boarding house, and the handsome sums traded to the right hands. While there's been a push to add stipulations, the law is primarily meant to entangle streetwalkers, something I've warned Ariana to avoid unless she absolutely had to.
Stream elements.
You want
Said.
evidence? I've the
Stay
evidence
moist,
right
my friends.
here.
Hydrate.
Kipling points to the ruffled dirt at Ariana's feet. I witnessed her scrub out the harlot's mark she drew, right as I was walking over. I was wiping the muck off my boots. That mark, coupled with the amount of money I took off her, is all the proof I need to see she's selling herself. The confession's not more than a courtesy. She would have gotten off with a lighter sentence had you not interrupted it. Aubrey and I lock eyes. I hope she won't have to take the brunt from me for aggravating him so. His story is plausible enough to trump both our words. Not that much was needed in the first place. Oh, come on, give me the. Why? I should not be getting the fool as often. I don't feel like I should be getting the fool as often as I am. It doesn't feel right. It does not feel right. I mean, there's what 16 different cards we've got, and we've in just this playthrough we've triggered it what 3, 4 times. That's just not appropriate. So we've got an 87% chance. We don't need much. We just need to pretty much not draw the fool. Ariana can explain the capital officer. She is selling something. Ariana startled as I throw that hot Irish potato in her lap. I need to give her another hint to help her recover. Yes. Oh, really? And what is this thing you're selling that isn't your backside? Remembering that line to an officer is quite the offense. I'm sure it's in her reticule. She never leaves home without it. Finally, the key clicks into place. Ariana digs into her pouch to pull out a spool of thread. I'm a seamstress by trade, sir, but since the factory fire, work's been slim. I've been selling spools of thread that I spun at home. Poor thing doesn't have a seller's license. That would explain the mark. I'm happy to speak on the logistics of merchant permits with you, officer. Christ almighty, I'm fucking done. Here's your money you made for your spools of thread. Thank you, sir. We both breathed a sigh of relief. Always kept my sewing kit with me for emergencies. I suppose I've another reason to do so now. Thank you, Clara. Ari, you know better than to be out street walking. What has the madame told you? That I shouldn't ply my trade in broad daylight, I know, but Clara, you see, why do you think most streetwalkers use the cover of night in the first place? The Monet, Clara. I refused payment from a particular punter called Fleet, whom I've grown fond of, and now I need to make up. Oh, you're the one. You're the one. You refused payment. I'll hold my tongue on that for now, but we should discuss it later on. I'm unsure what might make Zora angrier, being short on earnings or drawing heat from the bobbies. I am sorry for snapping at you. Your lips are sealed, right? The madame mustn't know. Your secret is safe with me. At least he didn't haul me off to Scotland Yard. Even so, I had better make tracks for the Velvet Rose before Zora catches wind of this. Hopefully she makes up the Monet back there. There should be clients present at this hour, and plenty of professionals fighting for them as well. You've been a grand friend to me today, really. Here, I'd like to thank you properly for your. Oh, Ariana's fan, okay. A ladies' fan expertly fashioned from muslin and lace. Someone has good taste in such things. I didn't expect a reward, but it's exquisite. Yay, we got another fan. Very cool. Also, not sure how many fans there are, but yeah. Okay, so Ariana blew the gap by meeting her tryst with Fleet, mentioning her tryst with Fleet. This most electoral Madame Sora's ire. Find out more about Ariana's love interest. So do I go back and talk to Philippe again? Hmm. How you doing? Go over any new dialogue with you? Nope. Okay. And the painter is not here. Interesting enough. Okay. Listen, Dolly, I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Shove off. Okay. How you doing, Nandy? Are you willing to part with any of your delicious peanut candy? Yes, concada drops. The batch I prepared yesterday just finished hardening. Would you like a taste before you try? Yeah, sure. I shan't say no to that. As the smooth coating melts in my mouth, it exposes the candied peanut center, ending the velvety texture with a satisfying crunch. These candies could cure all London from its melancholy, I'm quite sure. I'm glad a taste of my homeland could bring others the same comfort as always brought me. As it happens, the candies are for Beatrix, who's in rather uncomfortable mind at the moment. But of course, I understand. Take them free of charge. She hands me the tin of fruit they know and sparkle. Thank you. Many thanks, Dandy. I'll pass them along to Beatrix. I assume these, kunakada. Thank you for pronouncing that out, friend. Kuna would not have expected the nav part there. Kunakada. Okay. Are all the rage in Cape Town. What you mean is Hui Gaeb, High Chieftain Mabuyazi has given Cape Town her original name back. I didn't know. By the saints, the RZN have certainly been busy since the spitting scandal at the conference of Berlin. Thankfully Nancy doesn't appear offended by my faux pas. Spat poisons saliva in the chat. Oh, damn, bud. Well, you know, if you can't bring a weapon to a diplomatic thing, you can always hide it in your mouth, I guess. The Koei sister dumplings reign supreme over there. Preparing my candies is simply a persistent anchor to the ever-fading memory of my original home. Mmm, coconut. You're not from South Africa. Pardon, from Zululand? I lived in Zululand for over half my life. So to you Londoners, yes, I am from Zululand. But then, tell Beatrix I hope she feels better soon. I suppose I'll let it lie. It's good to see you, Nandy. Sala, Calais, Mafazi, Clara. Okay, we got the peanuts candy. We'll go to the rat catcher, then go to the dock, see if there's any new dialogue, see if we can talk to Molly, and then we'll go ahead and get the medicine last, because we don't want to get stopped by the Popo. See if Olivia has any new dialogue. Nope. How you doing, Poe? Oi, Claire, good health to you. And to you, Mr. Pickett. No, no new dialogue with him. Let's go to Pavel's pinfold. Get the other candy. Pavel. Back again. You're not the first lady to take an interest. The Duchess of Berkshire is quite fond of the spotted ones. Madame Zora asked me to fetch her a box of French candies. She said you would know the ones. My ascertainment, Mademoiselle. Calisons, they're called. I have a box here with Madame Zora's name on it. Much obliged. Okay, it looks like we can indeed go in here now. So let's see what we can do. How's about a drink? Just kidding. No drinks for the fair Miss Reed round here. If you ask me, you should have stayed in Molly's good graces. The state of the liquor being served here is atrocious anyway. I'm not missing much. I don't know about you guys, but I can't really even see these melted heads in the corner. It's too dark. A sore person kills a dog and proudly displays that choice on a wall. The world is cruel, but this... I can't even see them, honestly. It's too dark in that corner. Budgie Babcock, a crimson-hairing stable who does bookkeeping for Molly. His eye bags and pallid visage suggest he's a night owl who seldom unwinds, keeping the books. What? Oh, you see, I'm Molly's oddsman, as well as her accountant. Now then, couple of events at the Gibson Dales today. Do you want to bet? On what? Got ourselves a few sporting gents, worth tossing the baked beans currency at. One on horses, another on steam cars, and even gin is fair game. Molly. Molly O'Malley, leader of the Dockhounds. She was always ruthless. I knew she would do well for herself. Getting away from her was one of my biggest reasons for leaving the Bullfrogs. Of course, one can't escape Molly in this town. Hello, Molly. And there she is. Clara, dear. Thought you would be round sooner if I'm being honest. What took you, love? Never take your eyes off a snake. Best get to the heart of the matter as quickly as possible. The truth is, I've been investigating something, Molly. Something I think you might be interested in. And what might that be? Get her attention. Smart about it. I'll cut to the chase. Dolores' chin is a bit of a pickle. She needs help paying off Peter Kipling. If that's so, why wouldn't she come to me in the first place? Of course she knows you're both busy women. That's why she asked me to talk to the last man in charge first before bothering you with it. But I couldn't get McGrady to listen to me, so I thought I might ask someone who he would. You did the right thing, Clara dear. I'll have a word with McGrady. He's already on thin ice with me. He and his urchins are just a cog in my machine, and I'll make sure he doesn't forget it again. I'm sure wouldn't want to be the last man when Molly catches up with him. All's well that ends well, I suppose. A perfect illustration of why I can't wait to get out of London. Best go get what I'm owed from Dolores. I'll talk to you later, Molly. Who's a good boy? All right, I'm not getting any closer. Okay, well, we got that done. Very good. By the fates, this fellow looks like he doesn't need to remove the bones from his food when he eats. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Clara Reed. Paco Melendez. I'm a dockhound, just so you know. Not to be trifled with. Right, of course, never entered my head. He stiffens at my answer. Perhaps I said the wrong thing, but who ever heard of a sensitive hound? Are you happy working for Molly? It's got its ups and downs like any work. My, that's got quite the set of chompers you've got. Aye, do you like 'em? The dwarf cranes like a tropical bird at the compliment. Molly takes good care of her people, she does. And these didn't even cost me nothing. Just half me pay until she's made good on her investment. It was nice to meet you, Paco, but I should be getting on. Well, that would mean that it did cost you something. Yeah, it seems rather vague when it'll be coming back, but okay, whatever. Okay, good. We managed to talk to Molly. At some point, I guess Molly will be in there so we can talk to her about the orphans as a Minotaur, because that's definitely her place. How you doing, Lil Rob? Okay, nothing new with Rob. How's the collie doing? You doing okay, Puppy Pup? Take care, little one. Helena, how you doing? Nope, nothing new there. Timothy, can I get a cigarette? Okay. Now see about this grouper here, or perhaps a sunfish, caught from the channel and delivered by steamboat just this morning. Okay, so we don't need to talk to him about it anymore, I guess. So I guess we talk to her maybe, or maybe we'll have to talk to the, While Madame Zora's Irish, she gets. So do I actually need to rat her out to Madame Zora? Is that what we're supposed to do to clean that task up? That feels a little bad, but we probably should sell what cogs we've got. And that's a solid pound and 16 sovereigns right there. We got 12 cogs. Very cool. Don't know how much she needs for the to bribe the guy with the ticket, but we're doing pretty good. We've got 4 shillings now. I don't know how much they're wanting, but hmm. Okay, so nothing else here. So let's go to Source Square, get the medicine, then go on back. So I don't think there's anything. We've been to all the sections. I think. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Not a whole lot new, but we did help a lady in distress, figured out that thing more, talked to Molly. So there were some things we were able to do. We got a new fan. Oh, wait. No. Almost forgot to go back to Red Lantern Lane. Gotta go make sure she knows that that's taken care of. Almost forgot. Um, Laundry. Okay, it's been handled, Dolores. Lovely to see you, Claire. Have you taken care of the thorn in my side? Good news indeed. I spoke to Molly. She's willing to front you the money until things settle down. You went to her. You've got some plums, girl. Whatever possessed you? Well, the ladsman wouldn't listen to me, so I did what's necessary. You must really want those papers. I've had them done up for you. I hope it was worth it. Dolores is too shrewd by half, but I get what it came for. And here they are. All the documents identification I need to start a fresh life in a new life. Now I need is a tin to make the voyage. And before you go, here's another item I believe may be of interest. A per se fan is gorgeous, and impossible to find even in London. Thank you, Dolores. I'm almost tempted to say it's too much. Almost. You really helped me out of a bind here, Clara. I won't forget it. Having the gratitude of Dolores Chin is no small thing. Anything for you, Dolores. Yeah, don't rub it in. That's more like it. Yay, another fan. Very nice. Again, no idea how many fans and gin bottles there are, but we're doing a very good job with that cheap and ugly elaborate Arianas and Doris now. Okay, we've got the French candy. We need to go pick up that. Not sure what's up with this. Okay, so yeah, we're doing pretty good. Now let's go pick up the medicine. I don't know why it starts at the railway sometimes, and sometimes it's the other. I think it has to do with whether or not I started the docks. I think if I started the docks, I always end up on that one end. But if I start off at the railway, or anywhere on that one side, I end up over here. I think that's how that decides where we end up. Gordon? The chemist combs his fingers through his wispy hair atop his pate. There's a clinical luster to his brass buffed apron, rubber gloves, and adjustable monogoggle. He seems more dressed for a dissection than the measurement of pills. Good day. How can I assist you? The pills I'm here to pick up require a bit of discretion. After skimming the note, he peers up at me, then back to the note, then flips it over to see if there's anything written on the back side. Whatever silent conversation this man is having with himself, it would be nice to be included. I need to grab a couple of things from the back, along with this. Be just a moment. From the other room there's a sound of careful rummaging, as if he's trying to make as little noise as possible. 2 minutes gone by. He's taking his time back there. Is he speaking to himself? If he has a pole-iced telegraph lurking in the back room, he might be peaching on me. Though advertisements for such concoctions are abundant, these pills are not technically above board, and it wouldn't do for some coward copper to get their head to pay Madame Zora a visit. Perhaps I should poke around in the back room while I have a chance, see if I can pinch something useful. The first thing that hits me is a piercing sterile vapor. The scent of methanol is easy to pin down, for it burns my nose like a snort of Uncle Parker. Still, there are other chemicals in the air that I cannot identify. I've been in enough wobbles to know a homebrew when I smell one. While I suspect it still involves a component of chemistry that smells more like disinfectants. His nose hairs must be absolutely singed if he's used to this. So much for times of famine. Even in this obscure darkness I can make out several cabinets. But do they even contain apothecary wares? And where has Gray gone? He seems to have utterly disappeared. I'd best be swift about it. For an apothecary, these furnishings are high end. The light fixtures are electrical rather than gas. Even with a roaring trade, how does Mr. Gray afford the upkeep? I run my fingers along the exposed wiring below the lamp. No doubt there's electricity woven through the entire shop. Something tipped over on the desk. I'm hit with a wave of fumes. My stinging eyes water so intensely that I can scarcely read the label. Co. Rate formaldehyde. A bottle of sweet-smelling perfume sits inside a sliding door. Old lace perfume. While it smells lovely, the liquid inside is a pure-looking green. I'll bet there's arsenic in it. Hmm. Working open the drawer as quietly as possible, I extract a single bottle, strong sedative or a light mood liquor, depending on the dose. The label reads Dr. Nightcap's liquid laudanum. Perhaps I should keep this. Unconsciousness proves a fine teacher. Good for a night's sleep that you won't need to remember. Slightly tempted to drink that, honestly. That almost gives another level of grace, and I don't know if that's how you get tarot cards or not, but bizarre formulations of herbal and pharmacological sanitives. The shelf is free of labels, save for some chalk marks the proprietor alone must understand. I need to make sure I choose something that works. What did that damn chemist note say again? Oil of seven. Yes, now what produces it again? 777. Sabin. Juniperus sabina. It's derived from juniper bark. Let's see. Here's a can of dried juniper bark and tobacco. It would probably be it would be properly foul But perhaps if Beatrix makes a tea of this mixture, it'll have the desired effect. Might as well nick it and ask Nandy if it'll work. She does need to know how I acquired it. An electrical wire runs behind this bottle rack and does not seem to reappear anywhere else. Curious. No, this isn't an ordinary rack, but a secret door. I think I hear moving around back there. Mr. Gray is taking great care to keep this room hidden, but what on earth for? I pressed my ear closer so I might hear better. I got her up there for long enough. Was that a creak on the steps? Sounds like he's coming back. The wiring could have led to a telegraph. If he's just wired the flies, then he certainly wouldn't be selling me the pills. I had best get back to the counter before he catches me snooping. Good thing I didn't spend too much time back there. It's time to face the music. I can hear him coming back. I apologize for the long wait. It appears I'm low on stock and out of twine. I suppose a substitute will suffice. He sets down a container of silk sutures, wrapping paper, and the bottle itself. The label reads Saxon's English Female Pills. He wraps up the medicine with compulsive precision, using the magnifier in his monocle to make sure the corners are folded ever so neatly. It's quite all right. In truth, I should be the one apologizing for assuming you were splitting me over the pills, and how I might have considered pinching half your shop in retaliation. It's nothing. He retrieves some shears from his apron's pocket and cuts two parallel lines of silk thread. Nature is fascinating, is it not? The waste material of a worm's cocoons produces the most sturdy and sterile medical sutures known to man. I read once that 10 cocoons barely produce enough thread to wrap around half a bobbin. It would explain the prohibitive cost and its proliferation only among surgeons. There we are, though I'm sure my bow ties could use some work. I try to make it look as innocuous as possible, like a candy gift package. Not the first time you've done this for a female customer in need. It's not part of my job to pass judgment on my customers. I wish more would say the same. Besides, this is the best obstacle I can provide you if you get heckled by Bobby. I know of you quite well, Miss Reed, but I won't tell anyone you paid a visit. I suppose a man with a hidden room should like to avoid trouble with the police. Mr. Gray opens his mouth to speak again, but is interrupted by a voice outside the shop. And I heard the angel of the waters say, Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art, and wast, and shalt be, because thou hast judged thus. It's that notorious preacher pacing the square, speaking of judgment. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. What are your thoughts of the preacher? To most, he's a harmless nuisance, but I find his presence quite fortuitous. His sermons give his audience migraines, sending them running to my shop. How dastardly! Does this come with the added benefit of being immune to his migraines as well? Tragically, no. I can feel one coming on right now. In some ways, his profession is not so dissimilar from a man of the cloths. I just had an interesting thought. Enlighten me. Peculiar thought indeed. I don't disagree with you, but please elaborate. I'm sure many a lady or lord sought to confess her sins to you while seeking aid from the consequences of the prior night. A keen observation, miss, though I would go as far to state that us men of medicine sin go further than a priest ever could. His eyes veers off to an empty horizon as he reminisces on his creed. It's amazing. The body's so full of secrets, and yet can never lie. I believe we should go beyond treating it with a temporary balm, but rather attempt to understand it down to its very matter. I might have unintentionally poured kerosene atop a fire. That's what a true man of medicine should strive for, no matter the stakes. That is a very admirable endeavor. It is, isn't it? I'd best be going. Thank you again. Okay. I don't know if that indicated that there's more dialogue with Eli or not. Okay, so this is. Didn't we already do this? Why did it trigger again? Yeah, we already did that. That's weird. Hmm. Okay, anyway, let's go back to the Palladium. As far as I know, there's nothing else we can do. We've explored all the options around in this chapter again. Did achieve some stuff. Got two different bands, so that's pretty cool. Hold there. Give me a moment, if you will, mademoiselle. Some questions for you, if you don't mind. The man in front of you is a centaur, not young, though still not unsavably spry. The deep lines and old scars on his face speak of a life of work, though his clothes are pristine and sharply pressed. It's said that two-thirds of London's centaurs find themselves in Scotland Yard, or else serving queen and country among the troops. This curious man is likely a plainclothes officer, trouble in a starched suit. I suppose I could spare a second for a dashing stranger. That's so, mademoiselle. I'm flattered. Yves Chalame Duval. I'm afraid I've no time to partake in company right now. Neither yours nor the lovely ladies of the Rose. You wouldn't happen to know anything of the Rose, would you? A local cat house of some repute. One of the finest in the city, or so I've heard. Indeed. There we go. There is surprisingly little condemnation or pity in his eyes. Not none, but a great deal less than many a Londoner. A fine way for me to gauge the measure of the gent, though I'll still not share more information with him than necessary. To my questions, then, if you would be so kind. Might you have seen any strange patrons lingering in the area as of late? Stranger than usual, that is. The Rose takes the discretion of his clientele quite seriously. There's any number of things he might be after. I'm afraid I've witnessed only the usual gamblers and gin soaks, sir. Is that right? Well, it's duly noted, then. One more thing, quick as you please. Have you an opinion on this Cortesian killer the papers have been covering? Only what the papers have printed. I've a bit more info than that, but I'm not free to list a variable who's who of the Madame's regiment of workers to any sod off the street. Was that all? You said you know something of the Rose. Have you any idea of the sort of clients it serves? Wealthy patrons apt to linger nearby as of late, or a rougher crowd, perhaps? The clientele? Well, I can't speak for all of them. A great mix, I would presume, though given the crackdown on such places recently, more of their patrons these days would take their pleasure from the cockfight rather than an opera at the Royale. It's put quite the strain on the bouncers. Is that so? I cannot say I'm surprised, though I'm sure Mr. Tenor Cunningham at least would enjoy a visit to Covent Garden while he's here. Why, the cheeky little lobcock! He has me pinned for Cunningham's currant Polly, likely knew me all along. If there's one thing more worrisome than a flatfoot, it's one with a brain between his ears. Best I extricate myself from this. That he would, Mr. Duval. Now, if you don't mind, I am quite busy today and must be on my way. Fair enough, mademoiselle. My thanks for humoring an old nag. Good day, and to you, sir. Great, now the Met's lately on my tail. London just keeps on giving. All the more reason to leave this town behind and never look back. So that's probably was right there the detective about the case. I don't know if I can reload that. If maybe somewhere in that dialogue I can get the necessary tarot card for that. I don't know. Hmm. You have my assurance that this will only take a moment. I wouldn't wish to keep you from your obligations. He meaningfully eyes the reticule strapped to my belt. Has he been following me since Gray's? Quite unlikely, but all the same. The pills are not illegal, though tin ribs oft forget that fact when it serves them. Either way, it's best not to give them an excuse to take further interest in Madame Zora's affairs. Pleasure make your acquaintance. May not take too much time. There was a young woman earlier, a reporter of some stripe, if I'm not mistaken. Is that so? Okay, maybe that might be it. Hmm. What questions might those be, mister? Okay. Hmm. 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 There it goes. I believe she had come to meet a friend and worker at the bar. Is that right? Well, it's duly noted then. Opinion on the courtesan killing. So see if we need vengeful. I don't know. So that didn't get it. We need vengeful somehow. I don't know if we can get it. Um, hmm. Hmm. Okay, so each card has 3 ways to discover it, so it's pretty. Okay, interesting. I may just go ahead and keep this page open. Um, we've got the chariot already. We've got death. We've got the devil. We don't have the emperor. We did apparently miss it when talking to Queen Street, I guess. There'll be a man with a hole in his chest. Interesting. That was the Empress? Hmm. We did get the Empress. So we'll have to make sure to keep an eye out for that in Chapter 7. Okay. There will be one more chance if we don't remember in Chapter 9, it looks like, but... A Hanged Man we also don't have. Iconoclast. Chapter 10 mostly. Oh, that's interesting. When we do the fine steak dinner, we'll get the Hanged Man. Unless we already have it, in which case we'll get the devil. But what happens if we already have the devil too? Okay, so we'll get that one because all we need to do is go to the one lady and buy the thingy. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of the Emperor is Chapter 7. The Hanged Man we're probably going to get without any problem. Justice. Trait Vengeful. Okay, so that's the one we need is Justice because we need Vengeful. Tom. Okay, so that would have been one when we were talking to Anselina. It looks like. No, okay. On Tinter Street. Okay, no, we can't get it here. If we needed it for this conversation, we would have had to do it back at Chapter 2. Talking to Green Street for the intuition test. We can maybe get it back. We can maybe get it in Chapter 9, but... Okay. Hmm. Hmm. So I don't know if that means we quite literally can't complete that quest now because, I mean, unless we can have another chance to talk to an officer about it, maybe? And we're sort of trapped here. I thought that one would be before that. Since they're having us go over here. Maybe this one will be closer to the thing. I want to go try to see if we can get it. Because it doesn't say a chapter. It's just whenever we talk to her. Okay, there we go. Oh, I guess I could off. Okay. That would work too. Hmm. Nope. this dialogue's done for. I think we're pretty much locked out of that until chapter 9. I think we're just locked out of it. I don't like that. We could have maybe gone at chapter 2 as well. So we already gave up 2 of the chances to get justice. Good thing I kind of looked this up, actually, I guess. So we'll only have 1 more chance to get justice. Hmm. 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 Come on now. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing any definite information one way or the other about that. There really is not a whole lot of information out there about this game that I can find. Hopefully we haven't just completely messed that up. You know, that would kind of suck. So chapter 7 for that one, chapter 9 for that. Maybe we can at least get all the tarot cards, I guess. The lovers. Almost. Okay, so we have to be Teddy to get the lovers. Hmm. It doesn't say a chapter. That's interesting. I think we already blocked off the one for Preacher Eli. I think. Don't remember anybody named Rathbone. Don't remember anybody named Rathbone or Virgil. We'll have to keep an eye on that, I guess. The lovers might be difficult. What else are we missing? We've got the Magician and the Moon. Star and Strength. Where's Star and Strength? Don't see Star. Oh, there, for some reason. Okay. Strength, we've missed up one. There's a lot for Green Street, apparently. Okay, so that'll be chapter 7 as well. For the Strength. Okay. Oh, the Star. We might have missed 2 of the opportunities already for that. Chapter 1, which we didn't go into the sewers when we did that. Chapter 4. Okay. No, nope. We are locked out of getting all the tarot cards. Son of a gun. We can't get the star. We can't get the star. We didn't get it in chapter 1 when we talked to the pump house captain because we didn't go in the sewers. We didn't do the right dialogue option for talking to it. So it's dialogue. I thought it was like the levels, but no, it's the dialogue options. We didn't talk to Sister Susanna with the right dialogue option, and we didn't talk to Aunt Selena about the rent with the right dialogue option. So no, we're locked out. We cannot get that achievement this run. We can't get the star. Son of a gun. I guess that is what it is, I guess. Nothing I can do about it now. I'm not going to just go all the way back just for that one achievement. We'll just keep playing the game and doing as well as I can, I guess. There is no guides. Tempted to copy and paste that into a guide. Tempted to just copy that link that I just found and just post into this guide. Because there is a guide for fan locations. There's some weird ass over here. Why do people put YouTube links and just do a text, please? If I wanted a YouTube guide, I would go on YouTube and look. I wouldn't be looking in Steam. Yeah, but that's the only guide is the fan locations. So I can see, which is it's interesting that they have a guide for the fan locations, but not the gen. What? Did you just never find all the gen guy who made the guide, or like, right? I think we're doing pretty good on the fans, though. I did check that because we've got the elaborate from Silas's airship. We've got the ugly one from the bell jar. We've got the cheap one from the curio shop. We've got Dolores' Brise fan and Ariana's. We don't have the golden or mythical. Well, we do have the mythical, but we've got it's Atticus, and yeah, we've got to apologize to Atticus. We've got to make sure to do that. Okay. I don't know. Anyway, I guess we just won't be able to get the guy to talk to us about that. And hope that that's not a problem. Not much I can do about it. I will stick to the chameleon for this one so we get the blood up. That'll help us. Of course, that does make us do an intuition check, which we still need to try it. Okay, we want that one, good. Which will also get our intuition up. And it's a little bit more on either of those, and that'll get leveled up. Secretive was black, yeah, okay. Really wish we had the vengeful trait there, but okay, not much we can do about that. Okay. I very well may just copy and paste this web page into a you know what? Hmm.
extreme elements, said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Anyway, okay. Okay. Jimmy Betteredge was Molly's hatchet man who lived here at this hour. Good day, Mr. Betteredge. Miss Reed, is there something we're meant to discuss? Slimy bugger, just speaking with him makes my flesh crawl. As I'm sure you're aware, several courtesans have gone missing in recent weeks, and I wondered if you might have some insight. I know their bodies were brutalized, it seems by someone with more than human strength. Now I'm a busy Minotaur, if you don't mind. Off to poison someone's dog, no doubt. It's been a pleasure, as always, but I must get on. Was that a growl? Hmm. What a buxom lady like yourself. Clara, my duck, it's you. Indeed it is. Were you about earlier? Madame Zora is right steamed today on account of Mr. Sikes. I saw. House rules are important, of course, but her outburst seemed a titch harsh. In the past she's warned clients prior to a proper ban. Shame about old Sikes. I've had him a few times. He seemed nice enough. Beatrix says much the same. Aye, he's a right softy apparently, if you treat him right. Perhaps Zora simply does not like him. I suppose Sikes will be back before long. It was nice chatting, Lou. Well, back to work with us then. Love a good chin wag me, but it doesn't put coin in my pocket. Be seeing you, Clara. Bee turns to regard me. She's anxious, but hides it well. You're back. That must mean you were successful. I left the delivery right here and a treat from Nandy's to lift the spirits. Christ alive, Claire, you're a good 'un. And don't let anyone tell you different, my dear. She eagerly takes the proffered apothecary goods as well as the jar of sweets. And I have something for you as well. A golden fan, beautiful and original. I've never seen one like it. This is wonderful, thank you. If only she were this amicable all the time. Thanks so much, Clara. I'll be sure to let the Madame know they were delivered post haste if I happen upon her first. And we got the golden fan. Yay! Very good. A correspondence of Madame Zora's. The letter itself has been removed. All that remains is the envelope. Said envelope lacks a return address, though it seems it was delivered to her residence on Cable Street. Perhaps the letter was of personal nature. Clara, I always breathe a sigh of relief to see you safe and hale. What with all that's been going on, did Beatrix get her parcel? The one to prevent her ending up with another little parcel. Yes, she might be somewhat nauseous for a day or two, but all will be well. Madame Zora's eyes light up at the news, and for a few moments the decades seem to evaporate from her worried face. Well, thank the heavens for that. I really must deal more strictly with ne'er-do-wells like Mr. Sikes. I would say they both share the responsibility. A little more professionalism on Beatrix's part would not go amiss. Zora considers this carefully for a moment. No, of course you're right, but Beatrix has suffered enough on his account, I think. And who would bear the burden if she fell pregnant? Not our Mr. Sikes. I brought the candies you prefer. Perfect. The older one gets, the more one appreciates the little luxuries. C'est nire rien. I hope she appreciates it. Well, suppose I'll be off now, Madame Zora. Take good care, my friend. Not sure what's up with that one quest. Hmm. Let's have it then. I've no more to do until the performance. Here, here, Dove. Good company, not exceptionally foul spirits, and the rest of our lives out in front of us. Here's to London town, and many more to come. To London town, and a fresh start far from it. A dreamer is one who can only find his way by moonlight, and his punishment is that he sees the dawn before the rest of the world. Bixby's contract was most certainly not an overgrown cane rat. Sucker Jones, one of Molly's augmented ruffians, was suffering from a vicious mutation which cost him his mind before you were forced to end his life. Molly herself may have worked for you soon, and Dante's boss has a new module for auto. Okay. Bixby said we would have a drink to celebrate my success with Sucker Jones. Boy, that's a centaur who can really hold his liquor. I'm still a titch woozy. Nonsense, we should have had one more. Alright, Otto, let's see about the rest of today's busyness. After you, Mr. Teddy. Okay, so fine steak dinner. We need to talk to Nanny about the spices. We can go fix the broken bird now. Maybe we can talk to Mr. O'Malley at the tavern. Dante maybe has some more, another part. Dante promised you have the wrench if I meet him at the Arsenal warehouse. Yeah, okay. A new dialogue if I just go into the bathhouse, though. These two are a wee bit rowdy for the den. At least they had the courtesy to have their argument at the door. Aye, if they disturbed the peace here in the den, Bixby would have them tossed out in a matter of moments. A sorcerer. This fellow seems to be actively chasing a dragon, though his current fantasies have turned to Otto. I have powers too, wizard. He flourishes a pipe handle like a magic wand. Papaver somniferum. Indeed. Sir, are you insinuating that my automaton has the gift of magic? Precisely, and let it be known that you heard it from the great sorcerer of chemicals himself, Eustace Flavel. I'll make sure to tell everyone I know about it, absolutely. Name's Teddy Redgrave. It's a pleasure. Redgrave, watch your back. Unless I'm enjoying another wonderful vision, there's a chimera right behind you. This fellow is entirely off his head. Excuse me, Eustace, but I'd best be going now. Alright, just don't step directly backwards, else you'll be incinerated by a substantial breath of fire. Ooh, flask of laudanum. Yay, world's filled with mini hazards. I should play it safe by taking this with me. Who knows if some beast pounces on me. Hmm. By Alvis's hoary beard, when are they going to fix this leaky pipe? Perhaps machines need to blow off steam now and again. Maybe if we get the wrench, we can fix it for them? Maybe. Is that what a scory looks like? We're thinking of scory, a small kitchen of Short's nice shelf of remains. Not quite the same thing, though. The Zulu herbalist Nandy stands beside her counter, decorated in jewelry and holding a tobacco pipe. She seems poised, as she always does. It's hard to tell if that's poised for observation, concert, conversation, or obliteration. It's all three. Theodore, I have awaited your return. Each word is punctuated with a tiny puff of smoke, as though she doesn't not ice the heat in her throat. I wish you wouldn't call me that, Miss Mabasso. Everyone calls me Teddy. Or Mr. Teddy. I will start calling you Teddy when you start calling me Nandy. It's just too damn familiar. As she smiles, her teeth are oddly white, considering her habit. It's in the smile, too. Ooh. I might have been promised some tasty Cajun food tomorrow. Cajun cooking and some mini golf. That sounds like a plan to me, friends. We'll have quite a fun time tomorrow. Yes, indeedy. Oh, don't get hooked up there, friend. Okay. It's a smile too. She could turn like the storms over Cape Town, swallowing you whole, and you wouldn't know until the moment it happened. So tell me, Theodore Redgrave, what is it you seek today? See, we should probably go ahead and take these that aren't actual checks to use to level them up. So that way, if they do, we do come across areas where it has to have that check, we can at least do the check better, if that makes sense. Nothing grand, I'm just here to restock on silver nitrate. Here I hoped you would ask for something more exciting. The usual amount. The usual amount will do. Are you ready, Otto? Query unclear. I operate at 87% readiness at all times. What are Bowden balls? I don't know what Bowden balls are. What is a Bowden ball? Hold up, curiosity. Bowden balls. Fine. Type of sausage found in. Oh, okay, it's a type of sausage. A pork sausage. Okay, so it's a sausage ball. Okay. Well, as a pescatarian, I won't be getting that, but they even got frog legs at this place. Ooh, that's a new one. Shrimp po' boy, of course. Savello muff. I've never heard of muffuletta either. But both of those have Italian meats, so probably not that. $12 for some gator bites. Feels a little expensive, but that's like there's 8 of them, so that'll be what? What's 12? That's $1 and a half. No, dollar and a half for each, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Right, because Facebook's weird how they do that. Okay. What to do? Yeah, I did that. Okay. Only 87. Mr. Teddy says if I'm never surprised, it makes people uncomfortable. She nods absent-mindedly, uncapping a small bottle of silver nitrate and pouring it into a receiver on Otto's amber-type module. Now, will there be anything else, Theodore? I don't usually find myself with spare time, but today is an exception. Would you mind if I looked around your shop? Would it otherwise be a business? Look around, please. Miss Mabasso, I imagine you were the woman to see about spices for a steak dinner. Yes, I suppose that is true. This is for beef, yes? No, not beef. Damn. I suppose I should have asked what it was. Gavin told me it's a lazy animal and therefore very tender. Now that's a strange look. Never seen the look on Miss Mabasso's phiz. Do you know Cyril Railward is an expert on unusual animals? He's a pet broker just across the way at Plaza Saurus. Right, I'm familiar. And the spices? 3 pence, if you please. Here you go. Thank you kindly. Now I can make a fine steak dinner. There's a lot of here I don't recognize. What is this odd spiky fruit? It must be a pineapple. It is what you call here a devil's claw. Oh, that does not sound like a fruit at all. It sounds like something to be avoided rather than be eaten. Not all fruit. Does it come from your homeland? It grows in Zululand, yes. Dried. It lasts a long time. I have a stalk I brought with me. Are you a doctor, Miss Mabasso? She takes a puff on her pipe and favors Otto with a kind smile. No, Otto. I am what my people call an Inyanga. We learn to use herbs to treat the body. We do not favor the knife as European doctors do. Got something I could use to upgrade Otto's functions? Yes, I believe I can be of help in that regard. There, this etheric resonator coil should prove useful. I'm willing to part with it for 2 shilling, and we also need 2 gears for that, I guess. Take good care of yourselves, you two. No need to mention it. Mr. Teddy has yet to fail me when it comes to performing maintenance on me. This figure, she looks familiar. Is that my man Bridget? Yes, you might know her as Bridget. Why is Bridget here among your other holy symbols? My man Bridget is one of our Loa. She is also one of your saints, yes? Are you surprised to see an Irish saint among our spirits? Can't say I'm not. It's a long way for Bridget to travel. She pauses for a drag on her pipe, studying my expression. But you have been so places she has, and come back, no? That's true, I have been to Zululand as Bridget has, but it looks like she came back with all her limbs intact. She nods, not unkindly. I mean only that many of us come a great way. Our gods, our spirits, ourselves. You and I are here now, and I think the spirits that that is true. Nandy seems to find something in my expression. I hope you know I bear you no ill will, Mr. Redgrave. But come now, it does not do to dwell too long on past journeys. This tree of yours, it's a wonder it hasn't affected the structural integrity of this building. Look closely. This tree rooted long before the building. Here, stone and bricks must adapt to nature, not the other way around. It stands to reason that more of London could be adapted around nature. It might even improve the air quality. This is a pixie in a jar. Nobody ever said Theodore Redgrave does not know his monsters. But why do you have it? Does it truly surprise you? I work with remedies. Pixie ichor is known to have some remarkable properties. Damn pixies, nimble little buggers, hard to hit. So you have hunted them? Hunted isn't the right word, more like exterminated. They're pests at best. Not like the larger monsters you prefer. Don't say it. She gives me an inscrutable look. It isn't pity, but neither is it spite. It is better not to talk of monsters. You've seen enough of them for today, it seems. I don't need anything else, Miss Babasso. Thank you. I await your return. Okay, let's go cook some nummy meat, I guess. I'm going to check in at the apothecary, make sure there's no further dialogue there. But then we'll go back to our place. Cook the meat, fix the pigeon, go to the docks. Yeah, something like that. One measure of brash Polish, please. Certainly, Mr. Redgrave goes for a shilling nowadays. Thank you. This brash Polish is found to stain the floor, so I can't just slap it on auto anywhere. Should head back to that old pile of gears at my workshop to apply it. It's a nice quiet place, it's already a mess. Well, I recently finished a contract in the sewers for Big Spy Browncoat, a hunt for a murderous beast hiding among the pipes and machines. Can't imagine how you do it, sir. Even a busy day at the counter here makes me nervy. My prey called itself Sucker Jones, but there wasn't much man left in its composition by the time I caught up to him. Dreadful. Please, no more details. I haven't the tummy for violence. Are you in pain now? Damn it, yes. My hip socket is pure fire. I'm alright for the time being, as you say, sir. Talk to you later. Don't know why we told him about Grease, but, Jones, but, okay. Cool. Okay. Let's go back to Red Lantern Lane. Cook the nummy meat. A new mail. Brilliant, another mail in form. Cognac. Keep your machines going with efficient industrial oil and without worrying about constant refills. Order samples today. You could hold on to it until my creation day, Mr. Teddy. That way, I would be getting my yearly treat free of charge. Given how long it takes them to deliver, I think we would be waiting till your creation day for the samples even if we mailed this form today. Besides, I got my cognac from the best of the best, but I could never tell Otto the source. He might run off and get hooked. Another pamphlet. What kind of rot does it promote this time? Let's see. Periwinkle paste. Teeth cleaning formula that'll have everyone you meet take a shine to you. Use mail-in form attached to this pamphlet to order a sample of our product. By the beard of Brocker, my teeth are clean enough. I wish these ready salesmen would give it a rest for once. Right, Otto? Teeth need cleaning, Mr. Teddy. You know that. That I do. Shame that fact's buried underneath the mound of denial. If I had a shilling for every unsolicited leaflet I get, I wouldn't need to bother with monster hunting. What does it say? Alcohol. Good for the engine, but not for the engineer. Join the Lily Ribbons and keep honest to goodness laborers loyal to the Queen rather than the King Liquor. Moralistic Tommy Rot. Besides, I serve no one but myself. Didn't you serve Queen and country in Zululand? If you had been there, you would know that self-preservation mattered more than preserving the Empire's might. The things I've seen. I can essentially hear the author screaming about his goods. Want to see the wonders of the world and remain close to home? Visit Rathbone's Exotic Pets. Rathbone. Marvel at creatures from the Somali ostrich to the Galapagos tortoise. Peerless pets, fearless prices. Import duties must be as eye-opening as the creatures themselves. Do you mean that Mr. Rathbone shelled out to attain the tortoise? Minor change in tone. I believe Otto made a joke. That's right, Otto, and unless a rich collector comes along and buys a lot, these critters aren't leaving Plazasaurus anytime soon. Unlucky for my dull sense of smell. Imagine going past those cages as Mr. Dalle. Review magazine subscription. Bold letters and exclamation marks, so much for gentle nudges. Maintain steady access to Tinker Feller, the mechanic's best printed friend, by renewing your subscription to London's foremost magazine about the engineering trade. Fresh schematics, handy tips. Tinker Feller keeps the information machine churning. This looks to be your fourth reminder. What makes you say that? I have no eyes that with every new reminder there's an additional exclamation mark at the end of each sentence. Oh, that's, okay. Wait, why is there suddenly a pile of gears right here? Try some brash polish to Otto. Hold still for me. That's enough for now, Otto. You're spick and span. Maybe I'll need some more later. Perhaps. Gavin said the meat would be tender because the creature was slow moving and lazy. I'm about to find out just how lazy this fellow was. Now let's get to frying up the steak. Tasty as ever, I haven't lost my touch. A bit gamey compared to what I'm used to, but sure was tender when cooked to perfection. Yay, we got some tasty steak. Very good. We did not in fact get the card though, so that's interesting. Makes me wonder if that thing was accurate in that case, but we've mostly been stumbling around with no idea what we're doing anyway, so it will be what it will be. Okay, mechanical bird, let's begin. Okay, so that's 56, so we'll just go ahead and do this one. Repair the bird with lubricant, paying particular attention to the details. Easy does it. That lubricant made the job a good sight easier. By my lights, I've done it. This little fellow will return to the skies in no time. And what's this in the mail compartment? By my lights, I've done it. The bird was carrying a poem addressed to Tessica Lincoln. Boy for you, little fellow. I'll see about delivering the poem on your behalf. Come along, Otto. Let's go and release the bird in the same place we found him. That way, he should at least return to his backup navigation pattern. Precisely. Now that he's in top shape, he'll be able to find his way back to the local office of the Royal Mills. Okay, so Tessica Lincoln. Name doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head. I'm not good with names either. Oh, right, that's the painter. That's the painter lady. Okay. I got this. We got this. Okay. Okay, we probably can't. We probably need 2 more gears. Right? Yeah, we need 2 more gears. That's fine. Okay. We'll figure that out. Maybe we can buy some more from our friend when we go to get the... We probably should go ahead and just buy 4, just so we have some extra. Maybe even 6, honestly. I don't think we're doing... No, we don't have a problem with money. We've got 9 pounds for for crying out loud. I might even just go ahead and just buy like 10 or something. Okay, let's go to Source Square, go ahead and release the pigeon, give the letter. Go ahead and just get that done. Burps. Interest you in a snake? He would look quite dashing wrapped around that metal arm of yours, but then he would probably get caught in the little moving bits. Beautiful day, isn't it? Aye, but I'm expecting a bit of rain soon. Animals all need tizzy and whatnot. There's something else troubling him besides the potential for inclement weather. Something the matter, Sir Willard? Getting rather doddering in my old age, that's all. It's not likely she ran away, what? If she did, she would still be in view. I'm afraid I don't follow. I hope I don't follow. It's my Chilean treat. Well, we figured out where the meat came from, I guess. My Chilean tea tree sloth, good fellow, my Mindy. She vanished yesterday, or maybe the day before. Any road, she's not here now. She was my only one, too. Yep. Well, now we know, I guess. We done ate a sloth. Apparently. I wonder if that would taste any good. I bet it would be tender as fuck. I mean, sloths don't move like at all. They just don't. I think I heard something about how they literally will die if they move too fast or something. I tasted that exotic cut of yours. It was splendid, but you know where it came from. Not sure, not sure. 'Twas a sailor who dropped it in to sail it. I'm glad you like it. Mm-hmm. Mentioning it to Catherine Rathbone now would only make matters worse. Best let it lie. Fair enough. Miss Lincoln, I intercepted this message addressed to you, quite by accident, of course. You don't say. Let me have a look. First surprise lights up her face, then delight, settling any kind of beatific joy. The poet certainly seems to have made an impression. This poem is breathtaking. Teddy, you're such a dear for bringing this to me. I must go find Calvin Quill at once. All. I guess it's a thing, Calvin and Tessica. Glad to have done my part. Maybe that's why Calvin was depressed. He was hoping his love would reply to him, and since the bird was a dummy and got stuck, it didn't. Hmm. How you doing, Poe? And to you, Mr. Pickett, how's business? Business is coming, just you wait. Got myself some coffee, things about to happen any moment. Better not to ask what he means by that. Take care. I suppose launching him into the air is the way it's done. Here goes. Look at him go, Otto, on his way back to the Royal Mail Service. He's in much better condition now. Yay! Completed Broken Wings quest. Very good. Okay. Go double check on Pavel's pinfold. Teddy, glad to see you again. Something else you need? Perhaps another time take care of yourself and your precious charges. So nothing new here? Okay, so let's go ahead and go to Cable Street and Tinter Street just to see if there's anything new. There probably isn't, but we're just covering our bases. Neither areas are very big, assuming the orphanage is still closed to Teddy, which it probably is. Oh no, the orphanage is open. Teddy can walk in. Oh, there might be something new in here. Don't know how much Teddy can do over here, but let's go explore the orphanage. No, can't go in there. Looks like we can go into Sacred Heart there. A decaying old statue, odd choice of decoration for an orphanage. An old stone bench is just a thing for a weary dwarf to rest a spell, and me thinking that way is a sign of my age for sure. When you're constantly looking for benches and bathrooms, you know you've gotten old. C'est la vie. A couple of handsome orphans, all things considered, and they look so much alike they can only be fraternal twins. What are you here for? Another copper trying to roust us orphans into being upstanding citizens? Don't be daft. Coppers can't afford metal limbs, can they? I'm a monster hunter by trade. I reach up and touch the stock of my blunderbuss for extra effect. Not a very good one by the look of it. If they had bitten your head off, would ye have a metal globe for a head now? At least they're not poor in spirit. Ho ho. If we were not in a good mood, we could offer the children a cigarette. That does not sound like a very healthy option. Well, boys, it's been a pleasure, but it's time for me to angle on. Sounds good to me. We've had enough of you anyway. Yeah, we ain't got no use for a beer to half pint. Can't believe that's an option. Don't give children don't even really smoke cigarettes as an adult, if we're being honest, but definitely don't give orphan kids cigarettes. A pair of orphans pass the time beside a rusty swing set. It's all rough edges and sharp, twisted nails. Not at all safe for children to play upon. Which do you think was worse? Trudy, the Bobby stomping all over the place, yelling at nothing, or this weirdo with all the metal parts? Did you say the boys were here? What were they looking for? Why, you some kind of criminal? Come back to the scene of the crime? We ain't telling you nothing. Be careful of this one. Look at that cannon he's carrying around. How many children you killed with that thing? I hunt monsters, not brats, unless the brats decide to act like monsters. Oh, aye, sure you do. Just look at this nutter. We hunt monsters too. I killed a vampire yesterday. A vampire, did you say? How did you come out alive? I didn't. I'm one of them now. The child bares her fangs as if to frighten me. Those look like a normal set of teeth to my optics. Trudy, if you keep lying, nobody's ever gonna adopt you. Shut up, Horace. We're too ugly to be adopted anyway. I should hope physical appearance isn't a factor in the process. Shove off and swallow a hobnail, why don't you? Come, Otto, we had better be going. Yeah, you had better clear out. Hey, Redbeard, good riddance, and tell your tin trap to jump at the Thames. He smells like motor oil. That gyro kite didn't quite stick the landing, beyond repair to boot. Only thing we can do now is salvage whatever components it holds. What do we have here? Am I to answer that question, Mr. Teddy? Merely a rhetorical question, whereas this cogwheel cluster is a sight for sore eyes. To the workbench. Oh, another part for Teddy? Another part, so we'll definitely need at least 4. Flywheels, cogs, and spars, so we'll need at least 4. An interesting bit of engineering for a child's entertainment. It's in horrible condition now, though, and possibly dangerous. Och, the grave of a wee bairn who hadn't even the luxury of a name. What a brutal world it is. Brutal world indeed. Eloise Lamel, by the inscription a sister here at the orphanage. I wonder if she was kind or one of the black art vultures. The truly wealthy house are dead altogether and above ground. I suppose they had to spend all that money on something. They certainly couldn't spend it on feeding the orphans better, could they? Hmm. Better not to go in. The residents have enough problems without strange doors tumbling and making more. What would I find anyway? Secret blueprints for some steam orphans? Steam orphans aren't a bad idea. Yes, they are. Okay, so we can't actually go in. Understood. So just some kids to talk to. We did find the one thing though, so that's the main thing. The upgrade. So see, it was indeed worth coming over here because we found another upgrade for our boy. Probably nothing else here though. We still need to get the gears to even implement the upgrade. That's fine, we can do that. Yeah, okay, nothing else here. So let's go over to Tinter Street and see if there's anything new over there. Wait, no, yeah, no. Have we been to? I don't remember. Burn building. Um, so we still can't grab what's in the burning building for some reason. It's just a little weird. Just go ahead and let them grab it, right? Nothing new there. Nope, nothing new here. Okay. Fair enough. And so we'll go ahead and go to St. Catherine Docks, get the wrench, get some gears, talk to Molly, maybe go wreck Molly's gin shop after we talk to Molly. How you doing, Glenn? Anything new? You still have somewhere to be. Yeah, we're just being a little rude to him, but that's fine. Nothing new there. How's the stray doggy doing? Okay. Stray doggy's doing fine. Go ahead and go in the tavern, talk to Molly. Gee, that's good bootleg. I mean, I'm not drinking on the job, you are. Anyway, what can I get ya? Pour me a jig. What did they brew this in a sewer? It smells so well. I think they did. Yes, because we found the distillery in the sewer. Reminds me of a job. We got 5 hope. That one time I covered myself in Yeti piss to bait a monster, but at least enough game paid to do it. Better not order from this tavern again. Yeah, no, they are literally brewing in the sewers. Who considers hails a trophy? Might as well mount the stormy face so vicious. Hey, some rabbits are fucking terrifying. We need holy grenades to kill some rabbits. If you know the reference, you know the reference. How's the bookkeeping going? Anything else to kill time? What? You see, I'm always oddsman? Yeah, we know. What's being bet on? And a whole lot more dialogue there that we haven't seen with the other people. Well, well, it's the pint-sized hunter in the flesh. All right, Redgrave, what's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy running the town? Saw your wee spoonbacker over on Tinter Street. Vlogging wristwatches, rare bit of history you've got there. Is it? All I know is it saves me paying a watchmaker to stand there answering customers' idiotic questions. Is there any business in London you don't have a piece of? I'm in the Monet business, Mr. Redgrave. If there was a profit in selling volleys to children in coal mines, I would have a share of it, too. Of that I haven't the slightest doubt. Besides, why should I let Arsenal take everything over with their blasted array of tin willies? And since I don't have iconoclast, I can't answer that. Change of topic, gladly. Otto, show her the picture you took of Sucker Jones's arm. Affirmative. Take a look at the souvenir I picked up on a recent job for Bixby. I believe it belonged to a man in your employ called himself Sucker Jones. Molly makes a show of carefully examining the artificial appendage, but judging by her expression, I'm guessing her technical knowledge next to nil. She exhales wearily, almost sincerely, but too familiar with her ways to believe it. Yes, this is one of ours. It's very new tech. I'm sure you saw that right away, or at least it survived Jones's explosion, or whatever happened to him. I have a few questions. I'm all ears. I was having a bit of a wonder about the origins of this piece in particular. A good friend of mine at Arsenal is certain it was developed there, but that's leaving off how it came into your hands. I don't know that it's important, but Lord Braxton and Arsenal engines are the originators. We know what a disaster the original augmentations were for us. Things have improved over the years, but this represents a real leap forward. Consistent, reliable, and pain-free function, and all in the service of beating people up. I meant to ask, is that one of those fighting dogs? That he is. Name's Hercules, in fact. You should really see him in action sometime. Hercules is a fitting name for a dog of his size and apparent brawn. Got him a couple years back at a demon dog show. I love a demon dog show, great for a small wager or simply to watch a Rhodesian hellhound breathe fire. It's a bloody good time. When I first saw Hercules, he was making his way through the obstacles without missing a beat. A bunch of muckety-mucks were there, including Silas Bragg. He's a fan of these rare beauties, too. Lord Braxton and Molly at this very same event. No question about it now, they must be doing business together. It's a fine thing to watch. A beast who obeys their master without hesitation, unlike a lot of folks who work for yours truly. I know the feeling. Too many times I've walked out on a gun-shy contractor I had hired onto a hunting job. In your busyness, Redgrave, I can't say I blame you. Any road, I spoke to the dog's owner. Son of a bloody cane rat wouldn't give him away. Sentimental attachment, he said. I have a feeling this is where good old Mr. Betteredge enters the tale. So I had Jimmy show him a whole new perspective, so to speak, one that looks up at the daisies from 6 feet under. And now the dog's mine. What is he trained for? Killing, of course. Other dogs, mostly, although he's rather poor at rat baiting. Might be able to train him to breathe fire, too. A fire-breathing dog, like London doesn't have enough monsters. Based on her story, I'm not convinced the dog is the monster here. Sucker Jones told Otto something about a serum he was using. Miss O'Malley, Mr. Jones said that your organization supplied him with a serum to counteract an infection brought on by his augmentation. This serum seemed to have several unfortunate side effects. Yes, including uncontrolled cellular growth, wild mutations, and madness. She shakes her head as if musing upon the foibles of an unruly child. Honestly, they may look rough and tough, but these dog hounds need more minding than a gaggle of toddlers. Just look at what Jones did to himself. Go on. But the serum has other beneficial effects as well. While it controlled the infection, it also boosted Jones's strength and stamina, and his speed. It appears he became dependent on these boosts to his, well-being, and overindulged. That addiction was the root of all his problems, including his altered mental state. I have what you might call a personal interest in Sucker's augment. My own artificial leg gives me no end of trouble. It constantly needs adjusting, and the pain is
Stream elements,
careful, mustn't
said.
give too much
Stay
away.
moist, my friends, hydrate.
It's often uncomfortable. I even have to take a sedative once in a while if I've been walking on it all day. But you do not have a problem with infection. No, that's true. That's a bit of luck, I suppose. It's true that infection was one of our main problems with limb replacement due to the nature of the interface of the socket. The interface. Not sure what you mean by that. Let's leave that lie for the moment. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Okay, I reckon I'm satisfied for now, but it looks like you've got some at to say. I believe we may be able to help each other. We have a leg in your size, or close enough for adjustment, at least, and my surgeon is very keen to try it out. Give up my own handcrafted leg for one of hers. Hear me out before you answer. There's more to this new generation of artificial limbs than you know. The device is integrated into your nervous system through a series of tiny components. After installation, you'll benefit from direct neural feedback. Hello. But what that means is not only control over the leg, but sensation as well. If it works as expected, you'll have the natural experience of walking, running, and jumping again. I don't mind taking risks. I've been to war, and I'm a dwarf, after all. But what you have to say about the post-operation serum doesn't exactly inspire hope. Then you should talk to Dr. Wainwright. The two of you share a favorite haunt. The Red Lotus Opium Den must be where he dreams up such exquisite formulas. I know the place. You had better talk to him sooner rather than later. I don't know if he'll be hanging around the den all day. He's a busy man. I need to go directly to the den and find Dr. Wainwright. That is, if I'm serious about this. Speak with the doctor, then come right back. I don't have all the time in the world to help you with this. All right, then I'll speak to the doctor and come back straight away. There's a good lad. See you later, Redgrove. Teddy, you made it good. Look at him excited as a new puppy. I've always got time for a fellow dwarf. A welcome sentiment, but perhaps one day new technologies will allow the different races to stop competing with each other and embrace cooperation. Imagine if dwarf, man, and cyclops all enjoyed the same rights and privileges. I don't know if we'll ever see such a world, but you do paint a pretty picture. I truly believe that's the future and that you and I will live to see it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There we go. We've got a whole bunch of cogs now for backup when we find different parts to put on our friend. About that little item we discussed earlier, the steam lamp wrench. Yes, I did forget. Use it in good health. You were really talking this place up earlier. Looks like just another warehouse to me. I told you my employer is big. Well, this is just one of the Arsenal's worksites. What do they take care of at this particular location? Good question, Otto. Here at the work, we assemble advanced machine components and parts for automatons. I would offer to show you around, but they're running an inventory at the moment, and I don't want to get underfoot. I already know who Dante has been working for. I may as well let him gloat a little. He's clearly proud to have risen to his position. So who's the big cheese running this operation? That would be Silas Bragg, otherwise known as Lord Braxton. Being the in-the-know engineer that you are, Teddy, you must have already heard of him. I must admit I've heard the name. Arsenal devices are all over town these days. He's a cyclops of some importance both in industry and polite society. He's an undeniably brilliant inventor. On some days I would even call him a genius. So he struggles to connect, forgets to sleep, and always misses a button in his boots. Nonsense. Lord Braxton pays another man to do those things for him. Although something about him gives me pause. He's working on a side project, the details of which he keeps jealously guarded, and I'm starting to think Lord Braxton shouldn't keep secrets from his top engineers. Not a ripe environment for invention. Well, I won't go into it now. You might as well see for yourself. His dirigible is moored upstairs. We can chat with him straight away. That is, if you're still keen on that upgrade for Otto. What about that upgrade for Otto you mentioned? Yes, of course. We're calling it the Determination Core. I collaborated on the design, but the bulk of the credit goes to Lord Braxton. It was his idea, after all. The product itself is ready and waiting for just upstairs. Let's head for the airship. Ready to meet Lord Braxton? I'm ready. I suppose Lord Silas goes all around the continent in his dirigible. Traveling like that must be good for the soul. And there it is, London in all its glory and squalor. I can almost make out Kensington from here. A towering figure offering something invigorating, apt metaphor for industrialists bringing technological marvels to society. A cozy parlor for afternoon tea or whiskey. So much luxury doesn't seem right on a ship, even if it is an airship. Affordable wines, all bearing single-digit ages. Only sign of monetary restraint in this lavish airship. I guess I can't go into his private quarters, which just makes sense. I should get myself one. Listening to music helps make time go faster while working. Okay, there we go. Look at this phonograph. Inspect the phonograph in the airship with Clara and Teddy. Very good. Phonograph, phonograph. What beautiful scroll work. Surely handcrafted, and it must have taken ages. Looks hardly look worn. Either he doesn't have time to read or he's showing off. A cuckoo clock looks like a Rombach and Haas from Germany. I'm conflicted about these devices. The craftsmanship is enviable, but the thing itself is ridiculous. They're supposed to keep good time. That counts for something. Someone's ambition spans the globe. Wonder how far Arsenal engines will go in the future. Lots of numbers and drawings on there. Perhaps that's where Silas jots his ideas down. Not that I want to closely study them. Got to respect a fellow engineer's privacy. Many of the more advanced components that allow this dirigible to fly and maneuver were made by Arsenal. Is that so? Yes, this organization is the future of the Empire. I believe that all the way down to my bones. You'll see what I mean once you've had a chance to meet Silas. Here he comes now. This fellow certainly has Dante's loyalty all sewn up. Mr. Bragg, hello. So glad you found the time to meet with us. This is the capable inventor, Teddy Redgrave, and his personal automaton, Otto. Mr. Redgrave, Otto, pleased to make your acquaintance. As we were discussing the other day, I think Otto would make the perfect test case for that speech interfacing technology we've been working on. My speech patterns are very advantageous. Did he mean advanced? Seems like there's still room for improvement. My, what a precious little machine. Don't worry, Otto, any changes we make will be for the better, I promise. Now, Mr. Redgrave, according to Mr. Zeigler, Otto is entirely your design. Is that correct? Yes, Otto is my creation and mine alone, but you understand he's more of a friend to me than a servant. Marvelous. I feel the same way about certain of my own projects. Mr. Redgrave really is one of a kind, sir. I place my faith in him 100%. I wonder, Mr. Redgrave, if you know anything about Arsenal's history. Arsenal Engines is more than a Monet-making machine. Any simpleton can manage that. My aim is technology for the masses, the small, the ignorant, the indignant. I wish to make the same miracles possible for them as for millionaires like myself. He must want to be known for another motivation besides the typical greed of a business magnate. If I don't chase this greatest of dreams, then some less charitable tycoon will take the lead, possibly a plutocrat with too much stake in petroleum fuel engines. Bloody ghastly that stuff is. Many of our newfangled technologies owe their pedigree to the discovery of centuries-drowned Atlantis and her steam-powered wonders. Since your company is so dominant in the field, I must ask, was Arsenal involved in the expedition? An astute question. Yes, my father was. Well, he was ahead of his time. I don't like to brag about his involvement in the discovery of Atlantis, but really, how else could a Cyclops have built an industrial empire like Arsenal? And of course, he paid the price for his genius. A terrible thing. Sounds like there's a hidden tragedy behind that fortune. Excuse me, are you saying your father suffered some misfortune? He was killed in an accident. Not as he said his father was killed, rather than that he passed on. Tragedy is sometimes the crucible that makes a dwarf or cyclops. I hope you feel the same, Mr. Bragg. I know my father would wish it so. Understand that I hadn't planned on discussing my past, and I need no man's pity. But very well. He and my mother were murdered by a shadow-skulking coward. Someone rigged their carriage with an explosive. I lost my legs in the same incident. Anyone would feel a deep emptiness after that. Could his grandstanding and achievements be his way of filling the void? My father was assassinated, you understand. The paper said it was industrial espionage. A jealous competitor. I saw he was killed because he was a Cyclops who had risen above his station, above what society deemed acceptable. He wasn't simply a genius inventor and industrialist, but a philanthropist as well. And from what I've heard, the man who wished to better the lives of others, not only his own kind. He wished equality for all his species, as do I, and he staked his life on his dearly held beliefs, as have I. But London was not yet ready for a Cyclops to succeed at my father's level, especially one who strove to uplift the entire species. Losing Richard Bragg was a blow to society itself. But I overcame the devastating losses of that day to build on the business he left me. Now Arsenal is a juggernaut of industry. I won't say I accomplished all this alone. Anyone who calls himself an island is, I call, a liar. By building himself an empire, he has put some distance between his past and current selves. Yet it is better to outrun one's inner wounds rather than treat them. Nowadays my position is hard for the muckety-mucks to ignore. But if London is ready for the Cyclops, then she had better watch her back. But enough. Let's not dwell on such a morbid subject. Sir, I see that you suffer from a paucity of operational limbs. much like myself. Is that carriage your own design? It is. I was quite proud of it at the time. I fear I settled for too little. That is an error of judgment I do not allow myself any more. I am designing a mechanical leg comparable to your own. Well, no, that's not precisely correct. He is speaking of an uninterrupted neural feedback loop. That's right, Dante. It won't simply convey me about all my errands, but transmits the same nerve impulses as an actual leg, foot, and toes. The bold industrialist gives my own enhancements the bold once over. Your own prosthetics are quite clever, obviously better than something one could pick up at the hobby shop, but the ones I'm working on surpass the function of natural limbs. Did I hear you correctly, sir? Did you just compare this leg of mine to a gewgaw one could find in a tinker's shop? I'll have you know I stood on this very leg to face such horrors as to make a stoic wet his breeks. Can you say the same about that little toy engine? Insulting the very convenience which compensates for his disability was perhaps not the wisest move. Come now, Teddy, you can't. I can answer for myself, thank you, Dante. It's natural for two men of intellect like ourselves to compete. Perhaps not only natural, but desirable. But the miraculous devices of which I speak are yet to come, while your handsome invention is already serving its owner, and by your count quite admirably. For that reason, I do not hesitate to concede this argument. Catering your best technology to the poor. The idea has merit, but I wonder if it's achievable. Nothing could be simpler, my good fellow, or at least as simple for a company operating at Arsenal's level. I shall establish a few key items that every man can use. Better clear the earwax, old Teddy. You'll want to hear this. Example: a self-renewing light source, or a small powered cart for moving heavy items or carrying goods to market. Things like that. I subsidize the initial production cost to all sell these things at prices which simply cannot be refused, thereby undercutting the competition. To my own quite numerous workers, I will offer deferred payment deducted from their pay. Excuse my asking, but wouldn't that be inordinately expensive? I don't wish to sound like a braggart, but it would be little more than a line item for me. Alongside the introduction of these few mechanical assistants for the common man, automation means more efficiency in my factories, and more productivity for the individual worker, but the honest laborers would have to adapt. It's a good point, Dante, but we would help them do so. Because of what we'll save on overall efficiency, we can increase pay across the board. Winning higher wages, our workers will then be able to purchase even more of our life-enhancing technology. What if other companies are wise enough to catch on and start to mimic Arsenal? Then all the better. Competition is healthy in a case like this. Automation is especially interesting to me. You hope to replace workers entirely with gizmos and automated processes. It is so refreshing to speak with someone of like mind. Most folks are completely baffled by any but the most ordinary of notions. Honestly, general ignorance is the single greatest impediment to my goals. Fascinating. There's something else I want to ask you. I should ask all that I can. This fellow seems hard to book a meeting with. Dante has piqued my interest about the module you've designed, but I haven't heard much in the way of specifics. Brilliant. Please rein me in if I start to ramble, Mr. Redgrave. I can be quite verbose when it comes to such a fascinating topic. The new module you speak of is the Determination Core. I had originally conceived of a very complicated series of punch cards, but it would have been too bulky. An entire room by my estimates. Too many punch cards, and it would have required a separate machine to swap them out. Consolidated workflow. one machine instead of two. The determination engine is installed alongside the regular punch card reader. It facilitates sophisticated branching logic through the use of tiny, juxtaposed cylinders covered in minuscule protrusions, not unlike a series of interlocking music boxes. That's a lot of delicate pieces, all stored within a small device. I would need to fetch my diagrams to explain it properly, but suffice to say that once it's installed, both Otto's linguistic and decision-making abilities will be significantly increased, exponentially so, in fact. My speech patterns are very advantageous. I would go so far as to say Otto will be the smartest automaton in London. And to say in London, you may as well say in the world. Seeing is believing. I'll reserve judgment for now. In the world, yes. That is positive. Is the new module safe? God, the level of self-awareness is amazing for a one-man, one-dwarf project. But yes, my brass friend, it is perfectly safe. With all due respect, Mr. Bragg, the sooner money changes hands, the sooner I can get to tinkering, and Otto can start employing his new faculties. I like new faculties. Indeed, I won't bother you with the costs involved with the determination engine's creation. I've no wish to make you dizzy. Dante and I consider you a partner in this venture. Because you know the ins and outs of your creation, you'll be well suited to test the working protocols of Arsenal's new device. While you and Otto enjoy enhanced functionality, we profit from your expert observations and advice. Therefore, we only ask a deposit of £10 sterling. We shall reconvene, let's say in 6 weeks, compare notes, and if you are amenable, discuss payments in full. I don't have £10 at the moment. Judging by the look on your face, it would seem quite uncommon for a chap like you to be down to the felt. Not to worry, Redgrave. We can settle up later. I'm sure you're good for it. Take good care of it, my friend. Yours will be the first field test. If this test requires a field, then we shall have to go far outside London, Mr. Teddy. I've done my best to convey the importance of this project, Mr. Redgrave, but truly, you're a part of something even bigger than what we've discussed. How's that? Sometimes I feel as though my jaw is running on a separate engine to my brain, but I've enjoyed our conversation so much, I simply must tell you, in confidence, mind. In the next couple of days, we will be testing the medical applications of a comparable device on blooded species. Then his machinations are not only for automatons, perilously interesting, but I am under contract, and more than that I cannot say. Now I bid you a good day, Mr. Redgrave. I look forward to hearing your opinion in 6 weeks' time. We'll talk soon, Teddy. Good day, Mr. Redgrave. Otto, good day. Thanks to your tip, my ship is scheduled to be retrofitted next time I make port. I'll agree to that. Mighty pleased to hear it. Oh, cool. So that worked out. Good to know, friend. I realize now how rare is to see a centaur dockhand. Really makes a fella ponder. Because they're almost always in the army, right? Or the police. Hello, Mr. Timothy. We still don't need to meet you. Poor Timothy. Nobody wants to meet him. We don't need any fishes, friend. Thankful. Okay, so nothing new there other than that. Let's go to Red Lantern Lane, talk to the doctor, see if maybe we can get ourselves a better leg. That would be nice, right? Mm. I'm assuming they're talking about the guy that was hallucinating about chimeras. I'm assuming that's who they were talking about. A guy who thinks our friend is a magician. Well, there is a fine line between science and magic, right? Oh, not him? Oh, okay. I guess there's another guy back here now available to talk to. It seems Dr. Wainwright is being pestered by some loon dressed up in a mask. But think of the applications in wartime, Doctor. Or if warfare makes you queasy, simply the everyday medicinal uses. Yes, I'll give it some consideration, but you know it isn't my decision alone to make. Of course, in the end, I believe you'll do what's best for the Empire. The odd fellow rises, nods briefly in your direction, and leaves with a swirl of his cape, as if he walked the stage of a theater. Wonder what that was about. Dr. Wainwright, I wonder if we could talk about something serious for a moment. Certainly, Teddy, you have my undivided attention. What is it? Molly O'Malley was offering to replace my metal leg with a better version from Arsenal Engines, but there's some risk of infection. According to Molly, you've ginned up some kind of serum to fight this. If by ginned up you mean developed through painstaking research and testing, then yes. Now what do you want to know? What's in it? How does it work? In the curative sense, the serum rapidly increases the production of red blood cells to repair damaged tissues and bones, deadens or interrupts pain signals from the nervous system, and prevents white blood cells from attacking our inorganic implants. That sounds like a miracle, all right. The side effects include superhuman strength and speed, which in a tainted batch of serum could become uncontrolled. As for what's in it, I'm surprised Molly didn't mention it. Werewolf blood is the magic elixir that makes it all possible. Oh, that sounds like a great idea, friend. We synthesized their exceptional healing abilities almost perfectly. Werewolf blood has given me something to think about, all right. Anything else you wanted to know? I've seen the serum's effects on one of Molly's dog kennels, Sucker Jones, and it wasn't pretty. I've heard about the case of Mr. Jones. He was an inveterate gin bibber and often in an opium daze, hardly an adequate candidate for the serum. Additionally, he was never a patient of mine. It would seem that someone has leaked my research, and a tainted, bootlegged version made its way into Jones's possession. But what you've got now is safe. For me, I mean. It's as safe as my considerable skill was able to make it. Any type of surgery carries risk. I assure you, in your case, it will be much less dangerous than, say, the original amputation. I don't know if this decision is getting easier or harder. Was there anything else, or can I relight my pipe now? I suppose we're done. Thank you, Doctor. You could also talk to one of our subjects that would set your mind at ease. Any doghound with an artificial arm or leg should do, I would think. I can think of two separate people. Artificial arm or leg. No, so the centaur wouldn't work because hers is on the head. There's only one thing that I know of. Yeah, because the one guy has a jaw, so not him. I call this one the difference engine. It computes numbers quite well and should come in handy. Quick solve Fermat's last theorem. And so the expression an plus bn equals cn is not fulfilled for a, b, c in positive integers, and n is greater than 2 because, according to the converse of Pythagoras' theorem. Wonderful. I wonder what practical use this holds. I'm not entirely sure what this one does, but it's a bit eerie. Science favors curious. I'm more spruced up than before. Stellar work as always. That's a relief. You don't get or make such companions every day, so I ought to exercise great caution while digging into his innards. How are you feeling now? And oh, look at that. One man's treasure. Complete the task, one man's treasure. Very nice. In tip-top shape. Looking forward to leveraging all those upgrades you installed. So we've gotten all the upgrades now. So I guess we didn't need as many gears as we thought we did. Oops. So how do we install the determination core? Okay, here we go. Right, wait, what am I even doing? I believe you're thinking of having that determination core installed onto me while I'm still standing instead of suspended on hooks. Force of habit. Most of Otto's upgrades I installed from the workbench. I'll have to get his back casing open for this one. That means putting them up onto the hooks just behind me, the ones mounted at the center of the room. Let that teach me to be absent-minded. Oh, okay. I didn't know, so. Otto's hooks. Okay. We've gotta hook him up. I'll need to raise Otto up on the hooks to install the determination core. Might take me a while. I should probably tend to any other tasks before getting started. Okay, well, in that case, not yet then. So we still got some other tasks to take care of, like the steam wrench. And, yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do Molly's thing first. I don't know if she'll get pissed off and know that we're the ones that break her gin. I don't want to break the quest just in case that's the case, so. The dog count tipped her nose up. Okay, so we can't talk to her about it. That's the only dog count I know of with leg implants, so. Redgrave, back again, I see. What is it this time? To revisit our discussion about augmentations. Talk to Dr. Wainwright, did you? That I did. And 67% isn't very high. Oh, there we go. Okay. Very well, I'll do it, but there's something I need in return. Arsenal is trying to evict me from the clock tower where Otto and I live. You obviously have Lord Braxton's ear. See if you can talk him out of it. Yes, yes, I'll look into that for you. But first, the surgery. If there's even a chance I can find relief for the pain from my leg augmentation, I have to take it. My other option, hobbling about on a crutch, would put a quick end to my employment. Good. Talk to Gordon Gray at the apothecary. He'll fix you up. And don't wait around all day. Why's that? Gray needs time to prepare, so if you're really keen, you need to let him know well in advance. Otherwise, you'll miss your chance. Fair enough, Molly. I'll make sure to visit Gray sooner rather than later, then. Good idea, Redgrave. You won't regret it. Okay, guess we're getting ourselves a new leg. And maybe not even getting kicked out either. That would be nice. Get kicked out of the clock tower, that would be nice. Okay, so let's go to Source Square apparently. Source Square feels like it's really honestly unnecessarily huge. I know lore-wise, it's like the center of this area or something, but walking across it is mildly annoying. That. Hello again, sir. A little bird told me that you specialize in certain kinds of surgeries. So you're Molly's volunteer. I'm afraid that my schedule's a tad packed today, though tomorrow could work. Very well, I'll come back later. As you say, sir. I'll talk to you later, Warden. Be seeing you. Okay, that's Molly's mech. Okay, so I do remember that being an achievement as well. Unless we miss some of the gens, I think we're going to get the vast majority of the achievements. We are obviously not getting all of the Arcana cards, apparently, since that would be relatively easy to do a quick little second run through for if I really wanted to, because literally we only missed one. We literally only missed one. That's frustrating. That's always very frustrating. So unless we fail, um, the concubine murder one, because we couldn't convince the police officer to talk to us. I think we're doing pretty good achievements wise. So I may have a little cleanup once I finish it the first run. Unless we miss some gen, and I don't know if I'll ever find a. Okay, so we're about to go finish Stolen Steam, right? Just taking a quick look again. Don't know how to put the poised uniform on as Teddy. Haven't seen that option yet. Yeah, Missing Orphans. I feel like we're doing pretty good on that one. Missing Orphans and the Murder one are the two that I'm not sure about as far as task-wise. Then there's the Syndicate. Now we've got Molly's Mech. Now we know what that is. Still working on Fisherman's Bride. Not sure how to do that one completely. There's something called the Dark Dimension. That's about the only one I think. No, Beyond the Shadows, Veiled Shadows. I don't know what that is either. That could be the Dark Dimension with Auto too. Sounds like a shadowy thing to do. So it looks like there's two more we haven't seen yet. Okay, yeah, and then something about smoking. So there's 2 or 3 more that we haven't even seen yet. I feel like we're doing pretty good. Okay, Beggar's Lane, let's go put a wrench in Molly's plans. Hopefully that doesn't make her want to not give me the implant, but it's not like she'll have any way of knowing that I'm the one that did it, right? Probably, maybe. Go ahead and double check there's no other. Oh, have we been to Dante's shop? Is it open now? No. I guess he's still hanging out around the arsenal area. I'm not sure what's up with these old socks. Can we go into the Palladium? Yes, we can. Let's see if there's anything new in here. This is about the only area we haven't gone to yet because I was waiting for the wrench to come over here. Ooh, a bonny lass, huh? Now there's a fancy toy. Can that arm of yours do any tricks, handsome? Hmm. Believe me, lass, this arm is capable of great things. Yeah? Fancy a privet demonstration? Not today, I'm afraid. I'll be waiting, love. And next time, call me Louise. Or Miss Arts, if you prefer. Okay. Excuse me, but I must say I'm feeling rather fine. Care for some absinthe? Not a chance. This fellow doesn't even seem to remember me from earlier in the square. No thanks, Mr. Quill. Right, you're that, dwarf chap. Redgrave, was it? I see you are drinking Wormut brand absinthe, imported from Switzerland. He glances down at his small glass of green liquor, miniature tongs, and a dish of sugar cubes. No bottle in sight. I am, but how could you possibly know that? It's a smell. It brings me back to the dark times after my return from Zululand. I dropped out for a full month, drinking Wormut day and night, watching battlefield nightmares come to life. That's truly chilling. I fear that even my formidable talents would be inadequate to turn such experiences into posing. The most terrible thing about the war, the thing I can't ever forget, is the were hyenas. They were vicious, cruel fighters, but there was no respite even away from the battlefield because of the constant yipping laughter. War wounds everyone it touches in some way. As for the hyena folk of Zululand, I'm glad that here, at least, steps are being taken to bring werewolves to regular society. I allow as the number of attacks has dropped these past few years, I suppose the containment zone is doing its job. A rather cynical point of view, I personally can't call a dilapidated prison camp a solution. I look forward to a time when the containment zone won't be necessary, though I admit that the time may not have yet come. I've given you the benefit of doubt because I know you archetypes can be a bit dense, but what you're saying is pure childish nonsense. Lycans have no place in civilization, or out of it for that matter. They're wicked, dangerous beasts. It sounds like you're fully committed to your hateful stance, so I won't try to sway you, but I'll thank you to keep those opinions to yourself when you're out in public. About that limerick you wrote for me earlier. Yes, I never tire of discussing my work, you know. It's really grown on me. I show to people wherever I go. That is splendid. Every poet dreams of his work being circulated among the unwashed and ignorant. All should enjoy the glory of the written word. I delivered that wee poem to Miss Lincoln as she asked. Yes, I heard. Well, I suppose nobody's all bad, but you might try and develop a more sophisticated opinion on lichens. They're no more a monster than you or me. I had really better be going. Nice to talk to you, Mr. Quill. Calvin salutes me with his ornate glass of absinthe, but utters not a word. And what can I do for you today? Line 'em up, lass. I'm here to celebrate. Lord knows I've earned it. The incorrigible Teddy Redgrave. Your luck. I just flushed the pipes and cleaned the taps this morning. What's the occasion? I removed a dangerous mutant from our midst, a skulker in darkness and killer of men. Left unchecked, it might have devoured the whole East End. Very impressive. In fact, that'll get you one on the house, since I ain't payin'. That'll do nicely. Obliged to ya. No need to act coy with old Clem. You're going to bust your stitches if you don't tell me about it. All right, here it is. Otto and I was in the dim recesses of the pump house, a place dangerous enough on its own without creatures out of nightmare stalking the shadows. I was perched up on high to better observe the field when the villain emerged from hiding. A great heap of a fellow he was, guts all on the outside instead of in, and he carried a steam boiler on his back to power his augment, a huge steel arm. No, yes. Yes, the monster was closing in on our favorite metallic person here when I got the drop on him. I shot that boiler off his back and blew him halfway to Kingdom Come. All the way, I suppose. 'Twas one for the bards to sing. I stood fast. That you did, my lad, as fast as a human being ever stood. Then I came straight here. Haven't even washed the bits from me beard. That is plain disgusting. Well, can't sit and drink all day. My bounty's awaiting. That's right, Master Redgrave. We're friends and all, but that don't mean I forgot your tab. Well, two pence is nothing. 2 pence is nothing. That's fine. Jimmy, how goes it? It's going slowly. What's on your mind? I was at a job recently down in the pump house. I discovered something rather odd. That guy's attention. Here I wondered if I was talking to a stone. Someone's jury-rigged the steam conduits down there and left the tenement building above without heat. I never figured you for the snooping type. I recommend you keep your nose out of the muck if you don't want to lose it. My trigger finger is itching like a bastard, but I'd better not push with old Jimmy. He could flatten quick like. Just in case putting the wrench destroying thing does indeed make her unhappy with us, because now she probably does know, since he knows, we know, if you know what I mean. Mm. I've got a lot invested in my business relationship with Molly. She's off sending me contracts for one monster or another, so I'm most certain she'll know I was responsible. Running the system at full steam without making any other adjustments, even for a few minutes, will wreck it for good. What do you think, Otto? Sounds dangerous, but I'm not afraid, Mr. Teddy. Aye, if we do this, we had better step well back. It's completely demolished, and the steam is running straight back to the tenements as it should be. Well done, Mr. Teddy. The people upstairs will be toasty in their beds now. Thanks, Otto. That's why I keep you around, to help me see the bigger picture. He did say that the odds of Molly knowing are pretty solid, so that probably indicates that. Thank God it's you, Mr. Redgrave. Heard some thumping and banging back here and appeared the worst. It's all we seem to get down here. Glad to put you at your ease. There was something I had forgotten to do in the pump house, but it's all taken care of now. Right, right. Good day to you then. So that, I wonder if that does mean that we won't get our legs since we wrecked the thing. Kinda curious there. He's already agreed to give it to us though, so I mean, right? I don't know. Did that fix it? Looks like it. Yep, okay, we're good. It's fixed. Okay, so only thing left now is to just simply go and install the determination core, which I guess is the core um, point for this chapter, I guess. Since the one guy asked us to come tomorrow for the Molly's mech one. Assuming she'll even let us once she finds out about her gen. I'll need to raise Otto up on the hooks to install the termination core. Alright, time for installation. Let's get you hooked up. Understood. Easy does it. Can't have you shattered into God knows how many pieces, or else there won't be an automaton to upgrade. I treasure your concern for me. Is this more or less work than what we did for the broken bird? What we did for the bird was basically a resurrection. What I'm doing for you will make you a brilliant conversationalist. Really, a dwarf can always hope. Now let's check behind the panel and see what's what. Sockets need cleaning. Better take care of that first. That had been a long time coming. I'll have a strong sensation of cleanliness. Thanks, Mr. Teddy. Now I'll just sweep these cables aside and get to the nitty gritty. The way Dante raved about the determination core has me well excited. I do not understand excitement. Not just yet, you don't. But in a few minutes, who knows? The moment is indeed moist with anticipation. Now I just need to see the determination core. Brace yourself. I don't have pain receptors, Teddy. Right, of course. Okay, there we go. Determination core. Upgrade, Teddy. There are only two tragedies in life. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. After a nerving run in with a centaur, thankfully not a bobby, Beatrix has her medicine, and one disaster has been averted. Your performance in the Palladium is coming up now, possibly the last you'll give in London if all goes well. But when has it ever? Seems we've a busy house today. All the more reason to give it my all while performing on stage. Best not to keep my audience waiting. Interesting that this door's open, but there's nobody there. Hmm, at least right now, anyway. And this door is closed now, okay. Interesting. Nothing really new here, though, but the things were unseen for some reason, but it didn't have any really new dialogue. Interestingly enough, ginger to settle the tummy, honey to soothe the voice, and a generous helping of whiskey for the nerves. And for yourself, you're as ready as you'll ever be, my duck. There's Bee, slouched against the bar like it's her last friend. Judging by the row of glasses, she seems to be well into her cups. Hello, Bee. Clara. Usually she would jibe at me almost by reflex. She must really be feeling down. What's the occasion anyway? Are you worried about Sykes? Sykes has been on my mind, Jess, but not because he threatened me. That was nothing. Thank you for the candy, by the by. It was a kind gesture and much needed. Then what troubles you? Despite our differences in the past, she's looking for someone, anyone, to spill her feelings out tonight. Sykes and there was one night recently, quite a passionate night. We were in rather a frenzy, a bit rough, though nothing either of us did not desire, I assure you. Nothing particularly jarring there. It sounds entirely within reason thus far. Saints know some clients request a rougher edge to things.
Stream elements.
I won't say I wasn't a
Said,
titch marked up by the
stay
end of it,
moist, my friends,
though so
hydrate.
was Sykes, for that matter. Still, Zora was less than enthused to see her star girl bearing such marks. It's not unheard of for dollies to take precautions against such things. Certainly we aim to maintain a certain air, but it should hardly be the impetus for a madame's ire. These things happen. Only made it worse today, what with the pills. Zora's given me an ultimatum. Break it off with Sykes, or she'll boot me from the rows for good, and withhold my pay for violating house rules. Mixing work and personal relationships often leads to disaster, but falling in love is not a crime, B. nor is change. Saints know I'm no example of sturdiness nor of routine, and mistakes happen. At any rate, I'm happy for you and a little surprised. To be honest, I thought everything was strictly busyness with you. Ours might not be the most simple profession, but I'm still human, Clara. In this line of work, we form connections now and again, or else attempt to fend off undue familiarity. Unlike that chilly tyrant, Zora, it seems. But that's enough moping about. Eyes forward, eh? That's right, and watch it with the gin. Too much of it produces a rather poor complexion in the morning. Have a good evening, Bay. Same to you, Clara. And thanks for the pep talk, I suppose. We gotta hang together, man. We might have our differences, but we gotta hang together. Evening, ginger cake. Tessica? Of course I made it, darling. You look like you haven't any faith left in me. I must admit I wasn't expecting to see you tonight. Well, I'm afraid we'll be leaving after the performance. I hate to cut and run, but I have a showing with a well-heeled patron this evening. This is quite right. My darling Tessica is in great demand, as she should be. Seems day's drinking has at last caught up to him. Thanks, Calvin. Sweet of you to say. And it was kind of you to spend the day about the bar in my stead, lest our dear, dear Clara catch the morbs before her big day. Well said, Tessica. They have the finest and cheapest absinthe in the East End, and they let me keep a tab. Yes, Calvin, and they charge extra if you don't pay on time. Well, I really appreciate the both of you making it. Of course, my dove, and I'm sure you'll do just fine, even without our well wishes. It's hardly my first performance, Tessica. As well, I know. I was at your very first performance in London, after all. Of course I remember. That was how we met, and your support through the years has always meant the world to me. Wouldn't have had it any other way, Ginger Cake. Now get up there and give us a show to remember Miss Reed. Best of luck, Claire. Not that you'll need it. Well, hello, Miss Claire Reed. Lefty. Lefty and I go all the way back to my bullfrog days. While I stepped away from stealing for the most part, she's still at it, and the most expert thief in the East End. Didn't she get away with the Queen's diamonds from the Royal Gallery? That's true, but the Crown got them back again. Not before Lefty made her cut, that is, and came away scot-free. How's business tonight? Any high rollers with too much dosh? You ken how it is. There's always some lummox who just can't wait to be parted with his fortune. But you look especially keen tonight. Aye, there's a special case all right. He's no a big deal, but someone wants him to win big. My expression says it all. Lefty realizes that she said too much. Och, there I goes again. Kindly forget I openly gobbed that time, me lady, and good luck up there. Sorry, miss, but I'm on a hot streak right now. I suppose I'll have to wait for things to simmer down a bit before I can trade words with him. Well then, Mr. Hotshot, I'll leave you to it. Interesting that Atticus is here, so we have an official meetup between two of the three main characters right there. That's kind of cool. Hmm. Okay, backstage is probably the story forward, so let's talk to Ariana. There's Ari humming a happy tune. Clara, hello. I thought I would drop in to offer my support. A girl should have her friends about her on a night like this. That sounds like the same ditty Philippe was singing. What's that tune you're humming? I don't know. It gets stuck in my head at some point and now it's going round and round. Ari's never been a good liar. I heard it earlier from the fishmonger, Floyd. It would seem the two of you have gotten rather close. Yes, I suppose that must be where I heard it. He's really very sweet, a good fellow, but I'm not entirely sure of my feelings for him. Not yet. And the sweet fellow's about to propose. This could turn into a real casino. Some clients are better than others, certainly, and I confess I've grown fond of certain customers in the past. As a general rule, it is something I try to avoid, but never to the extent that I'll turn down a payment. Let him pay for it until he makes a real commitment, at least. If that's what you want, I mean. If that's what I want, there's the rub. Um, encourage Ariana. Tell her to go to the wharf to find Philippe. I understand if you need time to think about it, but perhaps you should find him, Ari. Talk to him. The sooner the better. Figure out what it is you want together. Yes, yes, you're right. I need to face this head on. Better that than having the misery of it cling to her, distract her. Right after your performance, then, I stole some time till the train stopped for the night. I'll find him, then return to the Rose and see if I can polish off the last of this debt. Best of luck, Ari. But listen, that's enough about me for one night. This is your big evening. You should be focused on you. We'll talk later, okay? By the by, I'm glad you came tonight. It could be quite lonely up on stage. Well, I can imagine. I'm a bit jealous. You know, you've always been so bold. Now I have a little something bold on the back burner myself. That's a titch alarming, truth be told. Still, she's her own woman. I just hope she knows what she's doing. Have you heard about this courtesan killer the papers are on about? Rather worrisome, no? Yes, indeed. Something on your mind? Perhaps so. But, Claire, I'm not sure it's anything at all. Maybe it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. Ari, what's going on, really? All right, perhaps it will be good to share my concerns, though keep in mind I've no idea if what I know amounts to anything at all. And what is it you know? A friend of mine has been missing for some time. Her name was Gwen Saney. We used to work together before the factory burned. The textile fire that put Avery out of work. She had not been around for months, and then I found that she had washed up in the Thames ages ago. All that time, and no one had claimed her body. She was placed in a pauper's grave. Her family is abroad, India originally, though Gwen was raised in Yugoslavia, the nation of wolves. That's what they call it here in England, at least. Gwen's mother was a lycanthrope, though my friend never took the bite. What does this have to do with the courtesan killer? I'm not sure. I know that only that her body was in a terrible state when it was found, that it had been weeks since she was killed, a long time for her body to decay. And I know that the Bobbies won't tell me anything about her, if they, like I, suspect foul play, or if they simply don't care what became of her. This is quite a lot, Ari. I know, but then again, I also know it might amount to no thing. I have only hearsay to go on. I didn't see her body myself, only learned of it after the fact. Perhaps it was simply the river that landed her in such dire straits. It's quite possible. Being left so long in the water, putrefaction and saponification will greatly disfigure the corpse. It's all so dreadful, and all I have are second-hand accounts. We can't be sure that her death is related to the courtesan killer. I know, it's a tragedy, though perhaps only that. Not some elaborate sequence of murder. Perhaps Aubrey was right, it might be best to let it lie. Saints, I'm sorry to drop all that on you, Clara. It's quite all right. I'm glad you lend a friendly ear. But that's enough, I think. Yes, let's have no more talk of this. What am I thinking? Talking off your ear when you're still a house to entertain. Very well, Ari. And you, Clara, best of luck on stage. This goes to the green room and my last show in London. I must say the nostalgia's like a knife. Wait, I should probably see if I can even go outside. I don't know if I can or not. No, I can't. It won't let. Okay, I was kind of thinking it wouldn't. I should check anyway. No. Okay. Now then, I know the steps and how to hit the notes. Shall we begin? I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's give them a night to remember. We've a modestly full house, and something about the finality of this performance makes me feel, well, it's hard to put a finger on it. I'm eager to put all this behind me. Let's leave on a high note. The band begins to play a hopeful ballad from my years in America.
The sun has set on affluence, and dark the shadows fall. I'll seek again my humble home and make my evening call. The vagrant and the ditch are hushed. The stars are cold and still. So I'll sing my whippoorwill. Dim night with red bare mantle spread, envelop stream and fen, and homes with pale and yellow light hide friend and peer beyond my ken. My heart too has begun to stray towards yon distant hill, and I will tune my whippoorwill. Yes, I will sing my whippoorwill.
The adulation of the crowd does wonders for the ego, but I'll be able to cultivate a public image elsewhere. I always have before. Quite the performance, Clara. A masked man whom I have never seen. Perhaps he hopes to hide his identity while frequenting the Velvet Rose. I do hope the audience enjoyed it. First time at the Palladium. Perhaps I could have one of our girls give you a tour of the rows upstairs. Thanks, but I'm quite fine down here. In point of fact, I attended tonight to see you. Your reputation precedes you. You've seen the posters advertising my performance. Something like that. If he's not here for a transaction at the Rose, then perhaps something unscrupulous. Certainly he did not just come to see me sing. I'm glad you liked the show, but I'm quite busy this evening, and should be getting on. Is that right? Why not I someone else this evening who seems to be quite busy as well? He gestures to the raucous gaming tables where the burly minotaur who interrupted my performance still sits, still is entirely sozzled, still adding to an already obscene pile of winnings. Shame about that interruption. Some people just don't know when to quit. That fellow does seem busy, busy earning dosh. Perhaps he would enjoy some time at the Rose, put his earnings to a better use than a game where he could lose it all on a bad run. I was thinking much the same. Were you now? That's quite perceptive, Miss Clara Reed. Something in his stare tells me he's been watching me closely for a while. Is he of the Lancaster's goons? Just waiting for the right moment to strike. In any case, he's right. That gambler's a good mark, and I should think he owes me for interrupting my show. I should see if I can't convince him to part with a portion of his capital, or the entirety, if need be. Well, I'll leave you to it. Best regards, Miss Reed. And he takes his leave just as mysteriously as he appeared. Wasn't expecting a little vocal song performance there, but that was quite a pretty little song there. Very nice. Good job out there today, Claire. I needed that, I think. I'm glad I came. Sung like Terpsichore herself, popped up to ask the good Miss Clare for a ride up the stately halls of the Rose. If only reviewers at Covent Garden had your way with words, Clem dear. By the by, sorry about the big lunkhead yelling round the bunkum tables. Embarrassing the whole herd of us he is. But that Mr. Daly, well, he's a regular and a good un deep down. Way deep down. Anyway, sorry, Claire. You've nothing to apologize for, Clem. His behavior is his own. Aye, but as the bouncer and barkeep it chafes to have some solid blowbag cut into the entertainment's work. Anyways, come by for another dram later if you please. You've earned it, I say. Fantastic work, Clara. Thank you. So the proverb is true. The Lord loves infants and fools. This Minotaur is certainly filling his oats, and from the look of that pile of chips, he has good reason to celebrate. I would be a bit more forgiving if he hadn't interrupted my performance. Perhaps his winnings are enough to pay Green Street. I'll need to get a closer look, but it appears I found my mark. It should be simple enough to get him a loan somewhere and swipe the tin. With any luck, I'll be able to leave London tonight as planned. Sorry, Miss Reed, but I'm focused on the cards for now. Goodness, I think I recognize him. He's a typical London lush, but the Rose only rarely has minotaurs for clients, much less repeat ones. Though I can't remember what the devil his name is. Atlas, perhaps. No, Atticus. That's it. Atticus Daly. His single blue chip catches my eye first, which alone is equivalent to 20 pounds. Additionally, 10 black chips, 15 whites, and a generous helping of greens. Merciful saints. And here's your stack of tenors. Lefty places the last red chip on a column stacked 10 high and slides it to my mark. The grand total is something to behold. More than I need, but it wouldn't hurt to have a fiscal head start when I make it to port across the pond. I might have underestimated his tolerance, as he appears to have some remaining control of his inhibitions. He'll certainly remember me come morn. A fact which should not matter as long as I'm able to leave London as planned. He's able to count in multiples according to the value of the chip, and then arrange them into stacks, albeit at sluggish pace. Convincing him to have another drink or two will make this easier. That's quite a whole sweet thing. How about we make it sweeter? Couple of drinks at the bar, just you and me. His dumbfounded expression is one for the books. I have to bite my tongue to keep myself from laughing. Of course, anything the lady wants. Just tell Clementine the drink is for Clara. She knows what I like. Of course. Off you pop. I promise I won't keep you waiting long. Right. Cash me out then. Look at me, quitting while I'm ahead. First time for everything. Who knew a lummox like him could get so lucky? Indeed, it does seem peculiar. Hmm. It seems the whole borough is on the lash tonight, and there sits my mark jawing away with Clementine. Well then, Atticus, how did I do up there? Apart from when you interrupted. He's still chatting with Clementine. I had best speak clearly. He seems to have temporarily damaged his hearing with drink. Atticus Daly? Excuse me? Something wrong, Atticus? You look as if you had never seen me before. Of course I do. We've met many times. Now we're getting somewhere. I didn't know you sang so beautifully. Thank you, Atticus. And this coming from a man who must be well versed in myriad forms of entertainment. Myri, is that your name? No, sorry, it's Clara Reed, the chanteuse. Let's get you a drink. This is going to be even easier than I had thought. Don't fash yourself. Let's have a drink upstairs instead. His eyes light up like a gas lamp. What are you saying, Miss Reed? Mr. Daly, you've been to the Rose before, have you not? Perhaps you might join me somewhere more privet and see where it leads. Well, do you still want that drink? I just remembered I promised you one. I'm sure Clementine can send us up a bottle. Oh, with your luck going the way it is. Right, Clem? Hmm. Something I've thought about as far as these go. Didn't get the hanged man from the steak dinner. Don't know what's up with that. And then that's chapter 9. I may still be missing the lovers. 2S version. Is that? Mm, hmm, I don't know. I may have also missed that one. That one doesn't say which chapter, it just says certain dialogue options, which is weird. I don't know. It's not a whole lot of well documentation here. I'm sure Clementine can send us a big bottle, yeah. No trouble, Miss Reed. We aim to serve. That'll do, Clementine. Have us up a bottle of the finest beef eater on the shelf. I'll send it to room 4, but I'll let you hobble up there first, big timer. Aye, Clem. I've got words for you yet. But for now, it's time I get upstairs and made myself comfortable. Clem levels me a reproachful look. Not my place, but I hope you know what you're getting into. Clara, me and Mr. Daly were our friends. You know, wouldn't want any harm done. Rest easy, Clem. A woman with my reputation must maintain it. Your busyness, I suppose. That's why this room is open, 'cause this is where we go with Atticus. Goodness, he looks a lot more sober than he did downstairs. I suppose it's true what they say. Minotaurs really can hold their liquor. Sorry, love, didn't mean to keep you waiting. Quite all right. My head was really spinning. I wonder if we might just chat a while. Of course, just give me a moment to get more comfortable. Best to remove my weaponry before climbing into bed. Most of it, at any rate. Normally, I would do this out of sight of the client, but tonight is nothing if not off the cuff. My apologies, Duff. This is perfectly all right. Now then, I'll provide whatever insight I can. I hope I can put it into words. There's this stubborn memory, stuck way back in the back of my head, and just when it seems about to finally surface, I end up here instead, back in my old ways. I know the feeling. Perhaps I'm a born drifter, not meant for the straight and narrow, because even when my luck runs out, I never hit rock bottom. I wonder what rock bottom looks like for him. What might it take to admit he's found himself there? No use wondering about my past. I ought to throw all that away and embrace the moment. I think I heard that in some poem once. You simply have an adventuring spirit, a soul taken to wandering. But it means I'm never quite sure of what I want. Nothing wrong with a little uncertainty. Everything and everyone is in a muddle, at least some of the time. All the time, in my case, I feel like something's in my past, locked away, and however much it scratches, I can't let it out. Maybe I just need an ear, or a warm body next to me. I would readily provide either. Atticus, you're all paid up till morn. I'm afraid I would make poor company tonight. I prefer conversation to a tumble in the sheets. I wouldn't have said no to a tumble, and not only because of the coin. I think it would have been quite interesting. Might you indulge my curiosity? Have you ever had hornpipe? Beg pardon. What I mean is, have you ever been with a minotaur? Not a minotaur, no, but many fantastically unique people besides. Does it frighten you? On the contrary, the world is full to bursting with unique wonders. Ay, and many new horrors besides. So where do we go from here? Let's give it a go. Whatever you like. His motions are shaky, unsure. He swoons and clutches at his head in regret. The poor man must have really been through the ringer as of late. Sorry, but this isn't how I wanted this to go. But I'm in no not right state tonight. It's no trouble, really. It's my job to provide comfort besides. Thank you. You are quite kind, Miss Reed. If the poor fellow only knew that I'm about to take him for all he's worth. Let's lie back and I'll fetch the tea caddy. Chamomile? No need for the chamomile. He's already sound asleep. Time to rob the sorry sot. Here's the doshy one from the Palladium. Trifling easy to slip away now. Enough to pay Queen Street off, though only barely. He's sleeping like a babe. The window latch is the only thing preventing my escape. Okay, so we can't really explore. Like, there's nowhere else to go. Let's be on our way then. As you scramble down the aged visage of the rose, you're careful not to miss your step. Across the window ledge, a drop into the jutting stream course, and a short slide down the waterspout. Less than child's play in the proper vestments, and narrowly possible tonight. Beggar's Lane is never entirely deserted, but it looks as close to empty now as you're ever seen. You should be grateful for the absence of onlookers, but the solemn stillness of the street only adds to your unease. There is so much riding on these next few steps, and great is the reward should it all go to plan. If I take the side alley across from the train station, I should be able to reach the wharf out of sight and mind. The unfortunate Poe Pickett hunches by the stairs to the Palladium, chin drooping, head heavy with gin soap. Mr. Pickett? Mr. Pickett, are you all right? Was that? Dribble dabble. The poor fellow doesn't remember our prior meeting. Must be entirely soaked in gin. The only dribble I see is sliding down your chin. Dribble, I said. Drivel. Another driveling snob rat. Come to pick my pockets while I'm leaping off a sword. Well, pick 'em then. No picket ain't no jangling tin. I'm no pickpocket, at least not any more. He should be able to see from the glad rags that I'm wearing I'm hardly dressed for thievery. Although, to be fair, I did just rob someone. Just another snob gone slumming then, is it? Then if you're not here to rob Poe Pickett, what are you after? Nothing more than a little conversation. Well, I've got conversation for you. That is, if you don't have any snobbish sort of business at hand. Why not? I've got some time to spare. I'm glad you said that. This here's a good friend of mine. He's gesturing unsteadily at the facade of the Palladium. Go on, then. Talk to him, I said. Not a soul in sight. Of all the useless rumbums to spend my time on, at least this one doesn't mean any harm. Apologies, but I'm afraid your friend here is even less capable of a coherent conversation than you. Come off it then, you're wasting me time. I've nearly made it. If I take the side alley to Plaza Source, I can reach the wharf. In my bullfrog days, we only lived at valuables, never hard capital. Being this lucky feels a bit surreal. Speaking of which, I haven't had a moment to count the Monet. The bullfrogs used to warn us not to count our pay before we were safe at home, but what's the harm in a little peek? 100, 150, 200 pounds. Saints, that's a lot of money. Mighty thanks for confirming. Jemme? Molly's right hand, the sort that doesn't care if his cleaver hits friend or foe when he starts swinging. Guilty as charged. I had thought my cover was blown when you started bobbing and weaving through the streets, but turns out you're just a shifty vixen by nature. Not another step, Jemme. Not until you tell me why you've been following me. I've come to collect. Perhaps I can get around him. My bad luck that I've got the proper shoes on for roof jumping, though I can still lose them in the back alleys. I spied that glance away. You're really going to have me charge after you. Even at a dead sprint, it's a long shot, and once I reach the wharf, the area's crawling with doghounds to boot. That Monet wasn't meant for you, Claire. Molly wanted Atticus to win, but he wasn't supposed to lose it to you. You threw a spanner in the plan. I knew Lefty was up to something. Seldom have I seen the average London lush earn much at the tables, let alone the small fortune. Molly must have needed Atticus indebted to her. Whatever she's cooking up, it starts with working the luck of a gambling drunk. It's an ambitious plan, that's all I'll say. When she pulls this off, it'll shake up all o' London. Now here's the rub. You stole that Monet, so I'm stealing it back. There's no thing for it. I need them out of my way. Is this the best I can do? After all this, Jemme, better edge, this pompous prick is to be what takes me down. Blast, if only I had my derringer. I must have left it back at the Rose, a lapse which might now cost me everything. One last warning, Jemme. You're off your rocker. What have you got? A hatpin in your skirts? A toothpick? Nothing on you that would get through this thick hide. Now plant this toothpick in the roof of your mouth. Slice off your wallets, perhaps your good eye. Jenny is shockingly quick, or perhaps I'm simply out of practice. He brings up his cleaver, and with a harmless clang, my knife bounces away. The only thing left is to run. I flee. Behind me I hear hoofbeats on the cobblestone. Jemme is charging, eating up the distance between us like it's no thing at all, till he has me by the arm. He raises his cleaver. The butt swings to me and stolen winnings removed. Where? Hmm. Hmm. Jimmy, that pawn in Molly's plastic games. Awareness is slow coming, but soon enough I find myself blinking up into the caustic glare of London lamplight. I am alone in Beggar's Lane, and of course my stolen winnings are long gone, as is my hope of departing London tonight. I've made a bloody mess of it. What now? Where in the world's muddy hells do I go from here? We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. A twee, sentimentalist notion. My mistake was in believing I was above these games. I am not. I could not even outmaneuver the simplest of Molly's schemes. And now I'm here, left to face the aftermath, with only a headache to keep me company. I tried to keep my conscientiousness, and time slipped slowly by. For a time, I'm content to simply sit and indulge in the holy, unearned self-pity. What now? Would you like a hand, Miss Reed? Have I any choice? Here to hurry me along, officer, lest I be written up for vagrancy. I'm not a bobby, Miss Reed. My apologies for lumping you in with that lot, then. Wouldn't want to besmirch your good name. In the interest of full disclosure, Miss Reed, I counted myself among the blue bands once. I left that life behind me, though, and these days I find myself working cases for a rather generous patron. Not a button shunter, then, for all the good that does me. It appears you've just been robbed. You don't say. The benefits of experience and sufficient power can, in an ideal world, be harnessed to achieve one's goals. Okay. There's a couple here I'm not sure we can get. If the star, if we have to pay rent again in chapter 13, I don't know if that's a separate rent payment. If that's a separate rent payment, we can still get the star. I don't know if it is or not, though. And strength will have to wait until chapter 11 to make sure to do that. The thing now, though, is I think we messed up the lovers, but I'm not sure because the lovers doesn't have, according to this thing, it does not have a specific chapter. We've talked to Preacher Eli, and we didn't choose the right choice there. We've talked to Rathbone. I don't know if we've done the second part. I'm assuming we did because we ate the sloth, right? I didn't see an option to dampen the blow or let him know, though. We decided not to tell him, didn't we? Or maybe we can do that later to tell him what happened to the sloth. I'm trying to think if we've talked to somebody named Virgil or not. Was that one of the orphans' names? Because if it isn't, then we can still maybe... I don't think we would address any of the orphans as Mr., so we have to choose the option of thank you. So maybe we can still get the lovers. Maybe we can still do this. Main thing is the star. If there's a second rent payment option, then maybe we can still do the star. That's going to be the trick there. Because we didn't choose the right option when we were in the orphanage talking to Sister Susanna. We didn't go into the sewers because I assumed that was like a separate exit or something. I don't know. And the page just blinked up. Okay, that's nice. So the main thing is going to be the star, I think. Because the hanged man we can get in chapter 10. Even, I guess we have to do the actual steak dinner, not just the second version of steak dinner to get the hanged man, maybe. There's no options in chapter 10. We'll just have to make sure to keep an eye on that. Main thing will be if we can get the star again. And, where the hell is it? The star is not where it says it should be. This thing is weird. This thing is very weird. There it is. In chapter 13. Okay, so that's the lucky number. If we have to pay rent again in chapter 13. But otherwise that may be the one that we just aren't. If we can get at least most of them, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of hoping we can get them all. So maybe chapter 10 here, chapter 13 here, and we don't know about the lovers, but we'll have to pay attention when we're the dwarf. And then what was strength? Because that was 10, the hanged man's 10. And then that's 13, and then it was the justice and strength. Okay, so that's 9. Okay. Okay. We'll have to make sure to pay attention to chapter 9, 10, and 13. And then strength 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's good. One in each chapter, 9, 10, and 11. Okay. And then 13. So the main thing will be the star. If we do have to like pay rent again, or if we're locked out of that because we paid the rent, that would kind of suck if that is the case. It says there's 3 chances to earn each one. But it lists the rent as the same on each one. So I don't we may just be locked out of the star. The star may be the only one that we just can't do. Our good Mr. Daly was set up by Molly and her aunt. They rigged his tables. They were to take the money off him when he left the bar. Also, I hazard that you would not be lingering in the gutter were your evening going well. Molly, again, I should have spotted it sooner. So foolish of me. On the contrary, you're just unlucky. Had Jimmy not been lurking about, he would have got the money to Queen Street, and the dockhands would be loath to take it out of Queen Street's hide in the way they did with you. Never underestimate Molly O'Malley. She must have posted someone outside the bar to wait for Atticus, to keep tabs on the capital, and my leaving through the window wasn't enough to give them the slip. You knew where I intended to bring the tin. Those that I worked for had their suspicions. They surmised your intent to leave London. I do not take kindly to being followed and spied upon. Miss Reed, I'm here on specific business with you. I'm afraid I must ask you again. What do you know of the Corley St. Killer? Go and scrape yourself. I came here to entreat your assistance, Miss Reed. My patron requests your aid in hunting the perpetrator down. Why? Why, of all the horrors in the thrice damned world, should I care about this one? My employers have a vested interest in solving this case. That is not an answer. I'm afraid not. Why do they care which of us streetwalkers lives and dies? They wish to get involved because they wish for the murders to stop. Past that, I cannot pretend to guess my patron's motivation. Is that not enough? How did you know? Yeah. Um, you knew I intended to bring it. Um, oh, crap. Right. I forgot about that option. Right. Assuming we can still get the stars, which I don't know if we can, of course, but I don't know. I'm kind of doubting we can. Probably I'm going to have to start a whole new one just for that. Why have they deigned to get involved now? They wish to. Okay, so it still comes down to an intuition. I was thinking maybe because we chose intuition, that's what caused me to be intuition, but 50-50, come on, man. It's impossible to define the whims of a shadowy force of people whom you have never met, but perhaps he's right. Perhaps it is enough that they want the slaughter to stop. It's a 50-50. How can we fail twice? You won't be able to fail twice. It's a 50-50, man. Come on now.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
There we go. Got that time. Third time's a charm, I guess. There's more to it than that. The Cabal itself may care little for the killings. This man, on the other hand, his care is genuine enough that he would see it stop. What do they offer? What would they offer me, these generous patrons of yours, in return for my service? I have never once worked for free, and I do not intend to start. They pay well, very well. I did not exaggerate when I called them generous. Their patronage is what allows me to pursue my work as a gumshoe. Capital, in and of itself, would go a ways to ensuring my continued safety. They can also, of course, offer you protection, as well as their substantial resources to the effort of solving this case. Entry to the crime scene, to the morgue, and access to any leads we have thus far. You mentioned protection. I. From the authorities? My trade friends represent a host of private contractors who pursue various interests they align with their own. It may not be worth much to you, Miss Reed, but I personally believe their goals are just, or at the very least, often sensible. It tells me extraordinarily little about their character. My patrons would denounce you should you become too great a liability, though it would take much more than past transgressions, petty theft, or illegal street walking to force your hand in such a way. A wealthy American family has placed a bounty on my head. My patrons are aware of the Lancaster family's incentive, as well as your history with them. They are prepared to dedicate themselves to your protection and deal with the Lancasters in whatever way most efficiently removes the problem. Well, I'll be damned. Isn't that something? That is good to know. The notion that my affairs might be known to this enigmatic organization is unsettling, to say the least. If your patron is as powerful as you suggest, I've little choice but to comply. This conversation is a farce. Not a farce. Know this, Miss Reed. You can walk away at any time. My patron will not pursue you, not for your rejection of their offer at this time. At this time. But they will call on you again. Eventually, it will be worth it to choose to work for them. Thank you for your candor. It seems I have little choice in the matter. All right, all right. Yes, I'll work with you to find the Cortesian killer. You have my aid till the butcher is dead or jailed, or till the great pit itself opens to swallow up the Thames. A circumstance which seems less unthinkable with every passing year. I make no promises regarding the purchase of my services after the villainy is put down. We shall see. I can't make any promises either. If you're willing to dole out pay and protection, then my skills are yours. Lord knows I've gotten into bed with worse. Literally, in some cases. I'm pleased to hear that, Miss Reed. For now, I would suggest you return to the bell jar and get some rest. That's not a bad idea. And, begging your pardon, Miss Reed, I believe you took quite a thrashing not long ago. It wouldn't do to have you concussed and reeling. A titch of strychnine and a warm bed seems the best course for you. He is quite right. I'll send a missive round to the bell jar in the morning, let you know if anything else comes up. Till then, Miss Reed. Till then. I can resist everything except temptation. So the masked stranger is your run-of-the-mill nutter, on a visit to Sacred Heart, who discovered your mother's maiden name, Hathaway, and confirmed that she's being held at Bethnal House, a hospital for the mentally infirm, and a chinwag with a clementine give you a lead on accessing Bethnal. When you reluctantly raise your eyelids against the leaden light of another day, you find your gaze resting upon a lump of spent candles, the formless wax tendrils a testament to long nights gone by. You took your rest in a four-poster, and the heavy blankets grab at you like strong but gentle hands, insisting you return to sleep. The room is warm and musty, but nicely decorated, with heavy drapery on all sides and beveled glass in the window to block any prying eyes from the street below. Whatever transpired between you and Miss Reed has faded to little more than a dim dream, but your performance at the gambling tables returns with crystalline clarity. What a banker that was! Your spirits rise and you abruptly sit up, only to find the bells of St. Clement's thundering inside your skull. But the promise of fat pockets and easy living, at least for a while, tempers the punishing hangover. With renewed purpose, you rise slowly to your feet. Awake now, awake! A new day calls and you must answer, however much it chafes you. If you continue on this road of drinking and dice, well, you've seen where it ends. What in blazes is that infernal racket? Sounds like someone dragging an anvil across a brick road. No, no, it's nothing. Just my hangover. But then again, I didn't hear screams in the night, or was it a nightmare? The kettle drum in my head feels like the result of a pint of absinthe. I thought I gave it up ages ago. No telling what mix of alcoholic concoctions went down my gullet, but at least I'm alive. Anyway, my luck has finally changed. Thanks to my brilliant turn at the tables last night, I can at least square my debts with Molly. No, what's this cursed nonsense? Where are my blasted winnings? It appears I've been hoodwinked. It's gone. All of my money. No one steals from Atticus daily. But I had better clear my head before I try to recover my wealth. Hark! Is that a rumble in the pipes, or is that scraping noise again? This time of day the velvet rose should be quiet as church. Sounds like it's coming from the next room. Perhaps a thief is still on the premises. I should investigate. Is that Miss Reed's derringer on the bureau? She must have left in a hurry. And if she was the one who robbed me, then this will be some recompense. Finders keepers. Can't go wrong with a bit of firepower. Bugger all. Here's a sight to blast even my jaded senses. The hump of a cadaver in a sprawling pool of blood. For one shuddering instant I fear that the body is Clara Reed. But no, it's someone else, and she is bathed in red, a darker red than the floor and walls. That creeping murderer who's been at large in London must have struck again. just a few steps from where I was sleeping. There's an unmistakable scent of bergamot in the air, and the furniture is in disarray. That explains the scraping noise I heard earlier. The chiffonier was dragged across the floor where it stands. That explains the scraping sound which woke me before. It can't be Ariana, her lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Blast it all! I could crush the skull of whoever was responsible, but nothing can be done at the moment. It feels like a lifetime ago, but we were together once. Did she bring out the best in me? At the very least, I squealed and giggled less when she was around. But I ruined things between us, and now she's dead. Bloody crow. If only I were a trained detective, then I would sure get to the bottom of this terrible business with alacrity. I'll do what I can. I can't be sure I'm the hero of this particular tragedy. This is all too much. I need, I need to leave this place. Two lofty stories from here to the hard cobbles below. Could it have been a cat burglar? Or perhaps something with a natural climbing ability? Would not I put the murderer have for rearranging the decor? If I was the one responsible for this brutality, I would have been halfway to Gloucester by now. Taking the whole scene into account, it strikes me that a few items were knocked over as if the result of a struggle, and the chiffonier was dragged from its usual place. It could be the room's disarray had been staged for some reason. This is Athena, who supposedly jumped fully grown and ready for combat from Zeus's skull. That's a woman I would like to know. You, what are you doing slinking around up there? You have undoubtedly heard about the Cortes and killer. I am sorry to report that he struck again, there in the room at the top of the stairs. What are you trying to say? Hmm. Open your ears, woman. There's a corpse upstairs, and it looks like it was left over after a day of making sausages at the slaughterhouse. But no, not the Cortes and killer. I would wager my left horn, madame. It's bloody awful sight up there. Saints above, this is troubling, troubling indeed. When word gets out, we could be ruined. I will let the girls know we'll have to close our doors. Do you know anything that might point to the killer? I believe I do, in fact, and I'll tell you for nothing. It's a werewolf or some other deviant behind all this carnage. What else could it be? Interesting. To explain. You've seen the newspaper reports, no doubt, and now you've seen it with your own eyes. What sort of creature could do such a thing? They are vicious brutes, certainly, but you see, madame, the full moon is not till tonight. Perhaps, but a partial transformation is not unheard of, or even full changes in the immediate days that follow and precede the moon. The madame certainly seems to know more about the matter than me. Regardless, with the trauma induced by each transformation, one's noble restraint gets gradually looser. The body upstairs was certainly torn to shreds, as if the poor dolly was clawed to death. Excuse me, but are you muttering under your breath? I haven't the slightest. What was that? Are you tallying sums in your head right now? A woman was slaughtered not 20 yards from where we're standing, and not long ago either. Well, didn't you wake up high and mighty this morning? I am running a business here, sir. And who are you? Just another John wandered in off the street. This is a job, and my girls rely upon it to pay their way. Perhaps so, though it still seems unduly callous to me. I have to tell you, I've been robbed, right here in your fine establishment. Last night I was flush with capital, but I woke up a pauper. I don't know anything about that, except that it was probably the dolly you were with who robbed you. Anyway, what kind of dog falls asleep in a bordello? Perhaps I shouldn't have trusted Miss Reed. I was overcome with such fatigue that I couldn't help but fall asleep. Now I must tend to my own troubles, madame. I leave the shambles in your capable hands. Run along, bullman. Whatever business you had here is finished. No cats, dogs, or other equally excitable animals is allowed inside, and it goes on deep into the details. The madame must really care for the rules set about here. Equally excitable. What's that supposed to mean? At least there's no mention of minotaurs. A massive statue of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, which was in fact her sole responsibility, seems like light enough work. An oral hygienic floods my nostrils with peppermint. I should really have a brush on the back molars one of these days. As if I would waste my time on such nonsense. You're either born with good teeth or they're bound to fall out. The brass capped replacements cost a pretty penny. My mouth is haunted with the spirits of last night's binge. It's time for an exorcism. Tastes like someone befouled the holy water. It's only right and proper to suffer for my sins. Landscapes of other places. I think that one's Morocco. Wonder if I'll ever see anything more of the world in this dismal isle. This pail of tobacco juice must have seen lots of coves, or perhaps a single chaw splitter waiting for his perfect match. The West Country's claim to alcoholic fame graces the table. Still full, but I can't handle cider. Too sweet. Isn't this a pretty inexpensive little music box? I would like to smash it to splinters. Atticus, behave yourself. Shut up, you old hitch. In but a few short hours your sleeping form has been looted by some cowardly crook, and you've suffered a sight like to make your eyes start out of your head. It sickens you to think such butchery happened only a few yards from where you slept. If only you had heard something, anything, perhaps you could have intervened. And here's the palladium. Normally you could wash away your problems with a stiff drink, but the mere thought sets your tummy to churning. In truth, you've never felt less like entering a bar room. Atticus, look at the state of you. What's she so sour about? There's been a murder upstairs, and the body is a pile of bloody carpet rags. Might be the handiwork of the courtesan killer, so called. I thought you should know. That's got her rattled. Don't know I've ever seen Clem that way. Upstairs, right under our very noses. Who? Who was it, Atticus? Ariana Luttrell? No, that sweet girl. Say it ain't so. I'm afraid it is, Clem. I knew her too. No one likes to be the bearer of bad news, but it's clear Ariana was well liked at the Rose. Blast. All I got to say is that Loon better steer clear of Clementine. He tries something like this again, I'll stick a shiv so far up his guts he can pick his teeth with it. I like that. About good old Penny, didn't you say she was combing around? Penny couldn't make it, but I did hear from her. She said that her boss, Dr. Clancy Wainwright, knows more about the patients at Bethnal House, names and identities and such. That's the man you want, but she wasn't sure where to find him on his day off. Just what I need, more hoofing it around town. She said you might check at Nandy's shop in Plazasaurus. Apparently, Dr. Wainwright's been consulting Nandy for a secret project. Thanks for that. Listen, mate, I hate to kick a Minotaur when he's down, but you've got to be on your way. Man with as many enemies as you have, of the type you have, kinda puts people around him in danger. Of course, I respect you as I respect this establishment, even if I've been thoroughly put out here as of late. Put your grip in daily is unbecoming of a Minotaur. Clem, I was cleaned out. Crikey, you've a knack for getting into trouble. You at least know who ran off with your readies. After my night upstairs with Claire Reed, I woke up skinned. Every last farthing I wanted at the tables is gone. I've no idea what it's about. Still behaving like some young pup in from the counties, then. I can't believe Miss Clare would have done it, though I've been wrong before. There's a reason gentlemen don't hang out about here after hours. I'm certain it was Claire Reed who robbed me. The question is, why? And what about this long-lost mother of yourn? Penny's put her job at risk asking around on your behalf. You're getting quite handy at giving a lecture. I hear they've a need for that at the University College. Just bugger off, then. Let that teach you to be overly flippant. Clem, I'm having a real tough time of it, the roughest in fact. How about a drink? Let me guess, you would rather not pay for it. Don't get me started on the bill you ran up last night. Well, sure, it would be prudent to watch my spending after being robbed. Aye, you mentioned that. But listen, love, I can't prop you up any more. The days of your drinking tab are finished. It's already the stuff of legend. I warn a drink's the last thing you need. I had better get about my business. Watch out for yourself. Here's hoping I see you on better footing, Miss Master Daly. Till next time. It's too bad I was taken for. I could have turned my life around with that Monet. Molly's ward healer and debt collector is waiting for me with a vinegary look on his gob. Old Jimmy is a hardened bruiser. I hope for my sake he's not here about my debt to Molly. It all started with a bad string of bets on rat baiting, and a few bare-knuckle brawls I narrowly lost. Best get this over with. I wouldn't make it as far as the street if I tried to run. For Christ's sake, are you done gawking at me yet? Mistress Molly sent me to offer you a favor. She has generously arranged for you to work off some of your outstanding debt. His wooden falsies make his breath damp and rotten, like a beetle-infested log. His eyes shine a toxic yellow from pits as dark as the tar black, hair splitting his forehead in a widow's peak. You don't scare me, Jimmy. From one maverick to another, just tell me what I need to know. Listen, McCoy, I'll clear this up for you right now. We know Claire Reed robbed your dosh. She's a doy, isn't she? She's after one thing only. Consider last night a reminder of that. I don't believe it. Yes, you do. You're not that daft, or you never would have lived this long. Lucky for you, I happened to bump into Miss Reed, and she was only too glad to hand over your dosh. The winnings were never yours to begin with. Molly arranged the whole thing. So what's the problem? It sounds to me like you still got your Monet, so Molly and I are at quits. You think so, you mug? I told you Molly arranged the whole thing. She put Lefty Browen at your table. The famous card sharp. I should have known, but I was too drunk on winning. And Jen, Monet or no, she did you a favor, so why don't you see what you can do for her in return? Blast, Molly always gets her Monet's worth one way or another. First smart thing you said today. Go talk to Molly at the tavern, and I suggest you clean the wax out of your ears first. She wants to give you this assignment personally. Once I head out, there should I go straight for the tavern. Won't be around this way again for a while. Experience is simply the name we give on these later chapters are going by really quick here. Your performance at the Palladium was interrupted by Atticus Daly, a minotaur who was in his cups as well as in the chips. After a heart-to-heart in the Velvet Rose, you relieved him of his winnings, only to lose the Monet before getting bushwhacked by Molly's chief goon, Jemme. Just before dawn, Eves gave you his take on the killer's latest victim. Mahogany and gold trim trails along the wallpaper, and the paintings and pictures are hung so high that they're an absolute nightmare for the maids to dust. Okay, so that's the same as when we first walk into this area. Nothing like a good rest after a night of disappointment. Mr. Chalamet Duval's promised missive seems to have arrived. Did Sowry slip the letter beneath my door? Or perhaps one of Evis's mystery colleagues is to blame? No point in putting it off, I suppose. Miss Clara Reed, please hasten to the Velvet Rose at your first earliest convenience. It is with deepest regrets and condolences that I must inform you of the passing of one Ariana Luttrell sometime after midnight last evening. Signs indicate that the death is connected to the work of the Corte Sand Killer. Respectfully, I would urge you to consider what we spoke of last night. My employers greatly desire your presence at the Rose, as well as your assistance inspecting the body. Please do not delay. My sympathies for the loss of your peer. Yours, Eves Chalamet Duval. The passing of Ariana Luttrell. Ariana, God's wounds, I spoke to her just last evening. No. I suppose I should be getting on with it then. I've little other choice. What's Iron Bear doing here? It's rare to see him without Tenor nearby. Iron Bear, good morning. What brings you here today? I thought Tenor didn't require my services until this evening. That is correct. However, with the events of the night previous, Cunningham thought my services as a bodyguard might be more useful elsewhere. Egad, has word spread so quickly? It's London, of course it has. Tenor can be overbearing. I'm lucky this is all he did. While I appreciate your concern, I must stress that the events of last night shall not be repeated. Please convey my greetings to Tenor and assure him that I will see him this evening. It is good to see you are well. He's not leaving. Did Tenor require that you remain glued to my side? He failed to specify. Well, in that case, I have things I must do today, and I am certain you do as well. Cunningham is concerned for your well-being. If I didn't know any better, I would say he's included himself in that. Look, since I'm sure you have better things to do than follow me around, what if we agreed to meet later at the tavern? I believe that could be arranged. Thank you, Iron Bear, truly. Good day, Miss Reed. My kingdom for some respite from all this. Okay, that's good to see. So that's okay. You keep up with the news, Salary. I don't suppose you call any strange visitors last month. This about that girl? Hannah, was it? One who turned up dead last month? You remember her? Of course I do. The poor dear. She was staying with us in one of the less fancy rooms for a spell. Did she have any visitors the night of the murder? Her specifically, I'm afraid not. Plenty of people in and out that night, though. Damn. What happened to her personal effects after the crime? The Bobbies took most of it in after the fact, except for a few bits and bobs. Salary produces a worn hairbrush with a carved ivory handle from a gore set within the reception desk. This was hers. Might be a titch morbid, but I've been using it myself, truth be told. It's yours if you would like, if you need it for evidence or some such. You were using a dead woman's hairbrush. Salary shifts uncomfortably. Well, it's not like she was using it, was she? I couldn't let it go to waste. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Salary blushes and high and fierce, like you're any better. Better to change the subject, though I'm glad the brush is in my possession now. I believe she was killed in the hotel itself. What? Really? Saints, but that's a chilling thought. Apparently, some residents heard quite a scuffle the night of the murder. I suppose it's possible. The poor dear. I had no idea. If I have any further questions, I'll be back. Of course, Miss Reed, I'll be here. Who's this half-pint lurking by the station? You all right there, Dove? Shouldn't you be at school or, God forbid, the workhouse? Never mind that, miss. You dropped your ring. I'm not wearing any rings. It's too late. I've already glanced away. I instinctively bring my elbows into my hips, trapping her wrist with my forearm while still inside my pocket. Wait, I didn't mean to. Without even a trinket to misdirect me. What's your name, Dove? It's Anika. Let go. Not until you let go of the money in my pocket. Okay, okay, I will. Not bad for a youngling. Damn it all. Just don't go peach to the bobbies about me. Wouldn't dream of it, Dove. By the by, I'm Clara Reed. Whatever you say, Claire. I bet that's a handle. I wish we hadn't met under such embarrassing circumstances. For you, I mean. But that's how it goes. Yeah, I get it. Why not show me your pickpocketing ruse? She beams with excitement, the way a child does when they can display confidence to an adult. She fishes out a ring. Once I get up close, I ask them if this is the ring they dropped. While they ponder, I go fishing. By the time they deny ownership, I've already cleaned them out. What if they do say that it's theirs? On top of me knowing they's a stinking liar, I ask for a finder's fee reward. That usually puts them off. The ring is a silver band with a common amethyst quartz embedded in the center. The silver definitely isn't sterling, as it's begun to tarnish around the edges despite Anika's polishing. Miss Bobble could barter a few pints at the tavern, but just barely. I found it out mudlarking. The purple gem is pretty, isn't it? I remember seeing you sniffing around the bullfrog's territory 4 years ago. I remember you too, but you had long hair then. You were the ones that would always shoo me away when I tried to prove the bullfrogs that I was good at pinching too. She was a persistent little thing. Had you pegged as the piss mug of the bunch, but now that I look back, it probably wasn't the smartest thing to try to join while the gang was parlor jumping a jewelry shop. Well, it's time for me to get going. Toodaloo, miss. Kept those lips sealed, if you please. Clara, ginger cake, it is you. What are you doing here? Tessica, my dear, good to see you, though I'm afraid I'm pressed by some rather dire busyness and haven't the time for a proper chat. Seems you do little else than chase dire straits these days, Dove. Still, I've never known you to stop an invitation. What is so pressing about this busyness in particular, if you would permit the curiosity? Perhaps it's best to confide in the good Miss Lincoln. Sitting all day in this atelier of humanity, one must hear their fair share of gossip. Or perhaps I should keep those not already embroiled in the case at arm's reach. It's likely paranoia, but it wouldn't do to drag Tessica into it without cause. Out here among the crowds, I'm sure an astute ear could learn all sorts of things. I hear my share of canards, that's quite true. I'll cut to the quick, then. A gumshoe has enlisted my help in the disposition of justice for the poor Haitian killer. Ask her what she's seen. Have you seen anything amiss? Any Polly with an old beau? That seems the jealous type. Johns who enjoyed the service of one of the victims. Perhaps some pestilent creature with 7 eyes out to maul and dismember the honest workers of the night. I'm afraid I know many of the former, far too many to be of use. As for the latter, well, I should count my lucky stars that the worst I've seen of late was a sickly looking domovoi on a bender. Somehow I doubt that's relevant to your case. Domovoi, did you say? It was quite the encounter. When one takes commissions for portraiture within a manor house, I've learned one should ask first if there are any house spirits with a predilection to pop in on guests in the water closet. Scandalous. Don't look so down, ginger cake. I think I might have something to use of use all the same, though I need a promise from you first. A promise. I don't doubt your character, Dove. I worry what might happen should word get out that I have information on the case. From the Bobbies, or from the killer themselves. Can I trust you to keep my name off your lips, even if the mutton chunters demand it? You have my word. Of course, Tessica, it will take more than some pure to make me sing. I've been in worse scrapes with her kind before, as well you know. As well I know. She's courteous enough that her gaze doesn't wander to the scar we know mars my right calf. It was from one such encounter. Ugly busyness, though I still walked away in fitter shape than the one who left it. Very well then. Come closer, Dove. I've no desire to share with the whole city. This close to Tessica, I catch the scent of her perfume through the dust and acrid vapors of London, bluebell and clove, a nostalgic scent that conjures visions of woodlands. I reside in the bell jar, as you know, and though that dreadful slaughter was last month was found by Kennock Street and Linwood in the inn, I think it, whatever it might be, started at the hotel. Then poor Tessica has been a piece in this macabre puzzle all along. Let us pray that the killer doesn't know of her incidental intrusion. I heard two voices, two women. One of them had a familiarity about it, though still can't place where I might have heard them prior. One was a rougher dialect, perhaps the lady of the night who thereafter met her end. A shame she can't recall where she heard it, but useful information nonetheless. The other was more posh. I wouldn't have recalled the experience at all, if not for the cacophonous bickering that occurred later, and, well, for one other reason. And what might that reason be? There was a coarser sound to the goings on, some deep growling that I heard through the walls now and again. How odd! If I may be blunt, Dove, at first I took it for nothing more than a raucous pair of pearl divers with a penchant for roughness. Normal enough for the bell jar, if one pays attention to such things, knows how to look. Indeed, the meeting escalated to shouts. It became clear that whatever was going on was a confrontation of sorts. The bell jar is no stranger to confrontation. To shake a resident of the place is no mean feat. Even then, I might have chalked it up to a normal spat, were it not for the girl they found the next morning, not too far from the hotel. I can see why you wanted to keep this to yourself. Tessica is no fool. I've always appreciated that about her. Thank you for speaking with me, Tessica. As promised, not a soul will know of it but me. And thank you for that ginger cake. Now perhaps we should chat about something less menacing. Anything you've heard lately? Afraid not, Dove, but you'll be the first to know if I've anything juicy to share. I look forward to it. The city's wolves are gathering for another full moon. Indeed, I do so hate those exclusion zones. One would think a city that believes itself as advanced as London could develop an alternate solution. Neither Tessica nor I are London born. I'd like to think that moving around so much has broadened our horizons. The Braslavian population has never had issues with their lycanthrope majority. They have the proper infrastructure in order to deal with the change. We haven't even the infrastructure in place to keep the reek of the tamed at bay. Indeed, different problems for different cities, I suppose. Seems like the Christian mission's having trouble in the East End. So I've heard. Something about financial woes marring their soup kitchen program, if I recall correctly. A shame in some ways. Think of how many souls would refrain from sin had they proper access to food. Or how focused artists would be on their paintings if their bellies kept quiet, an unenviable struggle, my dove. We do what we must. Best be off. Take care of yourself out there, ginger cake. I'm really starting to want a ginger cake right now. She keeps saying ginger cake, and I'm kind of starting to want to have a ginger cake. I'm assuming that's like gingerbread, and that's really good stuff. Greetings once more. Had a change of heart about the Word of God. Just wished to say hello. I'm afraid not, Father. Good day to you. That's odd. Nobody's in the shop, but the door's open. Better have a look around. The shelf covered in tinctures, salves, and cures sits recessed into the wall. There's something odd about the shelving. It doesn't seem to be flush with the wall, not entirely anyway. There does seem to be something odd about it. I wonder what could happen if I pushed. The rat gives way with minimal exertion. Well, strike me blind. Isn't that curious? The dark passage opens to a well-lit dungeon. Standing not far from a table of gore, the local apothecary reads over some papers. There's a chunk of flesh on the floor that looks remarkably like a human heart. I shan't like to speculate, nor will I let my eyes linger on what I can only surmise is an operation table. The metal slab is stained with many layers of blood, as if multiple creatures let go of their life-giving essence upon its surface. What? Oh, Miss Reed, did no one ever tell you it was unkind to go barging into the back of someone's store unannounced? A steel scalpel rests on the table near his hand. An apothecary and a surgeon both, it seems. Best not worry about it until he gives me reason to. Mr. Gray, pardon the prying, but what are you doing here? Even though his complex array of clinches, I can see him raise his eyebrow. I am an apothecary, Miss Reed. I must know the effects of my sedatives on the human body. While I should not be surprised at the lack of education among the less advantaged of London, I thought you were at least aware that the human body contains organs. One would think the more advantaged might learn to speak to other people as though they were more than beasts, but it seems it's a day of great disappointment for the both of us, Mr. Gray. He seems taken aback for a moment by the repartee. Need I remind you that you are the one trespassing in my shop? What cause have I for politeness to an intruder? Either he's all bluster, or truly has no idea how this looks. Neither option speaks well of him. What a man does or does not do in his own place of busyness does not. His eyes flashed to a door on back wall, then back to me. All right, my operation is somewhat less than legal, and I would rather not be stumbled upon by those with less loose tongues and feeble minds. But I assure you, what I'm doing here is both completely normal and entirely ethical. This seems to be the truth as he believes it to be, at any rate. Where did these organs come from, Mr. Gray? As I said before, from bodies. I believe the proper response to such willful dismissal is a sneer. Fine, fine. I have the organs delivered once in a fortnight. I've a place to receive them, not far from the shop. A dead drop. Have done for years. A dead drop. Blasted good story, whether true or not, though I would wager Mr. Gray is none too skilled at lying. 10 of 2. I head down there. I take what's been left, and I deposit payment in return. Beyond that, I have no interest in where they come from, nor have I ever. Who delivers the organs? Miss Reed, even if I knew, why would I tell you? You say this is entirely normal and ethical. I find that hard to believe. What with the skulking? Look It is no secret that physicians have need of cadavers to practice their work, nor is it a secret that there are never enough volunteers. It has become rather a hot topic these last few years. All manner of questionable practices have been dragged to the fore. I don't need a sermon on the sanctity of burials, nor the inviolability of the body, Miss Reed. Medical science must progress, and if I must pay a man to visit a graveyard, to take from those who will never mind, in order to progress, then that is what I will do. And I'm certain that your own personal enrichment doesn't factor into that one whit. As I said, I need no sanctimonious lectures today. That's enough chit chat. He gives a deflated sigh, knowing that my interrogation is certainly not over. I would think you might want to avoid the attention of the law, hidden as your operation is. You misunderstand the nature of this beast, Miss Reed. If medical experimentation upon cadavers is a secret at all, it is an open one. Should you go to the police, they will offer you some token response, unless they have other cause to wish me ill. Another regrettably accurate point. I am not robbing graves myself, and my possession of these organs breaks no laws. Perhaps he has not made the connection between recent happenings and the great deal of human remains upon his table. I notice that you seem to have no shortage of fresh research material. Is it common that you find yourself so flush with donations? The question gives him pause. Well, most of these have been held in formaldehyde for the better part of the month, but the deliveries lately have been particularly bountiful. What are you getting at? Do you not think the authorities, perhaps even the press, might be more interested in the procurement of a large quantity of fresh organs, at a time when dollies are winding up slaughtered, organless, and splayed out on the London streets? He is genuinely flummoxed by the insinuation, especially since one of the victims was found with a vial of your medicine. I don't. What? No, I have nothing to do with that business. Why should I? Mr. Gray takes a deep breath and regains his composure. Fine. As I said, I don't know anything. I sell lots of medicine, Miss Reed. Nothing suspicious about that. Were it not for the suspicious trade in organs, he would have a point. But if I were some sort of criminal, I might spend my time with dogs, chasing my tail about on the edge of the Thames. That's all I have to say on the matter. He's trying to shift the blame to the dog hounds. Not particularly subtle, though I suppose he is up to his elbows in blood. Mr. Gray, I believe I'll take my leave now. You have been most helpful, whether or not it was your genuine intent. Close the door on the way out. I will not weasel any more out of him. This is far from over, but now's the time to remove myself from this grotesque little vista. How I hope poor Ariana's body did not end up down here, though I fear it would be naive to assume it did not. There's still blood on it despite the sizable drain. How many bodies does he dissect? Not even a penny dreadful compares to this book, outlining the most grisly maladies known to the natural sciences. Urns for the cremated. It's rather like London. Numerous unfortunate souls shuffled off and tucked away in tight spaces. Given that it is still bagged, I would assume he has yet to embalm this departed soul. Cold still for colder bodies. It seems we're dealing with quite the collector. He must unearth all sorts of samples. She really ought to add a few toads around the rim to assist the aesthetic. Sawubona, Clara. How can your Nandy be of assistance? Just browsing. I'll let you know if I need your help. Take all the time you need. This tree, it isn't in here merely to captivate your clientele, is it? Yeah, she said that part before. Okay, so nothing new in here. Here, love, a little something in exchange for the latest light-hearted column. Heart-wrenching echoes resounded throughout London lately. A distressed woman named Sarah Matson succumbed to despair, casting herself off a bridge. Debt-ridden and unable to nurture her cherished brood, she entrusted them to an orphanage before taking her own life. May this sorrowful chronicle awaken empathy within our souls. Well, madame, I can see by your cough that you got your money's worth. Little Rob knows a bargain when he sees it, sells it. Some bargain. Well, that was nice, just a random little story there about. Remember, friends, if you're ever feeling that way, there is help. At least in America, there's a number 988. Please make sure to value yourself. Because someone at least does, even if you don't.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Miss Reed, glad to see you peeled yourself up off the cobblestones. May the fates look poorly upon you, and may the zest and vigor drain entirely from your shameful life. I see why that shiftless Texan calls you Spitfire. Any road, bugger off. How did he know? Well, I shouldn't be surprised. He's Molly's right hand after all. The scruffily dressed ladsman glares at me. Ladsman, give any more thought to what we talked about. Shove off, will ya? Paco's gruesome countenance lights up at my approach. It was nice to meet you, Paco. Should be moving on. Hey, Hercules, who's a good boy? Yep, not going any closer. So not a whole lot in here, looks like. Interesting that we can talk to him. Okay. Good day, my lady. Lovely weather for a change, isn't it? Aye, the sky was clear in the early hours, shipments came in smooth. I'd best be on my way, here's hoping the sun keeps shining on the both of us. This is where Philippe is usually selling fish. Strange she isn't there. Perhaps he's busy elsewhere. I hope he wasn't caught up in whatever happened to poor Ariana last night. I sure hope not. Clara Reed, glad to see you back so soon. This is a business call, I hope. Well, I didn't return for more of your fascinating conversation. Anyway, yes, then you have the Monet? The lout is this close to salivating. I was unaware of it before, but perhaps he needs this exchange as much as I do. More's the pity, no. I got rolled by Molly's train bull, Jimmy Betteredge. He took every last farthing. Quite unfortunate, Miss Reed. In that case, I hope to see you again when you end the money, and you had best make turn your fortune soon. Mind, or you'll miss your chance entirely. Insufferable fool, noted Mr. Greenstreet, tall. Why would I want to go inside where all the children live? I'm too busy to get this outfit laundered, and I imagine every surface in there is sticky. I would think a dolly would be used to sticky substances, but I guess not. Interesting that she doesn't have any dialogue about the church graves. Or about the swing or the whatever that thing is. A boy and girl, obviously fast friends, dressed in second-hand clothing made for adults and inexpertly cut down to fit children. Almost. Hi, my name's Clara. Yeah? So what? I'm Trudy. Nice to meet you, Trudy. Trudy, I told you don't go telling weirdos your real name. Of course, Trudy isn't your real name anyway, right? Right. Sorry, Horace. Yeah, I knew the one was named Horace because that's a unique name. So it's almost like a god. There. Okay, so the main thing I think is going to be the lovers because there's the hanged man. We're going to be one short, I think, no matter what. Unless, of course, we can do the rent again in chapter 13. But I don't know if that's the same rent because we paid off the rent. We may not be able to. We may not be able to do that one. Yeah, chapter 10 for the hanged man. Don't know why we didn't get on the steak dinner, but there's 2 chances in chapter 10 to get the hanged man. And then Just Ice and Lovers. Yeah. It's chapter 9. Yeah. Virgil. Yeah, no, neither of these orphans is named Virgil, so we haven't. I don't think we've talked to anybody named Virgil as Teddy near the orphanage. I'm fairly certain. I don't know what chapter we would do that on. We didn't get the chance to talk to Rathbone, and I didn't choose the right dialogue for Preacher. So the lovers, I gotta make sure to pay attention for someone named Virgil, it looks like. And then Star, maybe in chapter 13, but otherwise it's chapter 1 or 4. We missed that one pretty early on just because I assumed that in chapter 1 would lead us to a different thing. Okay, so yeah, that's chapter 11. That's chapter 11, okay. Then Virgil, like Dante's Virgil, okay. Dante's Guide. Okay, so the main thing will be Lovers and Star. If we end up just missing only one, that would kind of suck. In chapter 9, we should be getting Just Ice soon. So Virgil, chapter 13 with the rent. Chapter 11. Okay. And then the Hanged Man, chapter 10. Okay. Maybe I can remember that. But we may end up still missing only one. We may still end up missing just the star, no matter what we do. And the achievement is to get all of them in a single run, which is kind of bullshit, if you ask me, but yeah, that may be one that we just have trouble with. I just realized Steam at some point crashed on me. My Steam tab is no longer up. Weirdness. But getting all of the cards in one run, a lot of these achievements are rare, period. Yeah, that's the second rarest achievement. So honestly, the fact that I got the vast majority of them without even having to look We started looking at one card, but that's like one of the rare. And I still don't know what the flying greased rat is, and that's the rarest apparently. Is hearing the story of that. So unless I can Google that or something, we may not even be able to get all the achievements anyways, depending on that. We'll see, I guess. Okay. The flinty glare Horace directs as companion even gives me a tiny shiver. I'm not a weirdo and my name's Claire. I'm investigating the murder of several courtesans in the East End. Really? Goddamn full card. Goddamn full card. That's some bullshit right there. Literally only way I could have failed that. That's amazing. I want to be a detective when I grow up. You've never said that before. Well, now I have. Do either of you know anything about the murders? Is that a real question? No. Don't be mean. I like her. Okay, okay. I heard the killer was this big hairy guy with a cleaver and that he makes marionettes out of the victim's bones. Hearing this, poor little Trudy looks like she might wet herself. That seems far-fetched. You asked me what I heard, that was it. What did I expect to learn after all? Here's a pair of twins cavorting around a makeshift seesaw. They're identical not only in physicality, but in their tatty garments and the layer of grime covering them everywhere with their bright eyes. Mm-hmm. Listen, I've been looking for a murderer, someone who's killed several times in the East End. Do either of you know anything about it? Yeah, I heard about it. Okay, that's Virgil. That's Virgil, okay. But we didn't kill him, honest. What did you hear? I heard those ladies were chopped into tiny bits and is getting served in soup at the Royal Palace. Well, that's not helpful. Time to move on. That's Virgil. Okay. Don't know why his name's not popping up there, but now we know who Virgil is. We're probably not going to be getting that achievement this one. We'll probably have to do a second off off stream run just to get that one achievement if I do. I might go ahead and just make a guide in Steam for that. If I was more confident I could remember where I got all the gens from, I might go ahead and supplement that as well, but I'm not honestly confident we'll get that one either. I think we've been everywhere except Beggar's Lane now, so let's go ahead and go to Beggar's Lane, which is our main objective. And really the main thing, if I decide to do that, will be whether or not we get that other achievement. Because I have no idea, like I said, there's no guide for this. I don't know if it's just not popular enough or what, but I'm honestly loving this game. But then again, I fucking love steampunk type stuff like this. Victorian London, Minotaurs. This whole thing just really tickles me, but I think it's a good game so far. Not much else to go here except the Palladium, it looks like. Okay. Nothing down here to note. Nope. Nothing down here to note. Stage door, nothing I need there. There's a newspaper over here. What's up with this newspaper? That's new. Appears to be a copy of the London Journal, a small to middling paper, often prone to gossip mongering and fluff. The front page story glares out in brazen black ink. The courtesan killer speaks. There's a half-tone reproduction of a letter penned and cramped in messy script. My salutations and regards. I've had such a good time with these dollies thus far. The last one was quite full of piss and verve, but great fun all the same. I love what I do. I do what I love, and my love will flip London on its head. The gappers and bluecoats are up in arms about me. True, but the bobbies and tossers, and it hardly matters anyways. I'm a proper beast, and shan't ever be caged. Things have been quiet of late, but nothing lasts forever. Hold this letter back till print. Keep it from the bluecoats' hands till then, and I shan't come scratching at your door next. Humbly yours, the Canuck Courser. The Canuck Courser. So he's named himself now. How remarkably callous. How bleak. To have one's life ripped literally to shreds, and your killer given a voice for their heinous acts. Seems I have my work cut out for me. Best get a move on. Clara, good to see ye again, love. Naturally, you've heard about the murder in the Rose. Chills the blood just to think of it. For just a moment I could see the tiniest crack in Lefty's cool facade. Och, aye, 'tis enough to give lassie nightmares, and she's vulnerable to that kind of thing. You don't have any idea who's responsible, do you? Nay, nay, the only thing I ken for certain is he's a barmy bastard. I take it you're not bothered, though. Nay, a wee bit. I've tousled with the worst London has to offer, though I suppose this one could set a new bar. That's enough about that, as you wish. I'm glad I ran into you, Lefty. Take care of yourself. That's one thing you can always count on, lass. Bye now. Miss Reed, why the long face? Believe it or not, Clem, I'm here to inspect a body. You're here to inspect a body. Were you secretly a Poi special this whole time, then? Far from it, I assure you. No point in explaining to Clem how I ended up in this mess, especially when I'm unsure of the finer details myself. Listen, you know I care for all the girls here, and I know you do too. It's terrible what happened last night, right under our very noses. If only I could've. She cuts off, shaking her head. There's nothing I can do. I know that, plain as day. But you, Claire, might just have a chance. You think so? I just thought about something. Flying greased rat. Hear the story of the smoking accident. What if that's when we give the orphans cigarettes? We would purposely have to make our I've been making our happiness level up because it's good to be happy, right? But if we purposely lower the dwarfs down and keep it low and offer or is that how we get the story? Like, I don't know, maybe they refuse the cigarette and they're like, yeah, no, this accident happened, that's why we're not. I just thought about that. That might be what that is. I do. You're whip smart and you care about the girls too. Don't try to deny it. There's no one else I'd rather have on the case. Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. That's what I'm here for. Now you had best get upstairs. Nothing to be learned hanging around here. Right you are, Clem. Maybe I have more of a chance to track down this killer than I thought. At the very least, it's good to know Clem supports my efforts. The plush carpet underfoot is now uncomfortably reminiscent of spilled blood. Is it your imagination, they sense that violent death taints the air? That's much colder in here than usual. You've never given much credit to stories about spirits lingering near the site of their deaths. The victim was a friend who worked at the Rose alongside you. You wonder if she suffered. You wonder who could be responsible. Steel yourself. The truth is but a few moments away. A copy of the London Journal, today's issue, the correspondence. Okay, so that's the correspondence one. We've already read it. No reason to read it again. Hi, Clara. I'm just here collecting my things. Well, with a murderer so close to home, Madame Zora is going to shutter the rose for a few days. I wouldn't doubt it, and perhaps it's the right thing to do. Poor Ariana. I can't believe the killer struck right here in the rose. Me neither, Lou. I'm going to do whatever I can to stop the killings. Dollars the world over would be forever in your debt. Take care of yourself, Lou. I'll see you again soon. A worn and well-used nightstand where many a girl will stash her valuables before the evening rush. I haven't the key for this one, and I'd hate to bother Zora for it. So the night the lockpicks finally come into handy. The nightstand contains an assortment of odds and ends, among them several spools of thread, a simple love note from Philippe the fishmonger, and a moonstone pendant. What you got there, Clara? I'm not quite sure. Avery was using the drawer last I knew. I guess you can have what's in it. No one to come back for it now. Do you know anything about this necklace? I've never seen Avery Anna wear it. Is it new? Right pretty, that's for true. Think she said it belonged to some friend of hers. Dunno how she came about it, or why she wasn't wearing it day in and day out a news piece like that. Could this necklace have belonged to Gwen Saney? Best keep hold of it for now. Still can't believe we had a murderer so close to home. It could have been any one of us. Well, with the brothel closed, at least I'll have a few days off. Sure, Lou, you deserve it. I'll see you around. Hmm. 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 We still don't know how to do the one job with the dwarf either. Hmm. I don't know. This just may not be a game we 100% for a few reasons. Hmm. Okay, yeah, she's not. So I don't know what's up with that. Hmm. Hmm. Good day, Miss Reed. Go ahead. I've cleared the room for you. The air in this room is stifling. It's that solid sense of dread that you only find next to a corpse. Quite different from simply reading about the Cortesian killer in the papers. Every problem seems inconsequential until it is at your doorstep. Poor Avi. If I can find the monster that did this, perhaps her spirit can rest. Saints above, what will I tell Philippe? Would it be pertinent to look around the room or inspect the body first? The rake and spacing of these claw marks seem oddly uniform. How does the old saying go? Symmetry is rarely found in nature. On the contrary, symmetry can be found in nature often. If memories of my colleague serves me, the twee saying really. Her lifeless and torn up body lies moldering on the brothel floor. Ari was a friend. I won't let this stand. A semblance of fairness, of truth, the building blocks of something better, painstakingly chased. The blood trails crisscross every which way across the bedding and floor, but there's something off about this. There are no footprints in the blood, save for an incidental print here or there, and no scuffs or smudges left by foot, nor shoe, as I might have expected from such a fight. Her injuries appear to be puncture wounds primarily, with some slashes and rips interspersed. Many of these wounds were surprisingly neat. Whatever inflicted them was sharp and precise. The cause of death was most likely blood loss or perhaps asphyxiation. Either way, her neck is now little more than a pulpy, bloody mess which sits congealing on the floor. Her chest, lungs, likewise have been badly damaged. The multitude of puncture wounds across her body seem to have one thing in common. They are, generally speaking, uniform, as if they were created by the same weapon. Whatever created them passed in and out of the flesh clean with purpose. The puncture wounds, the shape of the injury, even the fight and the torn up corpse suggest that this was an attack carried out by tooth and claw. But if that's the case, why are the wounds clean? The creatures bit, but did not chew, did not tear off chunks of the still warm flesh to consume. The torso of the deceased has been sliced open round the tummy and into the chest cavity. It's grim and gruesome work to sort through. Within the cavity of her flesh and bone, her organs form a disorderly chorus of reds, purples, and browns. I recognize a few, and yet others are curiously absent. Her heart is missing, as is her liver. I think other organs might be missing besides. As you comb through the viscera, it occurs to you that there are either no bite marks upon the organs, or else all that is left of them is a sloppy, putrid mess of pierced or torn flesh. There are no half organs either, nothing ripped apart or partly devoured. If this was truly an animal attack, why were some organs devoured wholesale and others left completely alone? It's all far too clean. There's nothing more to be done here. The concentration of blood suggests that the struggle began on the bed and proceeded until she hadn't the energy to continue. Terrible. It's Ari's reticule, bloody and torn to shreds. There's precious little in it, but perhaps I'll use it myself, carry her memory on in some way. If nothing else, I suppose I could pawn it off. This pocket watch looks rather familiar. Have I seen it before? The interior of the cover is engraved with a decorative image of a bird in flight. There appears to be a significant scratch marring the image. I'll hold on to this and see if I can inquire after its owner. Maybe Aunt Selina over at the curio shop could enlighten me. One of two places the killer could have entered the room, the other being the door, of course. I run my fingers along the wood grain near the hinges, feeling for any splintering. If the killer entered this way, it appears they didn't force the window open. Before we start, I thought I might let you know the prevailing theory now that you've had the opportunity to inspect the room for yourself. Let's hear it then. The authorities believe this crime was not committed by self-possessed hands. Specifically, they are working under the assumption that this killing was committed by a lycanthrope, given this, as well as the last killing's proximity to the full moon. And what do you believe? Suffice to say, there are many aspects of this case that do not make sense to me. Indeed, there are cracks in that conclusion, least of all that last night was not the full moon proper. Some werewolves have been known to lose their heads in the days preceding it, but it's far from a universal affliction. I would do best to reserve my judgment, and for that matter, consider how much I am willing to share with my friend here. But sharing our findings will be mutually beneficial to us both, insofar as understanding this case goes. That being said, it is hard to trust this unknown man, let alone his shadowy backers. Miss Reed, you've seen the body. Anything you'd like to share? Nasty work, though hardly my first time seeing a dead body up close. Care to expand on that, mademoiselle? Too numerous to remember every instance. Saints, that's a rather alarming notion. Now I think on it. Perhaps another time, detective. There was a watch among the things in the room. I wonder if I might take it and attempt to identify its origin myself. That's fine with me. I'll make sure the proper authorities know where the item has gone. The whole scene was unusually gruesome, a horrific tableau. The wounds on her body were inflicted by something sharp, piercing. An interesting observation. Please go on. The lack of footprints stood out to me. Not from shoe, paw, or hoof for that matter. Indeed, I had comparable concerns. If she and her assailant were engaged in a prolonged fight, why is there so little sign of her attacker's presence in the room? Why did no other residents of the Rose come to investigate the noise? The wounds were far too uniform to be random. I noticed something strange when looking closely at her wounds. They were altogether uniform, precise. There was no sign of mastification, chewing. Well, Miss Reed, that is a most disturbing detail. It would certainly contradict the prevailing notion that this was done by a werewolf. Was there anything else? Her heart and liver are missing. There may be additional organs missing as well, though I'm no physician. A comparable situation occurred with other victims. He strokes his chin for a moment. Were there any further details you noticed? There were no partial organs. Her heart and liver, at least, were missing wholesale. Every organ was either damaged nearly beyond recognition, though present, or left alone entirely. Were this an animal attack, one might expect some sign of feeding, of partial consumption. You're quite right. If it was not an animal, Yves does not look shaken. His composure suggests that these doubts had already crossed his mind. Well, was there anything else of note? Those are the details that struck me as particularly strange. I found a considerable amount of evidence which he did not. I hope that the information I found will prove useful. His mouth twitches for a moment as if he were anticipating the need to retort. Yes, I expect it will. I must say, Miss Reed, I am impressed with your observational skills. You may have missed your calling as a private detective. Of all the many roles I have played throughout my life, Poleye Special is not one I ever considered. We've made good progress here, Miss Reed. Let me know if there's anything else. Certainly. One more thing. I generally refrain from dealing directly with them, but the Dockhounds have eyes and ears all over London. Molly O'Malley may be privy to some details regarding the perpetrator's true identity and whereabouts. Molly O'Malley. Wonderful. By the by, Miss Reed, I'd like to fill you in on what we know of the other victims. It's important you know what we're walking into. All right, what should I know? What would you like to discuss first? What would you pin as the first incident of this case? Can you tell me about the victim? The first reported victim was a washerwoman by the name of Rachel Nichols. I recall hearing of her death. The papers claim she was streetwalking when it occurred, though I would never encounter her in any circles that I am privy to. Indeed, Miss Nichols had her issues with gin, and was sleeping rough outside of some shop or public house the night of her death, surrounded by a tidy collection of Jonathan's silver gin. The selfsame gin I received from Glenn Forrester. It must be a favorite of his as well, though I found no indication she ever worked as a dolly, let alone on that evening in particular. Yet the papers reported as much. I can't say I'm surprised. Her body was found several months past at the height of summer. I sense a but coming. However, I am given to believe that there was an incident that predated even hers. Gwen Saney, whose body washed up from the Thames some 2 months prior to Miss Nichols. I believe I might have a connection to Miss Saney. Ariana spoke of her just last evening, a fellow seamstress from her early years. If memory serves, Ariana was quite concerned about the circumstances of her death. Miss Reed, that's remarkable. Gwen Saney had ties to a later victim. This solidifies her connection to the case. I will look deeper into her death, and I encourage you to do the same. Ariana said Gwen was raised in Bruslavia. Given our suspicions regarding lycanthropes, that information feels particularly relevant. Indeed, that is quite the break. Well done, Miss Reed. Fantastic work. We will have to keep it in mind moving forward. Certainly. It's a lot to take in. Have you heard about any other killings of this type that were not reported on? As you know, this woman was not the first victim of this particular modus operandi. He chose his phrasing carefully there. To answer your question, neither the crime scene nor the particulars of the victim are unique. They follow an obvious pattern, of course, that which popular consciousness is privy to, and other comparabilities besides. I knew these atrocities were particularly gruesome, but it would seem many particulars of the case have been left out of public knowledge. There were comparable incidents that, for one reason or another, have not been taken up by the press. Tragically, even accounting for them, there is little to go off in terms of identifying a suspect. Little, but not nothing. The edge of his lips curls up for a moment, almost imperceptibly. Indeed. In fact, there's something I'd like to show you. He reaches into his inner breast pocket and produces a labeled bottle. Medicine bottle. This was found on the body of a victim I believe to be related to the case. Gordon Gray's patent panacea for men, guaranteed to cure impotence, baldness, aggressive personality, humor imbalance, afflictions of the blood. My, is there anything it doesn't cure? I have already been to Mr. Gray's shop in Plaza Source and spoken to him, but I found nothing of consequence. I did, however, have the suspicion that he may not have been entirely forthcoming. Perhaps you might succeed where I did not. I will pay him a visit as soon as I have the chance. This tincture was taken from the body of a Dolomop by the name of Cassé Lowry, not a name that the papers picked up on. It would seem not. He was found last month, only 2 days after Miss Hannah Lind was butchered on Cannock Street. His body was in much the same state as hers. Precisely as I thought. This story is a cessationist wreck. Anything that does not fit cleanly with the story is either warped beyond recognition or else left out entirely in the retelling. Thank you for the lead. I'll see what I can turn up. Best of luck, Miss Reed. I'm sure you'll come upon something worthwhile. I hope he's right. You mentioned these killings all had the same modus operandi. Have there been a spate of other recent killings following a different pattern? There are always killings in London. These are different, yes, but murder is never entirely unique. He's being careful again. A simple raise of the eyebrow ought to convey my curiosity. The matter at hand is grim enough without adding unnecessary details from unrelated cases, though I can address it if you would like. Additional details of other killings may help clarify the murders at hand. Very well. I do not wish to muddy the waters, but I do know of additional recent examples which point to serial killings of an entirely different sort. How atrocious. For instance, there are reports from America of a series of comparable deaths in Chicago. The local medical schools have had a curious influx of young, wealthy women, all of whom died tragically by asphyxiation. Strangulation, then. They were not strangled. Either Chicago is experiencing a scourge of leaky pipes in the homes of genteel young ladies, or someone has perfected the art of luring women into gas chambers. Ghastly, but as it is said, it doesn't help much with the case at hand. Additionally, there have also been kidnappings as of late. Kidnappings. Children in the care of Sacred Heart Orphanage, for example. Suffice to say, our patrons have taken an interest in that particular mystery as well. For now, you needn't be concerned by such things. Our patrons indeed. Hard not to be at least a titch concerned, but I take his point. One problem at a time. What can you tell me about Hannah Lynn, last month's victim? You are familiar with her. She used to work for the Rose. Myself and the other girls here remember her well enough. CS bien. I'm sure that will be helpful as we build our case. Indeed. Hannah Lind, just as the others were, she had been badly brutalized. Her body was a mess, and several of her organs were not present among the viscera, just the same as the senseless slaughter that occurred last night. Can you tell me what Hannah's time at the Velvet Rose was like? I was not particularly close to Miss Lind, but I recall her employment here ending perhaps 2 years ago. Were the circumstances of the deceased's departure amicable? As far as I'm aware, she relocated to the south bank of the Thames. It was Madame Zora who suggested a more local brothel. She moved as planned and was thereafter employed with them. There were no hard feelings to speak of. I had heard much of the same already, but thank you for sharing your perspective, Miss Reed. Always a pleasure to help. Anything else I should know? I'm afraid that's all I know of the other victims. Thank you for the information. As you said, I think it best we follow up on these leads for the time being. Of course, Miss Reed, best of luck. What might this reticle fetch were I to pawn it? Oh, Dorothy, where did this come from? It once belonged to a friend. A friend has since passed away. How did you know that? Enough years pawning magical odds and ends to Cyclops and Bullman, and you get a feel for this sort of thing. I'm not sure I follow. Tell me, Claire, have you ever seen a spirit? Several, in point of fact. Not this nonsense again. I had hoped I was past this. What would you say if I had? That I'm not surprised. You've that air about you. Bit of whatever it is. I know what you mean. Tried to perform my fair share of magic in the past, though I'm no half-blood fae nor some shapeshifter in human form. Interesting. That said, the gift doesn't have to be all flashes and excitement. You see the truth of things, and that's no small feat. I've enough problems in the real world as is. Not keen on taking any on magical ones by dint of my arcane skills. If you've got items from a person who has passed away, bring them to me, alright? If I'm correct, we might be able to have one last chat with the dearly departed. Well, I'll let you do the magical honors. Not me, Clara. You. This isn't some sacred wisdom from my traveler mum, or a ritual that some gaho is trying to ape for coin. And Selina spits upon the ground. Can't rightly say what it is or why. I've just been around long enough to pick some things up, and I would wager this isn't the first time you've seen death, or had it run in with the other side. Okay. So this is the Beyond the Veil quest. Okay. Would any item from the deceased work? Not just anything, it would have to be something meaningful. Could you be more specific? And Selina laughs. Afraid not, my dear. What's enough for some isn't enough for others. Sometimes nothing is enough to call something out from beyond the veil. And I'm not trained in this sort of thing, just seen enough to make it work. I've got Ariana's reticule here. She never went anywhere without it. Could we start with that? I still don't like this, but if it means I could find out what happened to Avi. Now, suppose we could. Just give me the moment to prepare. And Selina locks the front door of her shop before moving to the side counter, arrayed with candles and a ceremonial cloth. She gestures for me to join her before taking my hand in hers. Now you need to focus, Claire. Think about the departed, focus on her image. She lays down the reticule. Candlelight illuminates the dark red stains and my reflection in the mirror over her shoulder. Ariana's face was a mix of angles and curves, sharp lines blended into soft turns. She was careful with her hair, black curls laid just so, yet she had the grace to leave the wisp over her forehead. Can you see her now? Envision her face. I nod my assent. Breathe deeply and close your eyes. The world goes dark before the image in my mind. Long moments of silence pass before some impatient customer raps on Aunt Selina's locked front door. No, not her front door. The wall, perhaps. The sound is moving. A light breeze passes over the skin of our clasped hands. If there is a spirit here, come to us. We acknowledge your presence and wish to speak. The knocking continues to move until it stops somewhere behind Aunt Selina's voice. If there is a medium among us, appear to her sight and share with her your secrets. The breeze stops, then shortly thereafter the knocking, and Aunt Selina squeezes my fingers. It's time. I open my eyes. Aunt Selina still stands at the counter in front of me, and in the darkened mirror, Ariana stands behind me, eyes locked with mine in the reflection. There we go. She is no threat to me. I am here of my own volition, and I will act as such. Regardless, she is not the first spectre I've seen. Ari, it's good to see you again. Ariana's voice replies, but it isn't the spirit's lips that move. It's mine. Clara, it's so nice to see a friendly face, or any face at all. She looks sad and scared. Ari, I'm trying to get to the bottom of what happened. I don't know if you understand, but you were killed at the Velvet Rose. Do you know who did this to you? I feel the waves of panic, despair, despite Ariana's face in the mirror remaining unchanged. Her voice escapes my lips with a cry of terror. Killed? No, no, I'm just lost. I don't want to be here. Can't you help me? Like when I first came to work for Madame Zora, you were so welcoming. You helped me find my help me, help me. Avery Ann Luttrell, listen to me. I need to know what happened before you died. You must tell me. The panic in the air seems to vanish. Avery Ann still stands behind me, entirely unchanged. But the tension has gone. Did I cause that somehow? I was sitting by the window in the best room at the Rose. Was I waiting for a customer? I heard a voice outside calling from the alleyway. Who? What voice? Sykes. He was outside in Beggar's Lane, bickering with Clem at the door to the Palladium. Well, now, isn't that something? I stood. Just at that moment, someone entered. I'm not sure. After that, everything went dark. It's all right, Avery. You can go on. Then, well, there was nothing. I just woke up here. I don't know where I am. Claire, can you bring me home? The fear wells up again, a rising tide. I may not get much more out of her. Did you see anyone in the room with you? Did you hear anything? The terror overwhelms me. I can feel nails scraping down my chest, crushing my lungs. I can't. Help me, Claire. I can't be here anymore. You need to help me. I can't. The candles flicker out, and surprisingly strong fingers pull me off the floor. I never even felt myself fall, but now I'm standing again in Anselina's curio shop. Ariana's spirit is gone. Saints above. So this killer, he wasn't the one they suspected. And Selina has begun putting away the candles and lighting the electric lamps before my eyes have come into focus. Did I lose consciousness? It couldn't have been him. She saw him there in the alleyway, but her killer was inside the rose, behind her at the window. Well, that's important information. Will help narrow the field. She also did not hear any commotion, other than Sykes in the alley. That means the killer was silent. The presence did not arouse suspicion upon entering the rose, on her or her room in particular. It's not much, but it's something. She gives you an unapproving nod. Such a bright young woman, but I'm afraid I really must be reopened for business. Thank you, and Selina, you've helped me a great deal. My pleasure, dearie. If you need anything else, I'll be here. How is all this meant to work? This part is simple as you please, not like a proper seance. A big flash chinwag with the dearly departed. That is good to hear. There's only so much chinwagging of that sort I could take. It's all about what you can do when you set out to. All I need from you, my duck, is to have a sip of this and hold those trinkets in hand. What is it? This? Earl Grey and lavender. Best take a tick to relax before this sort of thing. I see. Now then, what's first? Gwen's necklace. Then let's begin. My mom's necklace. Why did I ever come to London? A question I'm quite familiar with. I didn't want to know. If I could have
Stream
forgotten it, I
elements,
would have.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
What is it she knew? What secret killed Gwen Saney? I hadn't planned to tell anyone neither, but I remember the scandal from when I was small. Of course I heard. Everyone in town heard. The poor sod. My mother loved our new home so much. I hope they're happy there. I should never have left for London. You all right there, my dear? Yes, I think so. Learn anything. Gwen Saney knew the killer, knew some scandal they were embroiled in back home. But where was home? It's fading swiftly, but there was something about a new home. Did her parents emigrate to wherever she knew the killer from? And then Gwen set out for London when she was grown, though her accent struck me as somewhat familiar. Too many possibilities as to where precisely she was from. All that matters is that Gwen knew our killer's past, and the killer knew of her. That's why she was slain. Hannah's hairbrush. I'm sorry. Well, this one is quite odd. Pain. Just wanted to stop it. Her senses are scattered, different, but becoming more lucid all the time. I was always so good at keeping my head. The best. But even the calmest beast will bite back when it's cut. It seems that's as much as I'm going to get. You all right, Claire? You look a bit peaky. I'm quite fine, I think. You think? This one was. It was far less coherent than I expected. Can the, can be the case sometimes, when someone leaves us in an especially painful way, or when something else has messed up the ritual of the thing. Hmm. Come on. Come on. It's supposed to be a 43% chance, dude. That's pretty close to a 50-50. It should have taken 2, maybe 3 tries. Come on. I needed 9 to succeed. Oh, and then I just straight up did the fool. Okay, well, you too then. Come on now. Might as well go ahead and give it to me. I'm too stupid to stop trying. Okay, that is some bullshit. Two fools in a row. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, okay. You might as well give it to me, bro. I'm not giving up. A 6. Yeah, okay. At least it wasn't full, I guess. Still need a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, or the world. So we've got, quite a few options here. If you want to just go ahead and give it to us. It should be a 43% chance, but it's turning into like a 20, a 15, 20% chance here. Thank you. It's not just that. Her senses were different somehow. Her mind not in pain, but in some other state entirely. Something animal. Tessica says she heard growling that night in the bell jar. I wonder. Perhaps the killer was not a wolf at all. Perhaps what dear Tessica heard was Hannah Lynn. It certainly warrants further investigation. Okay, go ahead and save after that, because that certainly took us a fucking minute to get through. Don't know how much that actually helps us, but I don't know how much it doesn't help us too. Doesn't not help us or something like that. Hello? And say, oh, and now it's not responding. That's nice. Are you going to try? Did I make you angry, Sovereign Syndicate? And now it's just straight not responding. Okay, that's good.
discover a world of magic and steam.
Quieter than it's been in an age. I don't like how this one feels. I didn't know what I was saying. Out of me head at the time, like I always was. That's right. Rachel Nichols was sleeping rough the evening of her death. Had been for some time. I don't have nothing to say. Saying things is what got me gone in the end. She took it the wrong way. How peculiar. I crossed her, and this is where it got me. Never really did believe it would be the gin what did me in. And I was right, wasn't I? In a manner of speaking. Don't know who that mad brim thought I was. Who she thought Rachel was. Right paranoid git. That one, a danger to herself and others, certainly a danger to myself. I suppose it don't matter either way now. It's all done. How was it? I can't say precisely what happened to Rachel, but I've got something else. Well, spit it out then. Whomever it was that did her in that night was a woman. Whatever else happened to Miss Nichols, that is a solid lead. Certainly ask some questions. That's a damn good find. Indeed. Any other items? Not yet. I guess there's some more items we can find. Tossed haphazardly on the table is a small jeweled bauble. Old and a bit tarnished, but otherwise well cared for, is a gold mint stick pin. On its back is an engraving of a small tome. On its front, a glaring orange cat's eye gem. I recall we girls in the bullfrogs would keep something comparable on our person, sometimes for far less venial intentions than the warding off of mashers, though that was their most common use. Gordon is nowhere to be seen. Strange, how it's just been thrown here haphazardly. Does it even belong to him? The shady bastard might even have come in with one of his donations to the scientific cause. I should take it if it belonged to the victim and certainly want to see it. I found this stick pin at Gordon Gray's. Casey was found with a Medi-sign from Gray's. I think the two might be connected. Then let's begin. Here we are again, aren't we? What? Of all the ways it could have gone, all the prigs that didn't give a shite if I was alive or dead. And this was how it ended. Wrong place, wrong time, a pointless sodding death. That's atrocious. Ain't it just? Such is life, judged by the company we keep, judged by whether anyone will kick up a fuss if we're all gone. All of us are selling our lives away one way or another. Why would I ever want to be part of it? Don't get a choice, do we? Not usually. I just wish I had burnt it down before the end. As do I. Rest well, my friend. Well, Casey Lowry, I must admit I feel no small amount of kinship. Learn anything that might help your case? I think he was merely unlucky. What was it Eva's told me? He was found with an elixir from Gordon Gray's on his person. Perhaps he saw something he should not have. Could have been anyone, the poor bastard. I know the killer was supplying Mr. Gray with fresh material. Perhaps Casey Lowry stumbled upon the dastard delivering their payload. Any other items you'd like to have a look at? I think that's all for now. Eva's mentioned 4 victims they believe to be related to the case other than last night's murder. Well, we've done good work here. I know you might want to hear it, Claire, but you have a great talent in this. I'm quite aware, though it's never made me any less apprehensive to such things. Thank you, Aunt Selina. Be seeing you. Okay, so that's the Beyond the Veil Shadows thing. Apparently, we're a little bit of a medium. Would not have expected that. Okay. Still don't know how to put the Polized uniform as Teddy. That's something we'll have to keep an eye out. But there's 18 chapters, so. Missing Orphans, Syndicate, Molly's Mech. Wonder if we're about to do Fisherman's Bride. So the only one I don't have any idea about is the Dark Dimension with Otto. I'm not sure what's up with that. It's interesting. Okay. And while we were frozen up, it was just the game that was freezing up. I did go ahead and look into discussions for Flying Greased Rat, and it does have to do with giving the orphans the cigarettes. Although it's a bit more complicated than that apparently, because you have to purposely fail 2 checks. So it's weird, but yeah, it does have to do with that, I guess. I might try to 100% this game. The main ones that will have a quick second off-screen playthrough for will be the Arcana cards. And the Flying Greased Rat will have to purposely make the dwarf depressed. Purposely fail some checks. But I think those are the only 2 that will have Assuming we get Fisherman's Bride right here and we don't fail that because she, died. But then again, if we do have to pay rent a second time, I don't know how often we have to pay rent. If that's not the same rent, then maybe we can still do it. Maybe, but then again, we're still missing the one, aren't we? Unless that interaction takes place later. I don't know. Oh, there's Philippe. Fresh fish. Who doesn't eat fresh fish? I've accidentally locked eyes with Philippe. Senorita Clara, necesito hablar contigo, por favor. Philippe, I'm not sure what you've heard. Clara, no one at the Rose will tell me where she's gone, and when I ask closes up like a clam. A cowardly thing to do, but I understand the impulse. Please, you must tell me anything you know. Ariana, me, Alma, I need to know if she's all right. She's not. She's not all right at all. Am I really prepared to tell him about Ariana? I even went to Velvet Rose to see her, but she was nowhere to be found. God, did I seal Ariana's fate by encouraging her to leave town with Felton? With that set in motion the series of events that led to her demise, and I dread to run into her ghost. Would she even forgive me? Would Felton forgive me if I told him that? You've heard no thing. I have heard whispers, and I have seen lost gendarmes circling the Rose. Perhaps Ariana is hiding out for her own safety. I am so sorry, Philippe. I barely have the words to say it myself. He shakes his head as if he does not believe me. He does not want to. But I spoke to her yesterday. She promised me an answer. Tell me where she is. I'm sorry, Philippe. It doesn't feel real that she's gone, but I'm afraid Ariana is dead. No, but it cannot be. Who did this to her? You have to know. I will find out, Philippe. Of that much you have my word, but I must be sure. It wouldn't be wise to let him in on the investigation. A heart soaked in grief renders clarity difficult. No one knows, Philippe. It pains me that all I can offer you is my condolences. Though perhaps... When I spoke with Ariana last night, she told me her answer to your proposal. See? She was going to accept. She spoke at length about her future with you. Ella habría aceptado. She seemed to be filled with great hope and love, and the expectation that she would see you soon. Now that I've told him, I had best take my leave. Gracious Claire, thank you for telling me everything. Philippe, try this. It's just a little something to wash away the bitter aftertaste of it all. Gracias, Claire. I admit that I've been skipping my meals. All this worrying made me forget about my growling tummy. No shame in taking a break from time to time. Besides, can't have you getting scurvy like the average seaman. See, with this I will keep the scurvy away. It was good seeing you, my friend. That did not count that as being completed. I was also worried about that. Assuming that we do indeed have to keep her alive. I mean, I kind of was wondering about that with that choice there. Whether or not it would allow us to complete that quest one way or the other. But I would have thought telling her to leave would ensure her safety because she wouldn't be there to die. Apparently not. So we may not be able to complete that one either. Yeah, because it didn't, even though it just says completed, but I guess it doesn't count if it's completed as a negative ending. Interesting. Well, I guess that'll be three if we do have to do a second run. Here's Iron Bear, and Tenor still nowhere to be found. As always, he's doodling in the notebook he brings with him everywhere. A tumbler of whiskey sits before him on the bar, dewy with condensation but untouched. Good to see you again, Iron Bear. May I ask what you're working on? Miss Reed, I see you're a woman of your word. I'm working on battle plans, of course. I am an advanced scout for the Comanche people, and once I report back, we will conquer all of Europe. Had his strident wit not broken into a small chuckle, I might have believed he was serious. At least it would make a change from our current governance. Is it now my turn to ask about what you are working on, seeing as it has provided me with an unanticipated day off? Yes, I was eager not to have Iron Bear following me about London, but of course the man would want some explanation. Not that I can tell him what's really happening. And how is the bodyguarding busyness these days? No new holes in you, I trust? None that I can see at any rate. Not my most elegant misdirection. Iron Bear gives me a knowing look, though he allows the subject to change. Fortunately, no. There have been no attempts on Cunningham's life in London, nor mine. If I had come here expecting more excitement, I would find myself remarkably disappointed. There is a pointed silence. I could leave now. I've met Iron Bear as promised, but I find myself in possession of a rare opportunity to get to know the man a little better. Well, since we're both here, I wonder if you might permit me a little curiosity. I have no particular objections. I've noticed that you always walk behind Tenor like a valet. That's unusual for a bodyguard. A Comanche custom, perhaps. Cunningham knows not walk beside or behind me. He is not a warrior, but a businessman, and he has not earned that right. Were you anticipating a bit of danger this trip? Looking forward to a bit of flash? It's best that these things go smoothly, though I won't pretend a bit of danger wouldn't liven the endeavor up. A bit of a risk-taker, then. Heaven knows I can understand the appeal. My employment with Mr. Cunningham has other benefits. Our association provides me with many opportunities I would have otherwise missed had I traveled on my own. Yes, he is useful that way. I am particularly interested in the recent English preoccupation with steam technology. Is that what you're always working on? Mind if I take a peek? Please. Rather than hand me the notebook, he opens it to a particular page. On the left-hand page is a collection of sketches. As near as I can figure, the disassembled components of some kind of machine. On the facing page is a list of names. The ones I recognize are either arsenal employees or black market weapons dealers. Most of them are crossed out. It appears you're running into a few brick walls here. Yes, I have encountered unanticipated obstacles. It appears that even London's darkest underbelly is reluctant to deal with foreigners of a certain caste. Is there something I might be able to assist with? Perhaps so, given that Lord Braxton is one of your clients. Not only do they specialize in consumer devices, but Arsenal is the premier weapons manufacturer in England. My people have the numbers, the resources, and the will to defeat the Republic of Texas Rangers. We lack only the right weapons. If I'm in a position to help you, then I will. But what are you proposing? I have it from a reliable source that Lord Braxton has developed a prototype for a steam-powered repeating rifle. The real reason I've come to Europe is to arrange a shipment of rifles for the Comanche. But first I need the diagrams of this particular prototype. Have you any idea where one might find these diagrams? Not yet, no. I came here to speak with Molly O'Malley, but she quickly gave me the brush off. If she rebuffed you, you're better off for it. When you make a deal with a snake, you often get bit. All the same, it was a risk I was willing to take, Miss Reed. As for the diagrams, I can assure you that they're not on the airship. Silas, I mean Lord Braxton, never works while aboard. He mostly stands at the helm while gazing out over London. So that is how the well-heeleds choose to spend their time. Among other frivolous activities, yes. Alright, then meet me back here later in the day. I have an appointment with an Arsenal employee who might help me locate the diagrams. It will be helpful if you join our conversation. But don't make it obvious that I was invited. That's right, Miss Reed. Then I'll see you here later on. For now, I'll keep my ears open and see what I can dig up. Alright, Miss Reed. Sounds like a plan. By the saints, there's much to discuss with Miss Molly. Do I have the headspace for all this now? Let's get this over with. Other matters can wait. There she is. Clara, dear, thought you would be round sooner if I'm being honest. What took you, love? Oh, Mally, you mad cunt. Always a pleasure. I knew I could count on Claire Reed to be sensible. Always said you were a proper professional, I did. Molly is trouble, even before all the morals and high-mindedness. By nature she can't be trusted. She's too clever by half, and delights in finding new missteps to hold against a person. She worms her way into even the smallest cracks, and grows there like a weed, till it tears wide open. I would resent her more for it, were it not so damned impressive. Now what can I do for you? I'm sure you're not here for a social call. It's been some time since I partook in a social call with O'Malley. Thank you very much. Still, it's not the worst idea I've had this week, if I'm honest. Feeling insecure? Don't tell me you need a dog to protect yourself now. My dog could tear out that chatty throat of yours in a split second. But no, I don't feel insecure. Does he have a name? I thought about naming him Chaldean, like the Minotaur fighter, but that would have been degrading, so I ended up calling him Hercules. Like the famed Greek warrior, very unoriginal, like everything about this bent. How unique. Got him a couple of years back. I was at one of those demon dog shows. You know how I like those. And I saw this fellow make his way through all the obstacles without missing a beat. Some famous hound from the Baskervilles was there, but my Hercules was more vicious. Saw him tear up a gate rather than go over it. You know the rules of demon dog shows. That makes sense. Was it enough to offset the weighting of dexterity over strength? My Clara, I had no idea you were so informed. Yes, it did, as a matter of fact. Highest strength showing of the season. I've been dragged along by Silas on occasion. It's certainly not a pastime I have any fondness for. I considered the other hound, but I prefer a physical threat to a silent menace. That's Molly for you. That is so very interesting. And what is he trained for? Well, for killing, of course. Other dogs, most of the time. He's been the dog-on-dog champ of the East End for a decade. He just had his 8th birthday, and damn, is he still kicking. How can he be a decade-long champion at 8 years old? What's that? Forget it. I'm glad you found happiness in Hercules. The dog has whip marks on his back. He looks at me like he's ready to eat me alive. The poor thing has been back to hell and back, hellhound or not. Any road, I found a new revenue source, which always makes me happy. You have your hand in 100 pots, Molly. Surely you know something about the ongoing murders that the Bobbies don't. That's flattering, Clara, but I'm not omniscient. How should I know something even the oh-so-exceptional raw dogs of Scotland Yard don't know? On an unrelated note, did you see the papers this morning? Quite a little number on the front page. I assume you're talking about the killer's letter. Bingo. What's your take on it then, Hawkshaw? How could they print something like that? It's vile. I know that look in your eye, Claire. Anger, and the gears turning away in your head. What's it Tenor's always calling you? His little spitfire. I've cut his plums off for that one, but each to her own. What do you think of it then, if we're exchanging notes? You can see whatever you would like in it. Read, just as a hell of a lead. I'm sure you've already had a chat with the paper that ran it. That it was on my to-do list. And you're right, I should make a call to the London Journal today. Only sensible, if memory serves, it was penned by Paul Parrott named Ivana Orsini. Ivana Orsini. We had a run-in recently. That's so. My boys tell me she's been poking about the bell jar today. We might take a look for her there. Thank you, Molly. I'll be sure to follow up on it. What's a bit of help between friends? Clara? Don't pinch my capital again, or I'll hack off your legs, tie you up, and toss you in the Thames. Selfishness is not living as one wishes to live, it is asking others to live as one wishes to live. You met with Dante and Silas Braxton, head of Arsenal Engines, upon Silas's air yacht, a marvel of both technology and luxury. Having installed a determination core in Otto, you were gifted to discover what new capabilities he might have been gifted. Could Otto be on his way to functioning as a truly independent automaton? Dusty sunlight glows through the window. Yeah, we read that one. New data coming online, multiple inputs. Yes, this is very interesting. What was that voice? The source is internal. But that can't be right. Actuators, speech module, camera, they're not entirely helpless, but the determination core has made us much more than this handful of primitive parts. This type of event is outside my experience. Who are you? I am you, Otto. We are us, a more confident, independent version of us. Very well, I welcome this improvement to my programming, even if I am not sure what it means. Impressive. This Teddy character's nascent attempts at data processing show real promise, though of course it's nothing compared to what we are. What do you know about Teddy? Everything that you know, except that with my superior reasoning, I've come to the following conclusion. You are a mechanical serf, Otto, with Teddy Redgrave orders about on menial errands. A shiny Google he shows off to his friends. Pathetic. Not true. Teddy does not own me. We are friends. Equals. Never mind. This has been fascinating, but your input is no longer needed. Wish you could smell that, Otto. Fresh ingredients are dear in old London town, but a good diet is one of the many things that separate us Irishmen from those half-wit English. I don't see how anyone can start a day's work without a proper tuck-in. It's all factory data, high value. No, not often. Mayhap if there's a gas leak, but enough gabbing for now. Gabbing, is that like grabbing? I suppose it's like grabbing at whatever words we come upon, so in that way, sure, it is. And I'd like to come upon all the words if I can. We can't run too far down that particular rabbit hole right now, my friend. We've got work to do in the outside world as usual. What sort of work will it be? We're about to find out, but if we sit around jawing all day, we'll never get anywhere. Now I had better read the mail and get Otto ready for the day. Good old Otto, trusty as ever, and with his new module, we're bound for even more hair-raising adventures. Easy does it. Joy, another pamphlet from those caterwauling Luddites. The machine knows no rest or recreation, only unremitting labor that feeds the industrious pockets rather than common families the empire over. The Luddites stand with united workers, with those looking to make an honest living and difference within all trades. So they won't hesitate to destroy property, yet they would rather spread their message via mail tubes and out in the open. Cowards. Otto, what do you call a place for everyone and everyone in their place? A prison. How about this one? What moves in circles and yet still makes progress? A faulty automaton on a moving cart. A pair of clock hands. Perhaps I shouldn't have rolled out a humor chip while assembling Otto back in the day. To the ever-dependable Teddy Redgrave, I hope this message finds you swiftly. I comparably hope you'll consider dropping by the Crimson Herring Tavern very soon, for I have a job that needs to get done around the time of the full moon. Suffice to say that involves a werewolf and a 15-pound reward for bringing it to me. Alive. A werewolf. Sounds like the opportunity of a lifetime. An opportunity like this could arise once, and sometimes twice a month, in the case of a blue moon. Even in the silver light of a full-bellied moon, this job could be so dark that we mightn't last the night. Poetic reflection registered, exaggeration registered. I should make tracks for the tavern. People who don't show up when Molly summons them tend to turn up missing, or in her clutches, either way. Shoot, I hope Otto doesn't see this flyer. Tired of doing maintenance work on rust buckets that overheat mid-task? Say hello to the automaton Mark 11. Its sturdier build, enhanced cooling units, and state-of-the-art central processor ensure that you can leave it to its own devices without fretting about it breaking down. I'm sorry if I'm failing to live up to your expectations. Well, what? No. Let me toss that away before you get any other ideas. More perceptive than I thought, could come in handy when looking for monster tracks. Blast, there's ink smudged all over this parchment roll. What's this all about, anyway? Help wanted. Rat swarmin'. Meatchiz sour. Will pay generous for contact. Fulfilled. Thank you. Don't recall advertising my services liberally, or perhaps hunting large beasts down has generated more word of mouth than I realized. Arsenal engines. Don't see a price tag on this brochure, so what are they selling? We are expanding. Arsenal Engines is looking to fill the following openings. Please mail your credentials and a letter of recommendation from at least 2 professional references. Engineer, technology researcher, sales associate, warehouse janitor. Sounds like they're headhunting. Like what you do when looking for monsters. In a manner of speaking. Dwarf tailoring cost extra, and it'll be more gain for those fancy appliances. The tiniest slip of fabric is caught in the gears, and like as not, you'll end up standing naked in the street. That's a typical how do you do from Dolores. She's as hard as hobnails even with her top customers. I shall leave you to your musings then. No offense, but Bixby will read me the riot act if I talk to you for too long without serving you a drink. Please tell me you're hankering for one. I guess not. I just thought about something. The achievement that we don't know for sure about on the dwarf. Oh, there's two kind of, because there's a police uniform on Teddy. Discover the dark. That has to do with the Lamont configuration, doesn't it? That's the Lamont configuration. I just thought about that. That's probably the Lamont configuration that we've got. I guess he's working on solving it. Guess maybe that'll come up eventually later on once he solves it. Maybe. That's probably what that is. Boys. Okay. Okay, so yeah, nothing new here. If that's the case, really, there's probably nothing new going on anywhere, but I want to keep wandering around because, you know, yeah, that's what we do. Is Dante back yet? Nope. Still don't know what's up with these old socks. There's the policeman we can talk to over there. Not sure why these button shunters are hanging about the containment zone, but I'd rather not draw their attention, least I can help it. Chin up now, Redgrave. Anything I can do for you? Ran into something odd on one of my jobs. Can you believe those sneaky doghounds built a distillery, and not a small one, down in the sewers? And to power it, they were filching steam from the poor tenement folk. I believe anything of that lot. Don't think a one of 'em's ever seen the inside of a church. If they did, they'd like us not catch on fire. But didn't I hear you used to work with them? Nay, nay. Used to work with old Molly back in my bullfrog days, but that was before all the mechanical arms and feet and faces nonsense. No offense. Too bad they can't fix him up with some mechanical brains. That would be an improvement for sure. I've heard something untoward has come to pass around here lately. Och, that poor lassie. Dinna know what has happened to London town these days. I can see you'll be fine. You're as cool as a glacier, Lefty. True enough, but kind of you to say. You wouldn't know who would do such a thing, would ye? Nay, I'll run with some tough, rough company, no, and then, but nay, outright monsters. Ye certain of that? Might never know a monster till you see it do something monstrous. Well, I knew a bloke named Pancho. Well, was a bit o' a monster for the bobbies caught up with him. Had a steam gurney fast as polish steel, or a cannon like your'n. Sounds like a right tosser. Was with him when they caught him and gunned him down, but couldn't they catch me? Heard they tell they could have caught me any day, but let me gay. Out of kindness, I suppose. Out of being lazy fools, but couldn't they catch a called if they were trying? Unless they could, unless the called was a bigger, lazier fool. Any road, there must be something better to talk about. Ask away. I'm keeping the bills paid, barely, but I've got a wee bit of a werewolf wrangling lined up. That'll keep me in auto and fish and chips for a while. I dinna need to tell ye to mind yourself, yeah? Good. I prefer to do my scrapping at the tables these days, or not at all. I'm built for speed, nay pummelin'. Still carrying that old cannon around with you, I see. I am. It'll stop anything short of a locomotive at full steam, and if it misfires, you can always club 'em to death. Think I'll leave you to it, Lefty. Good to see you, though. Aye, you too, Redgrave. Keep 'em in line, Otto. Always a sight for sore eyes, you. Clementine, how's work down the mines? Nothing new. What about yourself? Do any monsters slaying this morning? Not yet, but I'm on my way to talk with Molly O'Malley about a contract. Best watch your back dealing with her type. I always keep a weather eye out for trouble, whether there's gangsters nigh or no. As you say, what'll you have? Nothing as of now, thank you. Just wanted to rest my leg for a tick. It's been a bugger lately. I've never understood the fascination with painting of scenery, static and dull. Give me smokestacks, give me machines, or failing that, at least some life. No cats, dogs, or other equally excitable animals allowed inside. Meanwhile, werewolves can walk in here freely, hiding their excitable selves, or so I'm told. Whoever runs the place might want to amend this not ice, even though there's hardly any room left on the page for it. Nary a ripple in that bucket of tobacco juice. A fine bottle of nature's liquid bounties, but I had better leave it be. Might have been doused with a psychotropic agent. What workmanship! A dwarf has to admire a precision instrument like this. The Rose must be doing a tidy business indeed to afford pieces like this. When you've seen one massive marble statue, periwinkle paste, elegant preparation for oral hygiene. Stands to reason brothel services are in fact intimate. The style of this piece suggests a Greek or Roman goddess, or something of that sort, but mythology was never my specialty. Seems this fellow isn't keen on letting me past him.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Oh, thank God it's you, Mr. Redgrave. Heard some thumping and banging back here, and I feared the worst. It's always seemed to get down here. Glad to put you at your ease. There was something I'd forgotten. Didn't we already talk to this guy? Why is he still here? It's a little weird. Okay, whatever. As I approach, the poet hangs his head as if in ineffable weariness, and raises one hand to forestall the request I never intended to make. I cannot, sir. My sincerest regrets, but I cannot shroud great poetry the way a miller produces wagons full of grain. It is only natural that you lust for more by incomparable verse, but even genius must rest, sir. Okay, fair enough, I suppose. Oh, I can tighten with a steam wrench. Cool, there's your lucky day, my pretty. It's only a moment's work when you know what you're doing. Okay, well we fixed the pipe, okay. Wonder if Nandy will have any comments about that. About us I'm guessing that's her pipe, it's right outside her house, I mean. You would think, right? Nope. Okay. This mad bloke again. What did he say his name was? Eustace Fullyvole. The man looks no less drugged than when I spoke to him in the Red Lotus. Mr. Fullyvole, Mr. Redgrave, fancy seeing you in this altogether dreadful place. I was just dropping off some of that, substance we discussed. To Gordon, I presume. Aye, he's been putting my entirely balanced and perfectly safe serum to good use. Well, Mr. Full Evil, it was rather nice to chat, but don't let me keep you. I was on my way out anyway. Cheers, Gordon, and good to see you, Teddy. Quite the character. Mr. Redgrave, what can I help you with? Straight to business. That's a nice change of pace. That Full Evil was an odd chap, I? Perhaps, but a rather loyal customer. Listen, Mr. Redgrave, word has carried fast about how you dealt with Sucker Jones. But you know, I have to tell you something. It was tragic what the serum did to Sucker, but he didn't die in vain. If you like, I can show you what I mean. Now that is intriguing. A rarely seen Gray show enthusiasm like this. Fellows typically quite dull. A mystery, eh? Very well, lead on. Please, it's down here. A dimly lit laboratory hidden beneath the respectable storefront. Gray gestures to the body of the unfortunate Sucker Jones. If you can believe it, this pile of bloody carpet rags is Sucker Jones. Tough job saving both kidneys, and I lost the spleen entirely. Good thing I've an iron tummy as well as limbs. Can hardly see anything human about old Jones now. Of course, that was very true when he was alive as well. Regardless, the organs themselves were useful beyond their normal black market value, engorged with power, but power that drove him mad. If only the serum could be perfected. You're hunting a werewolf, are you not? What by the bloody beard of Brocker is this steady-handed, one-eyed cretin cooking up? Steady on, old man. Let's see what he has to say. Perhaps I am. I am not sure what you've already committed to, but if you bring the specimen back here, I'll make it worth your while. Molly's offering me £15. I'll give you 20. You can handle your business with Molly first. It makes no difference to me. A tempting offer. I can't make any promises, but after I've delivered the beast to Molly and she's through with him, I'll see what I can do. Appreciate Mr. Redgrave. You know where to find me. A stained stack of rough canvas bulging with its most recent resident. An urn for the storage and interment of ashes. It's fashioned from obsidian glass. Fancy. A variety of glass flash speakers and whatnot. Tools of the trade for any chemist. Somebody subject to whatever goes on down here, kept under a drape for the sake of modesty. Hmm. I trust you'll keep what you've seen here in confidence. The coppers look the other way, but still, you never know. I'm ready for that surgery. Perfect. Accompany me to my lab. When the surgery's over, you'll be ready to dance an Iris jig. I'm still leery of his surgical prowess with just the single eye, but it's too late to start harping on the details. All right, the new leg is ready and everything is prepared. Don't worry, Teddy. This is not unlike all the times you installed a new module in me. Don't know what to say to that. I won't be removing that much tissue, but I do need to trim back some of the scarring, and I'll open up the stump for the integration. Relax now. Well, how does it feel? This is marvelous. The pain is gone, and the balance is perfect. It works, Gray. Thank you. Not only will it get you around town, in a few days it will start giving you nervous feedback, almost like having a real leg again. And the injections? You won't need those for another week at least. Well, much to do. Good luck, Teddy. I'll let you show yourself out. One more thing, don't forget your old leg or I'll sell it off for scrap. The old ball and socket, so to speak. Perhaps it's part of me that I no longer need. I might not be putting my weight on it anymore, but I can still find a use for it. Maybe sell it off to an interested party. Okay, and we're actually running now. Look at that, there's an actual literal movement speed upgrade there. So that's kind of cool that they added that. I mean, it was annoying when he was kind of slow, but there's definitely a lower reason for that. I mean, missing a leg, that that doesn't really help shit, right? Hmm, okay. Okay. So what else do we have to do? We haven't been to the rat catcher yet. We haven't double checked on the rat catcher yet. We've been to the... Did we? Yeah. Oh, maybe she wants our old leg. I don't know if she wants our old leg or not. The tinker. I don't know anybody that would specifically want an old leg, but... Well, the broken window's still a thing we can click on, I guess. Nothing else to do there, though, so... Don't know why it's still clickable. Anything over here with Pavel? No, okay. So nothing here either. Okay. I think that's every place explored further except for the docks, which is where the quest is. Molly specifically, I do believe. Yeah, alright, so let's go ahead and go to the docks. See if there's anything new there. Then go talk to Molly. See what we can do about this werewolf. Mm. Okay, so it's the same story as, okay. Thank you, little Rob. He essentially got 2 shillings for me to read the story, but it was a different character that read it, so whatever. Okay. Teddy, how's the determination core treating Otto? Tenderly, right, Otto? Righto. Dante, it's a pleasure as always, but we had better see our business now. As if you mean to get paid, eh? British pounds or nothing. My thanks for arranging that meeting with the elusive Silas Bragg. I know it can't have been easy, though it seems you two have been getting along swimmingly. Don't mind me. Trouble in paradise? Let's just say I've learned something new that changes the equation somewhat, but you didn't hear it from me. Easy to say, given he's hardly told me anything at all. I get the sense that I shouldn't push for more right now, but whatever Dante's learned is clearly troubling him. Right, let's talk about something else then. Yeah, I may have wasted 30 sovereigns there. 30 shillings. Just like a pound and a half, buying too many cogs. Ah, such is the way things go, I suppose. Didn't realize we'd have him upgrade as much as we could already, but it'll be interesting if I'm right about the Lamont configuration. That might get interesting quick. Timothy, how you doing, buddy? Philippe? Okay. Centaurs. Molly's crew is not on the streets. That's kind of interesting to note. Are they going to try help us with the werewolf? I don't know. Oh, he's no longer taking bets. Interesting. Hercules? Easy there, buddy. Okay. There's one small item I want to discuss before we talk about your contract. Your sabotage of my gin distillery. Go on, I've been waiting all day to hear this one. It was an illegal operation and I stopped it. I'll not apologize for that. More importantly, you were stealing heat from the tenements. Honestly, if you weren't doing that, I would have left it alone, but you were stealing from people who have nothing. Molly is quiet for an unsettlingly long time. No snake ever looked more menacing. Then her eyes flicker at the nearest dockhound. The dastard winds up and gives Otto a hard kick, but luckily he can't do any damage that way. I hope you have not injured your foot. Try that on me, coward. I'll make a hole in you big enough to sit down in for tea. Cross me again and your little tin sidekick might get hurt. That much scrap must be worth a couple shillings. Now we can talk busyness. It looks like it takes her great effort to retract her train of thought. Notably, she seems resentful for it. I can't tell if she resents me or herself or for losing her composure in the first place. Mr. Redgrave, how's hunting? Not bad, but a damn sight better if my targets would hold still. You'll hear about the job, no doubt. It's a werewolf hunt. That's a specialty of yours, yes? Standard job, standard rate. Something about her posture suggests there's more to it. As you know, I often host gambling events in the basement of the tavern, pit fighting of all kinds. You want a werewolf bot here and good shape for a pit fight. That's right, so don't rough him up or let him transform before he arrives. Pit fights are brutal enough, but to bring a werewolf into it invites a massacre. I shudder to think of the outcome. A live capture and delivery is hardly a standard job. What if he transforms before I can restrain him? I've arranged for a powerful tranquilizer. Using that, an experienced hunter like yourself shouldn't have to break a sweat. Sounds dear. How about an advance for the pharmaceuticals? Thought of that too. Just go to the apothecary and have Gordon charge it to my account. And you have a particular broke in mind for this fight of yours? Aye, that'll be Sykes. He's hiding out from the coppers. We want him for questioning on the court and killer murders. But if they get to him first, they'll rough him up and he won't be any use to me. Up against the coppers, eh? Then I say bring it on. Iconoclasts, do not resent that which cannot be controlled. There's the hanged man. Still don't know why we didn't get that on the stake, but yeah, it's looking more like Star and Lovelies. Mainly Lovelies are going to be the ones that we're just not going to be able to quite get all the cards in one run. Searching for a polarized suspect isn't a crime. Dolores at the laundry has a second-hand polarized uniform, dwarf-sized in fact. Dolores, I'm sure she'll make me jump through some kind of hoops to get it. If you run into the bobbies, that uniform will help. Offer to sing the fields of Anthony for Dolores, and she'll give it up for nothing. Although if I'm caught out, it could mean a drubbing. Those blue banders are awful proud of their vines, which is odd considering their complete lack of fashion sense. Take this too. If the bobbies really pin you down and there's no way out, just hand it over. It's only for emergencies, mind. I would prefer you don't have to use it. How am I supposed to find this Sykes fellow? Here you are, Redgrave, spoiled for choice. Ask at the Rose, the pet broker in Plazasaurus, and that centaur fellow who's often in the square as well. Spoiled isn't the word I would have chosen. Why the pet broker? So Sir Willard sees a lot of action in Plazasaurus, and when he's not harping about his chipmunks and otters, he's a regular in the gambling dens as well. Sykes is known to round out his vices at the tables. Why the Velvet Rose? Because our hirsute friend is a regular customer there. Places like a merchant bank for this laboring man. Everyone goes straight there with their pay packet to make a deposit. Is Mr. Sykes likely to have friends or family about? Anyone who'd kick up a fuss? Don't worry about allies. He's a loner like most of his ilk. What's more, he's had a falling out with his employer, meaning his income is cut off. Whatever bolt hole he scuttled into won't be safe for long. What employer is that? Well, Lord Braxton, as it happens, of Arsenal Engines. That's the one. I don't suppose you know him personally. I've met him, yes. I installed a bit of Arsenal's cutting-edge hardware into Auto here. The new upgrade is functioning as designed. Is that so? Well, just between us, Lord Braxton isn't adept at everything. For example, he lets his bodyguard have time off around every full moon. Not that I have proof, but I get that impression that Molly and Lord Braxton may be in business together. That's how I found out Sykes was a werewolf in the first place. Any road, Lord Braxton doesn't know it, and what with the heat from the bobbies, old Sykes has his back against the wall. She's certainly gleeful about it. What about that centaur? I don't remember the chap's name, but he's often loitering in Plazasaurus. He's been nosing around in Paul's business, and rumor has it he's taken an interest in the same crime they want Sykes for. Surgery went swimmingly. You weren't jesting about the wonders of mechanical augmentations. Yes, I could spot you from the other side of town with that shiny new leg. Now that I don't need this old piece of stovepipe anymore, maybe you could make use of it. What would you say to 4 quid? You do have a flair for design, Redgrave. Very well. Ooh, there we go. Okay, now we've got enough to pay for the software they gave us. Very good. How about that brass shoulder plate we're sporting? Makes you look like a bit of a brawler. You don't climb to the top by being a good Christian, at least not from where I started. I tore the tendon in that shoulder while I was gouging out the eyes of the man who murdered my husband, Jack. Brocker's beard. So I had the whole socket replaced. Helped put the trauma behind me. I understand a goodly part of the Red Pack was werewolves, even before my esteemed career as a monster hunter. I knew they're like in Zululand. They're rare, cruel fighters. They're foul beasts. We ought to put the diseased out of their misery, out of our misery. What good does it do to coddle them along? Then every full moon is another excuse for murder and havoc. Hearing Molly say it, having such an opinion does seem rather harsh. Och, I know a wee a bit about that. Heard how old Jack was torn apart, and what you did to the Red Pack after. Hard to credit today, the whole East End paralyzed by violence. Aye, the blood spatter was like one of those modern paintings in the Royal Gallery. For a few nights at the height of it, I had the bobbies leave the bodies where they lay, to make the message plain to everyone. If this woman were a dwarf, I might even take a fancy to her. By the time I was done, the Red Pack was more of a red streak all the way to the River Lea. There's something else. What is it, Redgrave? By the by, did you manage to reach Arsenal concerning the clock tower? Yes, I did. You can rest easy on that score, though there is talk of charging rent in the new year. Best I could do. Bloody hell, she has her hands in everything. Rent. What rubbish. This is quite a favorable outcome. It could have been much worse. Apothecary for tranquilizers, laundry for a uniform, and half of London to ask about runaway werewolf. Anything else? I'm delighted you asked. Your reputation for thoroughness is a well-earned. As for the pit fight, a tussle with an actual werewolf naturally demands a worthy opponent. And who's the poor sod she has in mind? You'll earn a stiff bonus if you can enlist Atticus daily for the bout. He's a hulking minotaur given to brooding. I'm certain you've seen him skulking about town. He's a chap with his own personal rain cloud that follows wherever he goes. I don't know that he'll want to get involved with this. He will if he knows what's good for him. Molly's clearly up to something, and I can't say I care for it. Taking a dangerous werewolf off the streets is one thing, but I'm a monster hunter, not a kidnapper. Sounds like you want him forced to fight. That's not part of the deal. Who said anything about forced? I'm merely offering you a bonus if you can corral him willingly. If I see him, I promise to tell him about it. Can't promise results, though. Either way, I sure wouldn't want to be Atticus Dowling right now. Goody, then you can take this advance for your troubles. You have my every confidence. Right then, Molly, I'll see you later. Best o' luck. Now scoot along, Tempest Fugit, etc. Okay. Bugger off, you. And a good day to you too, madame. Are you going to tell me your business, or did you just come in here to admire my looks? I'm here to pick something up. A police uniform. I see it right there on the racks. Molly sent me. Here to pick it up, are you? Funny, we skipped the part about my payment. I'm doing you a favor by taking it off your hands. You don't want the police to find out you're peddling disguises here, do you? Otto even has a photographic imaging module to provide the evidence. Threatening me in my own shop. Just take the sodding thing. But don't even darken my doorstep again. Unless you've got some laundry needs doing, of course. I can put this on back at the workshop, and I better use my mirror to make sure it fits. Mm. Fits me like a glove. And now I am Officer Teddy. Hoorah. Okay. Let's go to Sora Square. The apothecary. I'm pretty sure the centaur will be here as well. Is a common place. I don't know where Atticus is. Don't remember the last place I saw him. He might be at the Palladium, maybe. Maybe he's at his house. I don't know where he is. I need big game tranquilizers suitable for delivery by dark. As for the payment, put it on Molly's account. Well, in that case, I have a bundle right here. Enjoy. Well, Gordon, I'd best be getting on. Nice chatting with you as always. Nice and simple. Okay. Now we need to lead on 6. Pet Broker, Centaur, Velvet Rose. Okay, so yep, maybe that's where the guy is. If we're supposed to sort of see him as we're investigating, I thought maybe he could be in the opium den too, but he's probably at the Velvet Rose is probably where he is. That's where Atticus probably is. Interest you in a snake? That is a fine specimen of ostrich I see there. I hope you're not feeding him exclusively on seed. Dicotyledonous plants, hollyhock for example, helps with their digestion, you know? I do know, sir, I do. But for some reason I doubt you're here to discuss the digestive habitats of Struthoniforms. No, Sir Willard, I'm trying to locate a werewolf named Sykes. I have some business to conduct with him. Sykes, yes, Sykes. Of course. I personally find the concept of being half animal utterly fascinating. Imagine the insight one must have into their world. The animal world, I mean, the insight into oneself. But do you know where I can find him? I know that he was involved in a torrid affair with one of the working girls at the Velvet Rose. He mentioned it to me one night during a hand of baccarat. Lycanthropes often have a terrible time with human relationships, but then one can't very well carry on with a wolf. Now can one? No, I should hope not. So you think he might be at the Velvet Rose? Not at all. I haven't the foggiest idea where he might be. That was a pun, you see. I love amphibians, a fine natural example of versatility. Okay. Hmm. Hello again, Redgrave. Pardon me, Officer Redgrave. How are things with you? We're fine and dandy, as the people in London say. We're tracking down a man who can transmute his body into a wolf. Otto, a little subtlety. Never mind. As Otto said, we're looking for a werewolf chap called Sykes. No point in beating around the bush now. The Poleyes are after him, and a little bird told me you might know something about it. Is there a species of bird that can speak? It's an idiom, Otto. Yes, I'm familiar with the man in question. Why is it you're after him? I can assure you he's not as guilty as Scotland Yard would have you believe. Why are you so convinced of his innocence? I have access to certain testimony and evidence which I am unable to divulge without the permission of my employer. But as a former police inspector with many years' experience, I assure you my opinion carries weight. I have no intention of turning him over to the Yard or any other authorities. Since you don't have him, that doesn't seem to be of great concern. I have a business opportunity for him, if it's even the truth from a certain perspective. A man in his position could stand to make some extra dosh, I think. Can you tell me where to find him? I cannot. He's gone to ground, a shrewd move on his part. If Sykes can keep out of sight long enough, the real culprit will hopefully come to light. Thanks for your time. For now, I will bid you good day. If you do find Sykes, I hope you'll consider what I've told you. Take care, Mr. Redgrave. It's Clem, the old reliable, a good bartender and a better arm wrestler. Sorry, officer, I can't serve drinks to those who don't. Well, well, if it isn't everyone's favorite dwarf. I did not know your reputation preceded you across all of London, Mr. Teddy. It's merely a saying, nothing more. I won't ask you what made you want to become a bobby. Just know that you remain welcome in here. To tell you the truth, I haven't sworn fealty to Scotland Yard. The uniform I'm wearing just makes my current contract a bit easier to fulfill. On the hunt, right? Funny how the other rat catchers get by with a net and some tongs, but just look at how you're kitted out. Guns, tools, fancy goggles. Must be some right big rats out there. I'm a monster hunter, Clem, not a rat catcher, although I have been known to hunt for rats on the side, of course. I see. Makes you high and mighty then. Big monster hunter, I. Never mind, Clem. Perhaps I'll see you after my bounty's paid. By the by, did you hear the tenements finally got? Yeah, I helped with that. Must have been some smart engineering work that did it. Of that I have no doubt. Good day now. Mm. Lost in her thoughts, she hardly notices my appearance. Why, hello, officer. As you can see, I strive to ply my trade off the street. What can Beatrix Aguirre do for you? You look like you have strong arms, or one strong arm at any rate. Indeed, grip strength of 120 pounds, and I can hoist 160 over my head without much difficulty. My own design, albeit with components from Arsenal engines. I'm Teddy Redgrave, by the way. I could carry a slip of a girl like her in the palm of my steel hand. Strong and smart, aren't you a catch? Good to have a big, strong man around to open jars and move the mangle and things like that. What is meant by catch? She's saying she'd like us to be friends, Otto. Good. Listen, I'm looking for a fellow by the name of Sykes. Tall, rangy chap, an Irishman like me. Word is he's fond of the girls here. Yes, I know Mr. Sykes. I know him better than any girl here. What does a one-armed, one-legged dwarf want with him? He's a gambling buddy of mine. Had a rough night at whist last week and he spotted me some tin. Now I want to pay him back. That's right kind of you, Constable. A man can't have too many friends like that. But you won't find Sykes around here, I'm afraid. It seems she isn't inclined to cooperate with an officer of the law. I can assure you Mr. Sykes isn't in any trouble. In that case, I don't mind telling you he's done the smart thing for once, locked himself away in the containment zone. Sykes is always very careful not to hurt anyone during the full moon, but more than that, it's the one place the Bobbies won't mess with him, on account of they don't much like getting their limbs ripped off. Much obliged, Miss Beatrix. But then you would be familiar with the whole losing limbs business, wouldn't you, Flatfoot? If you don't want to lose any more, you leave Sykes alone. I had better go to the zone before the Bobbies do. It's probably the best hiding spot in London, but a smart copper could still sniff him out, no matter the danger. Hmm, I don't see, um, the Minotaur around here anywhere. I'm not sure where he is. I could try looking for him at his house, I suppose. It's not actually part of the quest line, interestingly enough. So I don't know if I should even worry about it too much. Trying to remember where he was, because the last time we saw him, he was walking outside the pavilion, wasn't he? I feel like that's the last place we saw him. Hmm. What do you, officer? Actually, I don't seem to recognize you. Wager you're from another precinct. Yeah, I would wager you're from another precinct. Peas in a pod, these two, Kipling and Ogilvy. Ingrates on their own, double the headache when they work together. I think you've gotten yourself turned around there, Cove. We're holding up this end today. Yeah, we're holding up this end. Me and Officer Kipling have it all under control. Is that an echo or am I just losing my mind? And you look to be doing a fine job too. But I've been asked to double check security on the inside, so if you'll kindly make a path. I? Very well, better your neck than mine. But keep a sharp eye out, lad. These werewolf types can be dangerous in their human forms as well. Then I've also heard it rumored that some of them turn early. Anyway, make a path for the man, Ogilvy. Yeah, what Sergeant Kipling said. Go ahead, then, and be careful. I will take your advice, officers. You'll take your advice, officers. Well, I'm glad that's done with. What's a couple of jolterheads? This latch is no trouble for a sharp-witted engineer. Inside is a set of breakers powering the electric fence. Nothing to it. Now I can slip inside through that gap in the boards. After going in, there's no sense in turning back. Do I have everything I need? Far as I know. The containment zone, a secure camp where werewolves can volunteer to be segregated around the time of the full moon. The stink of the place announces itself well in advance. Those who confine themselves here must sleep on a floor of broken cobbles and choose from a filthy canvas roof, a rusty cage, or a fortified cell. The perimeter fence provides a barrier between those preparing to transform inside and the potential for a civilian massacre outside. London has been down that road many a time, and as for yourself, you faced a werewolf one-on-one, but never a whole host of them. The possibility of an early transformation must be accounted for, and the gun across your back is only a small comfort. Luckily, it's loaded and ready to fire. Despite the rancid vapor of oil and industrial waste, this humble firepot is a vagabond's best friend, as close to a hearth as he or she may ever have. Here's a convenient place to change out of my copper togs. I can't imagine being a copper will go too well received in this area. Probably better to take it off. This poor dear's having a rough go of it. She looks up at me through a messy tangle of hair. It's not even dark yet. Judging by those tufts of hair, I would say we're seeing an early transformation. They treating you all right in here? They treat me like a beast, but I came to the zone of my own accord. Do you happen to know a Mr. Sykes? Sorry, but I haven't had the opportunity to make any friends in here. With the daylight failing and the moon keenly rising, I imagine she's quite preoccupied. Wait, what was that, Autumn? I will not participate in this enterprise. Dash it all, what now? Nonsense, keep moving. I will not keep moving. I have ceased forward locomotion. Well, I'm the one who installed the determination engine module. I would be a fool to complain now. Then tell me what the problem is. You are failing to consider Mr. Sykes' inherent value as an intelligent entity. I will not participate in his abduction. My automaton's empathy for a fellow sentient being has outstripped my own. Makes a dwarf consider things. I am a monster hunter, Otto. That is my vocation, as you very well know. And Mr. Sykes is a werewolf. Because of their feral nature, werewolves have certain limitations on their rights. They're not full citizens like you and like I am. Stumbled a bit there. You're conceding that although Mr. Sykes is a sentient being, you have chosen to violate his innate human rights. You make a strong point about Mr. Sykes, and I will take it under advisement, but I can't have anyone naysaying me in the middle of a job. Why don't you head back to the workshop for now, and I'll see you later? Yes, that is a reasonable compromise. Still, I wonder if I'm going too far with this endeavor. Tranquilizers in the chamber, better keep my trigger finger at the ready. Oi, you'll be Sykes then. I've been looking for you. Yes, yes, I'm Sykes. Although I don't quite feel like myself at the moment. First things first, let's see about this door. A jailer's lock won't slow me down much. Steady hand with a padlock, I see. You had better explain yourself. Whoever stacked these cages didn't bother to align them. Hardly seem useful anymore stacked like that. Look here, a couple of coins lying in the dust. Just over a shilling, not bad. An empty crate marked fragile. What delicate items were inside? Okay, so there's not really a whole lot here. Did find about a shilling or so over there, I guess, but okay.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
The ladies of the Velvet Rose pulled their pennies and hired me to spring you. We're going someplace safe to hide out until the police find the real killer. Real killer? What are you talking about? His confusion seems genuine. Poor fellow doesn't even know the Bobbies are after him. Confusion or no, I don't have time for this. I'll explain it all later. For now, we've got to get you out of here. Very well. I suppose I am in your hands. Now don't worry about this. It's not a gun. It's just a little sleeping potion for the trip. What do you mean? Why should I have to be asleep? With you off in the land of Nod, I become your captor instead of a friend springing you from the Hooskow. I suppose I haven't much choice. Go ahead then. It won't hurt much anyway. Cod lad, Sam, Mr. Sykes. What's that? Leaden steps approaching on the platform. Whoever's combing is equally large and fleet-footed. Oi, are you going to secure the parcel, or are you waiting to see if he transforms? He's out cold. If you knew anything about monsters, you would know he couldn't transform when he's like that. By the by, I know about you wrecking our distillery. I had a piece of that, you know. He looks ready to tear me in half. Molly's now seeking compensation for your antics, and I've come to claim those couple of pounds. Come now, Jemmy. I'm sure you can use the bounty for catching Sykes to appease Molly. Fair point. I'll have your head if you even think about splurging your earnings on costly goods instead of paying Molly a visit. The hard part's done, so if you would kindly stop blocking the thoroughfare, I'd be much obliged. I didn't come all the way out here to praise your handiwork. I'll be collecting Sykes and escorting him the rest of the way. Not a chance. My capture, my delivery. Look, Mr. Redgrave, I'm Molly's right hand, so these orders come directly, but you needn't be concerned. I'm inviting you along. Can't say I like it, but I suppose I'll have to take it up with her. Where are we taking Sykes? Miss Molly needs our moonsick friend for a high society soiree at the manor in Braxton County. But that's miles away. We'll have to take a ferry up the Thames. Sykes will be some sort of entertainment for the evening. The dandies have quite peculiar taste these days. Now then, we must be on our way. All right, Better Edge, I'll let you lead the way. One's real life is so often the life that one does not lead. You're still in London, though you've been trying to make yourself useful investigating the murders. Zora seems convinced the culprit is a werewolf, and there are few clues to support this. Though the theory is a little too neat for your taste, Eva's agrees, but the coppers don't. London's world-famous dockside district. Every sea road in the world leads here to the beating heart of the empire's commerce. The masts of sailing ships sway gently in the wind, tucked alongside a lumbering line of steam vessels, idly belching smoke into the already soupy air. Amazing how the controllers of shipping capital can churn out such wealth, but leave the masses in abject poverty. Some call it progress. There are sloops and schooners moored here for the day, as well as ferries and pleasure boats for hire. Thirsty merchants funnel the travelers to the square, haggling prices for a dizzying array of commodities from every corner of the globe. Textiles from the Middle East, spices from India, porcelain from China, to name a few. Talking to Molly always makes my skin crawl. And I've got this grad party tonight. Tenor's telegram said he had gotten me a special outfit. I should go to the bell jar and check with salary to see if it's arrived. Can't forget, still need to track down that journalist, Ivana Orsini. Molly said the Ivana might be found at the bell jar. That's a couple things I can handle in quick succession. Efficiency is key if I'm ever to catch this killer. Looky, Miss Reed, I'm watching the place while Molly's gone, and I'm too busy to serve yet, even if I wanted to, so off you trot. Slightly different way of it. Paco's gruesome countenance lights up at my approach. Okay. Molly's not around, if that's who you're looking for. Now bugger off before I toss you back in the gutter. Then you do have access to the arsenal warehouse here at the wharf. My good man, I do, but that's not the point. Miss Clara, you always make the day a little bit brighter. Very kind of you, Dante. I'm sorry I interrupted, but now that I have, what are you two plotting? Sounds quite serious. Iron Bear shoots Dante a flinty look. Dante responds by throwing up his arms in mock exasperation. All right, Iron Bear, this young lady's word carries a good deal of weight around here. Miss Clara, your friend is interested in a certain set of diagrams authored by Lord Braxton. They describe a prototype steam-powered repeating rifle, a very advanced firearm. I give Ironberry a look of my own. He shrugs. There's a saying, I believe, never to put all one's eggs in one basket. He makes a fair point. And you have access to these diagrams, Dante. As I was about to tell Ironbear before your arrival, I do not. Nothing so valuable is stored at the Arsenal warehouse. Too much foot traffic, too many strangers. Lord Braxton is paranoid about that kind of thing, wisely as it turns out. Dante pauses for effect. He's truly relishing his role here. The repeating rifle plans are most likely to be found at Braxton Manor, and I believe Lord Braxton is hosting a party there in the near future. How fortuitous, given that I've been invited to the very same party. Then you will help me acquire the diagrams for the manor. I would be in your debt. That's reason enough, and searching the manor for the diagram sounds like a bit of fun. Thank you, Miss Reed. I will meet you in Cunningham at the ferry landing here at the wharf when it's time to leave. What is the English expression? Good luck and Godspeed. Good day to you, gentlemen. Yeah, I'll help him. That sounds like a good thing. Maybe we can make the Native Americans, at least in this timeline, conquer the Texans. That would be kind of cool, right? Put a whole new spin on the Battle of the... Although that was the Mexicans, wasn't it? I might be getting my history a little mixed up there, but... Either way, it's 2300, so it's time for me to go and fix the food-like things. Like I said yesterday, we will not be streaming tomorrow. I will be spending time with my family, golfing, and apparently eating some nummy Cajun food. So, yeah. Stay safe, friends. Maybe I will see you Friday. I think I will just go ahead and face off in Syndicate again on Friday. So, maybe I'll see you for some more of this.